3 and 4. We're both going to be right here in Red Deer, Alberta. We're on a complete lockdown till January 13th. We can't do nothing. We can't even have anybody outside our immediate family come. We can't go to any other people's houses. They can't come here. We had a pretty intimate Christmas. So just with not being able to see other family members. So yeah, it's just kind of strategizing a new plan, I guess. I'd like to have TAL3 here in Alberta. I don't think it's going to happen. So right now I'm looking at April 10th in Louisiana. It's a little bit of a struggle to hold it in a different country, but Jonathan Breed is going to give me a hand, so that'll be good. And so that's right now. I'm going to plan for April 10th in Louisiana. Keep going with that May 1st one in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and hopefully things change somewhere in there where we can have one before that here in Alberta. I highly doubt it, but we'll see how things go.
Jason, give me another question. I'm just getting the stream.
I hope everything works out as planned. Yeah, I hope everything goes as planned. I feel I can't imagine what you're going through, Jeff, and it's unbelievable.
Oh, I think Jason,
similar to how Gary shows his passion. So I hope everything goes.
Yeah, I mean, like I was telling Gary when I was on the show, it don't matter what struggles we have right now. There'll be a TAL 3, 4, 5 all the way up to infinity. It's it's just working around the challenges we have right now with COVID being in another country. But I got all sorts of great plans. It's just a matter of time, and the way we are with restrictions and stuff, we'll just see how everything plays out. But yeah, I sit here with my pen and paper and put stuff down and potential matches and kind of brainstorm in the meantime. So
that's awesome. That is awesome.
Hey Pradeep, I'm gonna kick you contribute. If you're gonna be here, I need you to help me keep this going while I get the other stream on. You got any questions?
Yeah, sorry,
Jeff.
I was putting myself on mute because I'm currently working. I'm at my afternoon shift. It is just.
And what do you do?
Over. So I'm in the Indian military.
And we see you're in uniform. What's the particular job title?
Like I just have to attend some phone calls and pass some flight plans to the destinations where aircrafts go and take off from.
So where do you live?
That's basically the job, to attend phones. I live near Delhi in India, but I'm currently about 900 miles away from my house.
So you're causing all this. You're causing all this uproar in arm wrestling all the way over in India. That's crazy. Oh my gosh.
So Pradeep, I got to ask you, how's TAL3 had a potential matchup? Of course, COVID's putting a big, I don't know if I want to say it's kibosh, but it definitely has its struggles. But we had Sam Popker versus Akash Kumar, is it the wrist hunter?
Wrist hunter, yeah.
How's his training going? How's he looking?
He's pretty good in India. He's very famous. He's got some 65,000 subscribers, something like that on his YouTube. I've met him a couple of times. He's a very, very nice, humble guy. And I competed with him a couple of times. Of course, he put me down in the second leg. He's very strong. I think it will be a good match, especially left-handed. He's known as the wrist hunter. I don't know where that name came from, but he's basically an inside puller. He likes to pull in the hook. And he always praises the hook. He says, like he has openly said, anyone in India below my weight, 70 kg, that is about 152 pounds, I guess. Below 152 pounds, no one can bend my wrist back. No one can top roll me. So he has done that. He can put anyone inside a hook in India who is under his weight.
Yeah, he looks
maybe
like a
even
serious
up
dude.
To 10 pounds more than him.
Yeah, he's
very strong.
Yeah, he looks like a pretty powerful individual. I'm pretty excited to meet him. I like that matchup. What's the arm wrestling community like in India? Is there quite a few pullers? You got quite a few clubs. How does it look there?
it's catching up to the scene in your country. Like it's not that famous in India. People like everyone has arm wrestled in every country of the world at some point of time. But still, I would say in India, many people, most majority of the people do not consider it as a sport. There are very few people who take it as a sport, and but it's on the rise. It will be there. I think where the North American countries are right now, India will be there in. It will take us at least 10, 15 years from now.
Do you guys host any? Do you guys host tournaments? Do you have leagues? Do you travel at all?
Yeah, try. There are quite a few tournaments in India right now going on. We have a state championships. I There are like 29 states in India. I don't think every state holds a championship, but many of them do. Then there are national championships, and then there is BCI, new organization called Board of Control for Arm Wrestling in India. They have hosted a couple of championships, tournaments, I should say, and they're doing a good job. They're first time in India, like everyone was provided with good hotel rooms, food, t-shirts, everyone with just $1,500, 1,500 rupees fees. That should be around 15, $20, I should say. So $20 fees, and you get room, food, accommodation, and you get to participate. So it's getting there.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's cool. That's good to
Hey,
see.
Jason Merlot, we have a training question. Mika has been a huge supporter from the country of Georgia. $4.99 super chat going to Derek Smith. That will buy him a Big Mac. Jason, training questions. You pull hard once a week? Question mark. In between pulls, do you train hard? Max reps between? And do you do volume? Did you understand that?
Okay, so I guess the first part of that question, yes, typically we do train once a week. In terms of what I'm thinking he's saying, table time with the team. We train once a week every Thursday, approximately anywhere from hours. So yes, once a week on table time. Outside of that, throughout the rest of the week, I do my stuff in the gym, arm wrestling specific. I also do full body as well. I just want to stay overall healthy. And I think it helps for building overall growth in arm wrestling. In terms of 1 rep maxes, I do them very little. I try to change up my training all the time because there's a lot of times where you'll hit a plateau. And I think it's very vital to get past those plateaus. And the only way to do that is by changing up your training. But 1 rep maxes, I try and stay away from as much as possible because I think it could lead to possible injury and hold you back from progressing in your trainings. There's a lot of guys out there with philosophies that are constantly push, don't listen to your body. I'm a proponent of listening to my body. I think that's just the way it works for me. And I try to, whenever I feel something that is possibly starting to lead to an injury, it's time to pull the reins back, and you need to let your body rest in order to prosper and grow. So that's a little bit about my training on that.
Well, thank you very much, and I hope that answered your question.
Absolutely.
Mika, we got Yuri's gonna add Yuri to the room from Ukraine. Pradeep and Ryan Bowen were kind of having a moment, so I wanted to take a few of the guys out just to like focus on them. No disrespect, Mr. Yuri, but thank you for coming back. Do you have any questions for anyone here? Do you have any comments from when we removed you? Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I want to ask Jeff Frank. I saw he wanted to bring to his super matches Alex Cordecha, and there's one more guy from town near my city, Sereda, his last name. I forgot his first name. Is it because you want some Eastern Europeans also in your league, or you're just interested in that particular athletes and they happen to be from Ukraine or East Europe?
Yeah, first of all, Happy New Year, Yuri. And yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you.
My vision of my league, like I was telling Gary the other day, like I have a whole bunch of branches on where I want to see my league go. I have a very aggressive approach to a very mild approach. One of the things I want to do is to create this league into an international league, and I really want to start getting European people involved. I have a little thing going on in Uzbekistan right now that I'm trying to work on having a league launch over there as well. So yeah, so were you talking about Artem Soretta?
Yep.
Yeah, so I had him coming over to pull Mike Aiello in August, as well as Alex Kardeka coming over to pull both Richard Lupkes and Cody Merritt. So
Yeah, it would be cool.
yeah, so yeah, my intent is to really involve. Actually, I had a lot of Europeans coming over to my August event. I had Nahana Babiev, I have Artem Soretta, we have, Gabriela coming from Brazil. I can't remember everybody off the top of my head, but yeah, it was. I think there was 13 different countries involved, and as we go forward, it's really what I want to do is involve every single country I can. Looking into my April 10th event, I want to reach out to see if Daniel wants to come down. Daniel Prokopcu, is that how you say it? Yeah.
Yep.
I want to see him come down. I'm going to talk to him about maybe a potential match with Dan Mosier. And
Cool.
yeah, I think that'd be I think like Daniel's a bad dude, man. Like that dude is a bad dude. My personal opinion, he may be the pound per pound best arm wrestler on the planet today. That's just my opinion. So
Like the last Ukrainian huge like professional cup, he entered the class, he won his class, and he also got to the finals in absolute category. And he was weighing like 80 kilos. I don't know,
yeah,
it's like 186 pounds, something like that. And he was competing against real athletes. Like it was not like a regular event or like local event. It was huge. It was like national level event. I think it was in Lviv or somewhere like on west part of Ukraine. Yeah,
right.
it was. Like his performance is really great.
Well, he gave Alex Kardeka quite a battle, I believe.
I think his arm lock is like he can hold like 70 kilos or something like that, which is huge.
Crazy.
Like, yeah. So we need and one more thing. I think like for example, like I speak to a lot of guys in Ukraine, and some of the guys they don't understand actually the level of athletes in North America, just because there is no like connection. Like for example, the best athletes from America, they don't compete in WAF usually. I don't know what's the reason. Usually because it's really high expenses to travel. And they don't really understand the level of the athletes, so they always think that East Europe is like stronger in something. Of course, like for example, when John Brzenk competed in WAL like 2015, they recognized that like if John won, it means like he's really the best. But for others, they don't really know because they never seen those athletes get together. Maybe it's Zloty, but same thing, like not a lot of people go to Zloty because it's still expensive or something like that. So it will be really interesting to watch. Like for example, Daniel is multiple world champ, I think, and he usually goes to WAF like on regular basis, like every year. So like all the guys know him, like everyone from East Europe or Europe knows him, his power. And when they will see him compete against someone from US and they have battle, they would understand the level of other athletes.
Yeah, you're 100% right, and that's exactly what I'm trying to encourage with my league, is to promote maybe some European guys, in my belief, which are just absolutely phenomenal athletes. I like it's incredible, and you're 100% right. There's a lot of these guys, like I could mention that Daniel at our practice, and probably 10 out of 10 people
No one would know
who was that. And I'm saying, well, I'm going to show you who he's at in August. Hopefully this event can go with COVID restrictions, but eventually you're going to see a wide range. Yeah, I'm looking at Artem Soretta. I'm looking at, Daniel Prokopkiu. And I'm looking at all kind. I'd like to reach out and get Alan McKeev part of it, and Talgat Akiev, and all these guys eventually. So,
and there is also a good thing about this for us, for East Europeans, who, like, for example, not everyone like me knows the language to hear people talk about like level of athletes and stuff. So a lot of people think that some of the athletes, they are like, it's staged, so it's not real super match or something. So when they will see it against East European, they would understand that it's not staged, it's real fight. So it's also good for like East Europe to understand the, like, basically validate athletes from West. I think there's this. It's actually, it's wrong. I understand that everyone in the US, it's real deal. They're very high athletes. That they actually started arm wrestling, but lately they were not like coming to Zloty and stuff, and people in East Europe lost an understanding of what's the actual level there compared to others.
yeah.
Yes, it
Yeah.
will be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, and yeah, I'm not one that needs to be convinced, because I totally agree. I think there is definitely a heavy cost associated with traveling over to Poland for anybody out of North America for 5-6 days to compete on their dollars. So I think that's probably a big contributing factor why you don't see a lot of people come over and compete. It's unfortunate, but yeah, that's one of my goals, is to bring Europeans over to North America to showcase. I'm a big fan of European style pulling, like WAF style. I'm not nothing against the WAL. I'm not a huge fan of WAL rules and setups. I'm more of a WAF guy myself. So yeah, I'm really intrigued by everything that goes on over there, and the level that these athletes are at. We need to see more of that international type matches. 100%.
There's also like like
Guys, can I
stereotypes.
interrupt for a moment?
Yep, what you're saying?
Yeah, so my shift is over. I need to leave, Gary, and I'll go to my home, get some food, and I'll try to join back your feed.
Good luck.
Bye, guys. Thank you for the opportunity.
See you, Pradeep.
You got Pradeep.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for joining. Sorry, guys. I apologize. I'm trying to figure out what my cumulative super chats are so I can do my new addition for my thing. So I really appreciate you guys keeping the conversation going until I figure it out. Are you okay doing that?
Yeah, we had a good conversation going. You do you, Gary.
Okay,
We're going to continue on.
Keep going. Thank you.
Sorry, Yuri.
Well, actually, I already forgot what I was talking about. I lost the point.
Yeah, I think we're just talking about the logistics of travel from North America to Europe and stuff like that.
I was talking about stereotype. Like, people in North America think that every European is lightning quick. Like, everyone is pulling really fast, explosive and stuff. But the reality is, it's not like that. Like, there are a lot of them, like Makeyev or Prudnik or someone like Babayev is really fast on start. But there are a lot of really strong guys, and they like slow pulling. So they would also give like cool matchups, and they would make a show on. So yeah, it's like, it's stereotype, I think, that everyone is in East Europe just fast and explosive. Not all of us fast and explosive.
Yeah, no, and that's a fair, because I think I would say the same thing, that I think it just, when you think of European pullers, you think about how quick they are, but I mean, there's a lot of strength there too.
Daniel is not really fast guy.
Yeah, and maybe that's a good point. He's not, who would you say, like Alan McKeev or a Talgat Akiev? Those guys are really extremely quick guys. Yeah, Daniel's he's more of a power inside puller, would you say?
Yep. And for example, Oleg Cherkasov, he also had like a lot of wars between like Daniel and Oleg, and he's also like not really fast. He's slow pulling, and he's very powerful. He can do inside, outside.
Right. What would Jordan Kona weigh?
Can you
Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Jordan Kona.
Tonev.
Yeah.
I think
Is that how you say it? Okay.
He is sparring partner of Krasimir Kostarinov, I think.
What would his weight be?
I think he's 100 kilo, like 220, I think.
What are you, Jason?
Right now, I'm walking around at 200 pounds.
Yeah, and he's really he's tall and he's really strong on the inside. I think his wrist is really strong.
Yeah.
But I think he was in final against Kochak, and he lost to Kochak. But everyone else he just killed inside.
Yeah.
No, last WAF Worlds.
Would you say for European arm wrestling? I'm just trying to think why it is that maybe people don't know a lot about it. Is there not a lot of social media content from Europe? Is there not like what is it that these Europeans do not get as well recognized as maybe they should?
Just because they don't speak English.
Right.
Like even if you have social media and you say something in Russian, how do you gonna translate it?
Fair enough.
So it comes down to just language barrier.
Yeah.
So like for example, and in East Europe, no one is following Uncle John or Pound for Pound because they just simply don't understand what's going on.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. For example, I watch Neil Pickup's channel, and I think it's like one of the best things that happened to 2020, just because amount of arm wrestlers, history, everything is there, and you can know a lot of stuff. But none of my friends can watch it and understand it. So I'm basically re-saying everything that happened, like last show, for example, and like we have discussion and opinions. But it's really hard to do it. Like that's why it's like there is still like bridge that need to be crossed. I think it's because like educational level. Like post-Soviet Union countries, we had really big issue with like English, and that's why we still have really tiny percent of people speaking English. If you look at like East but North Europe, like Latvia, Lithuania, they speak really good English, like all of them. Even if you like guy like going to the gym, not like Oxford scientist, but you still know the language. And in Ukraine, only like high educated people put effort to learn the language.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
interesting.
Yeah.
Yuri, wouldn't you say though that the overall though, even though there is obviously a language barrier and nobody's going to tune in from Eastern Europe to watch an English show, wouldn't you say though probably the U.S. or North America in general has the biggest social media impact, with the exception of Australia and Ryan Bowen? Wouldn't you say North America is the biggest hub for social media presence?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
No, I think it's great. And
Then,
like it's developing
I'd say
a
like
lot.
Eastern European has to they probably need to get out there more, and you know how PAL you know does the subtitles on the bottom.
Yep.
Like that at least gets me to watch
Maybe
everything that Igor is putting up.
Yeah, and actually we have you guys heard about Vadim Akperov? He's like a Russian national champ. Yeah, it's the thing. He's like, there is a YouTube channel, Russian speaking Iron Rating. They made like a documentary video with Tadzilla. They like traveled across US. They went to Dave Chaffee house. They went to Marcia Barboza. Yeah, they made like real documentary about America. Like they got road trip. It was Vasily Kuznetsov and Dzambulat Soriev, if you guys heard those names. So yeah, it's huge channel and they promote arm wrestling, but it's only for Russian speaking audience.
Right.
And what is the primary language when you like, sorry to interrupt you, when you're talking Ukraine, Latvia, Moldova, what's the primary, is it Russian?
No, for Ukraine, like half the countries, like maybe 70%, like easily speak Russian, but Russia, of course, Russian, and some other countries, older generation that used to be part of Soviet Union. They speak English, but nowadays it's already like separate countries. For example, Daniel from Moldova. Moldova speak Romanian language. Like Romania and Moldova, they speak the same language, and a lot of people in Moldova speak Russian language, but not all of them. So yeah, there are like people in Latvia who speak Russian, but or they can understand, but they don't really use it. They practice and stuff. Yeah, so it's not really a lot of people. I think everyone need to study English, and because
what I'm seeing here is, you know, what I'm thinking, Jason, is it would be pretty cool is doing a European PR tour, and I'm not even saying, I'm just saying going around, just meeting people, filming practices, going to some clubs, and just doing a real good PR stint over in Europe, just to get a.
So they actually doing like Iron Rating, as I said, YouTube channel. They, for example, recently they filmed Vitaly Lalitin in Ivan Matushenko in Moscow compete. Then they went to the Denis Siplinkov gym. They got some footage, Dadikan pulling Lalitin. Like it was a lot of content, but it's still for Russian speaking audience. So like there is like
exactly.
I see what you're saying, Jeff. You want to be able to bring that presence, obviously, for all English speaking countries. So, like I get that. I get what you're saying.
So let me just tell you some news. Like 23rd of January, like the guy that I was talking about, Vadim Akperov, he's like European champion. He's actually promoting and doing super matches between guys who are not involved in PAL or different leagues. So like they have no contracts. They will not be banned from participating in the league. So for example, it will be a lot of it would be Ogugjan Kochak against Leshuk. Leshuk is the guy who actually won like 105 plus in zloty, last zloty. That so it's like he has a lot of strength. So he's gonna compete against Ogugjan Kochak. Then we will have like Tautiev against Russian nationals, like this that happened right now, champ at 100 kilo against Tautiev, the guy who won Zoloev, if you guys know him, like tall, skinny, and he's super powerful. So he went to be a surgeon, but I think he is actually coming back to arm wrestling big time. So he's gonna have super match and other super matches. So they also trying to promote the sport, but it's again, you guys don't know about it because it's on Russian language.
Jeff, and you reaching out to other guys, Jeff, have you had problems with like language barriers where you had to go through someone else to reach that person? Like,
well, that's funny because no, I haven't. And I've talked to Daniel, I've talked to the Honda Bobiev, I've talked to Rustam, I've talked to all kinds of guys, but maybe that's just on Messenger. So maybe there's a translator already built in there because so I and actually the communication has been really, you know, I'll be honest with you, the most difficult conversations I've had is with Hector from Mexico. that's
amazing.
Yeah, I mean, for some reason that's the most challenging one is with Hector, and I mean it's all in English, but it's all translated. But anything over in Europe has been relatively smooth.
That's wild. That's wild.
Like, yeah. So I am really. Are you from Ukraine, Yuri?
Yep, I'm from central part of Ukraine. I've been living in the US for like 4 years. That's why I learned the language. So yeah.
What's? I'm gonna send you a friend, and I want to talk to you a little bit more about coming over to Ukraine.
Okay.
There you go. There's one ally there to connect the bridging the gap.
Yeah. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to send you a friend request.
And I think I can find you on Facebook, so it would be easy.
Yeah. Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, I just want to thank you all very much for doing what you're doing. I, for the life of me, cannot figure out how to. Part 2 that ended the midnight to 8 a.m. I cannot find it. Lists all the super chats individually. I can't add that shit up, motherfucker. I want to like total, and I cannot find it for the life of me. Thank you for saving the show because the biggest stressful thing so far of this thing is that literally it's so difficult to find out what the heck is going on. I can't even find the revenue share button. So I'm going to disappear for a sec while I troubleshoot. Thank you for keeping this show alive. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Derek,
Actually,
Uncle
one that-
John, and ARMTV. There you go.
Where is your partner, Uncle John?
Yeah, he should be back on by now. Like, he had a full night's sleep. Like, where's Uncle John?
You know, I said no stress, no stress. He was 2 hours ahead of us. So we'll see. We'll see.
Hey, Gary, when did you celebrate New Year's like twice? When Uncle John had New Year's and then when you had New Year's? Like,
dude, listen, I have no idea when anyone else hit New Year's. Evan Burgoyne, Barry Bourne, they were fucking up my show going nuts, and I lost all track. So I don't know what happened.
That's hilarious.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah, guys, I just want to share like one opinion. Maybe you agree or not. Let's discuss it. Like I watched Neil's Pickup Supernatural Strength channel, and he said there that some arm wrestlers like Engin Terzi, like the most obsessed person with arm wrestling, or like he loves arm wrestling the most. But I think actually Neil Pickup is the guy who loves arm wrestling the most, just because if you listen to podcast, every time there is like talk about decent level arm wrestler, he starts his words with like, you know, guys, one of my favorite or like the most favorite arm wrestler, and then he says the name, and it's like he repeats every time. Like he basically loves every arm wrestler. So I think he actually the one who loves arm wrestling the most. I just wanted to share that opinion.
It's such a wealth of knowledge that comes from him. I mean, he just has a general understanding of every single person involved in the sport, and not just at the high level, like going down to one step below, 2 steps below, 3 steps below. Like he knows about everybody, and it's amazing.
And he
just
knows
thinking
the history,
about
like
the amount of time that
does
he
not
has
only
dumped
about current
into.
situation, also from like 30 years ago. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, it's infectious too. Like his positivity and his knowledge of the sport and the way he just represents himself is really infectious. And I really enjoy watching any content from Neil Pickup. His presentation is just really engaging. It's easy to follow. It's really enjoyable. And huge shout out to Neil Pickup because the boy does his homework, and you can talk to him about anything arm wrestling, and you're gonna have a good conversation.
And he actually does know like a lot of Europeans. He even pronounced the names correctly. So he actually tries to like educate like west side of the world with like Eastern Europeans. So it's really cool stuff. And like unfortunately he like there is no like subtitles, or he doesn't speak Russian. Then it would be like crazy cool.
Right. Yeah. It's, like I said, it's just his willingness to be involved in every aspect of the sport. I can only imagine the amount of hours he puts in just to keep current. It's amazing that we have somebody like that, and I completely agree.
When the COVID is over, I think we should like try and put our effort to make Neil continue his YouTube channel, because like we would miss a lot, all this fixed show or like deep inside.
I think there's no question that Neil will continue it. It's I got a feeling that it's done quite well during this COVID era. I think he'll continue it. It does well. It gets a lot of views, and his content is really good. So,
and there's a lot of people say that 2020 was bad for arm wrestling for a lot of obvious reasons, in terms of a lot less super matches, a lot less tournaments and stuff like that. But social media for arm wrestling in 2020 continued to explode. And I think it's just because of the lack of those tournaments, and everybody was able to just focus on social media, YouTube channels, and all that stuff. And with the guys like Neil Pickup, with Gary coming aboard, with Ryan continuing to push, with Jeff Frank's
TL
involvement, all of that kept flourishing everything. So you have to look at it, you know, in one way it was a bad thing, but however, I think longer term, I think it's a really good thing how 2020 panned out.
Actually, I think Jason, you said like you are not known guy or something. I think Armwrestling TV actually have a lot of footage of you like beating everyone at 200-pound class. So
Well,
I
yeah,
saw
well,
you like, and I definitely saw that you have really strong riser, like rising and wrist. So like
Yeah.
you are not no name definitely.
Understood. I'm relatively. I definitely my name has creeped out a little bit. But yeah, with like Alex and Arm Wrestling TV, him getting out there and filming the events. We live close to each other, so whatever events I attend, he's going to be there filming. So that has been definitely lucky for me. And yeah,
Well,
all this rising and posting and back pressure, I swear, everybody on my team, when I first joined the team in 2015, they say it's from fishing because like before arm wrestling, diehard fisherman since I was born, that's where everybody says like that natural posting and back pressure and hand and wrist ability came from. So it's interesting. That's why whenever somebody asks questions about training and stuff like that, I always throw that in there. Just go fish.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes it comes from genetics and also training, because like I have a friend and he's genetically super gifted. Like he can wrist curl like with the 70-kilo dumbbell, and he does it from negative point of
That's insane.
So like his wrist is actually world champion level. It's like his shoulder pronation is lacking the strength, but he's like I cannot take his wrist, like it's impossible for me.
Well, I think you say it best here. Could you imagine? And I guess that's the power of social media right there. You know, Jason, you're probably not as unknown as you think you are, just with the power of social media. And I had no idea that the TAL and my plans have reached Ukraine.
I watched it live on Facebook, so yeah.
Yeah, so you know, one of the things I see, and you just touched on it with being genetically gifted, is just think about how many people yet are to be involved in this sport that are just, whether it's fishermen, whether it's a farmer, whether it's a construction worker, concrete layer, there's so many guys out there that don't know of the sport. That's why I love social media, is to grow it like that. Because oh man, I'm there's so many guys out there that never even know arm wrestling existed, that we need to reach those people that are probably so genetically gifted that are already top 10.
Right.
You know, in North America.
You're right. The untapped talent that those guys, they have no idea they have that ability. They have no idea they have that ability. And it's just like the same with me with my hands and wrists. Like when I first joined the team, you know, the guys were just like, your hand and wrist is unbelievable. And it was just like lucky. Like I had no idea. I had no idea how it would compare. But you're 100% right, Jeff. There's so many people out there that just don't know, and we have to eventually reach them, and they'll be hooked once they see like, holy shit, maybe I do have a good hand and wrist or something. You know what I mean? Like they'll find that out.
It's what I was saying to Gary the other day too. I don't think there's any such thing as too many tournaments or too many promoters or too many this or too many that. I mean, if we all do our job and work hard at this and promote these events in the right way and reach, I mean, the people that don't know about arm wrestling, I think, are our biggest assets right now, and we got to tap into those assets. I believe that all these novices are well, obviously is the future of arm wrestling, and we need to reach those people and promote these events and have the amateur events really, really big. I was really happy with the TAL1 that I had here in Red Deer, Alberta, because some of these amateur events were 16 to 20 people deep. That's encouraging. Right. And they're now hooked. Yeah. So.
And I think, you know, with a lot of different promoters, as the sport continues to grow, in my opinion, I think eventually once it gets to a certain point, like people should start thinking about having 2-day events in terms of 1-day amateurs, next day pros, because that'll at least give the ability for amateurs to do their stuff and then come back later and look up to the pros like it's this big thing. But like I said, it'll also give them the ability to hold their tournament, and people will be in the crowd, like looking up to the amateurs. And it gives some light into them. You know, it's like they're on the big stage and all eyes are on them, and not just waiting later on for the pros to go. And I think it'll get to a certain point where that'll eventually be a big possibility. Like once you said, 20, 30 guys in a class in an amateur event. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah.
So
Yes, Jason, I have a training question to you. You said you guys practice every week, like once a week. Are you the strongest guy in your team? What's the strength gap between you guys?
Marcio, number one. Marcio, number one.
And I train with Matt
you said
Mask, so
Marcio.
Matt Mask is number one.
So Marcio's number one, and then yeah, in terms of strongest and I guess level in the sport, then it would be me next, and then the rest of the guys fizzle out. But I mean, even under me, I mean, there's this.
Yeah.
The way that our team has grown, it's amazing seeing people grow within the sport that become your really good friends. And yeah, I never would have leveled up at all if I wouldn't have found a team. Like, a team is absolutely vital to be able to extract information, train, learn, and as the team gets stronger, you're going to automatically get stronger also. So it's not just me wanting to get stronger just all on my own. I can't get stronger unless the other guys are getting stronger with me.
And how do you guys manage the sparring session? For example, is it like you just coming and just killing each other, or it's like planned? If you can share, maybe it's
absolutely.
like your club secret.
No. And that's the thing with our team. Like, people have come into our team and they're like, holy shit, you guys like have no problem saying and sharing everything that you know, which was at the beginning was very strange to me, because it's like I said, we have that mentality of you need your team to get stronger in order for yourself to get stronger. So you can't hold back secrets. I don't understand why anyone would keep any type of secrets to themselves. You need a team in order to build yourself. So one of the biggest things at the beginning of practice when everybody goes there is we do static holds in different positions: neutral position, losing position, winning position, in the hook, in a top roll, 1 to 1.5 minute static holds in each position, both arms. That's sort of our warm up. And then, there's certain ways where you can say, all right, we're going to be starting to train this. It's not just killing everybody and trying to get somebody to pin.
But that
and
is a huge problem today.
Yeah,
huge,
I think
huge
we
problem.
need to educate more people. I even done it myself, where bunch of amateurs, there is no really strong guy, so everyone is trying to be like the strong one, and it doesn't lead you to anything.
You're not learning nothing.
All. And
It's even a bad mentality.
In Ukraine, where we have huge level guys, sometimes we also have killer practice where we just going 100%. But what I did for myself, I just said okay, you're the stronger person, just let me work on my stuff. And when you speak, a lot of people just silent, or they intimidated by the people. For example, Ukrainian national champ in absolute category, you would be scared to say something, but actually everyone understands. And when you say okay, let me work and just don't hit me to the pad, keep me on the center, or just don't arm wrestle if you don't want to do it. And
Exactly.
and I could work on it. And actually I decided for myself to pull less, because it's still it's hard to progress in strength measurements if you
100%.
practice every week 100%. So I developed for myself, I actually took from Tadzilla training a lot, and I started implementing that, and I had huge strength increase in my game. So I think everyone should practice different type of training and check what works for them, because everyone recovered differently, and everyone has elastic limits. For example, if your arm doesn't go from here, every time someone hits you really heavy, you will get sore for 3 weeks. But if you actually very elastic and you you don't have any pain, someone can crush you all the time and you can come back like 3 days later.
I
Yeah,
think
so it's
I
different.
think it's a huge topic that needs to be addressed more, especially in shows like this, about the importance of practice, and practice not being a tool where you're just trying to show how strong you are. Because I personally see it all the time, and I'll even use TAL2 as an example, where you see a guy who's a really, really strong practice puller, but gets demolished in a setting, in a super match. How many people you see are, you're always practicing in a good position, and you're never practicing in a bad position and getting out of negatives or stuff like that. Oh man, I can't express the importance
Or
enough.
like, for example, with the strap buckle, you try to put buckle on other person. I try to put it always on my arm just to experience.
Exactly. That's one thing that I've been doing. Like at practice, the people, when they want to do strap match, I always ask for the buckle, even though I don't think there's, now with the newer strap, the fairer strap, there is not much of a difference in terms of fairness. But I still always ask for the buckle because I want the worst case scenario.
Exactly.
And I always set the buckle all the way up on my knuckles.
Get
I
in
want
the
it to
worst
be
position.
Uncomfortable. Yes, exactly. I want it as uncomfortable as possible, so that if that were to ever happen in a real match, I could have some preparation for that. But I think going back to the training with at practice, it is super and vital to have an understanding between you and the other person who's training, as well as having that mentality with the whole entire team. Practice is practice. There's no practice winner. Nobody gives a shit if you pin somebody. Nobody cares. You have to understand that practice is a tool for you to get better.
It's one of my
means nothing.
You're 100%. And I'll tell you right now, I train with Matt Mask twice a week. Okay, that's our club here in Red Deer, Alberta. And I know when I watch Matt Mask practice twice a week. I know his style. It was one of my disappointments when Hermes Gasparini posted that video of the after pull of him beating him. I have watched Matt literally get beat, because that's just what he does when he's practice pulling, by a lot lesser guys than Hermes Gasparini. Like I've watched him, go with just really strong guys, and it's just what he does. It's not his style to go into an after pull or to a practice pull and do really good. He's an aggressive power puller, a fast hitter, a fast pronator from a very aggressive start. When he just practice pulls, it's just, I was very disappointed in Hermes posting that as using that as okay, I should beat Matt Mask. That wasn't very fair. Hey, listen, you lost under WL rules. You should have come prepared for WL. You didn't. You lost that match. Hey, if you want to do it under a WAF style setting, then do it again. But don't go post something about a practice pull after and say this is the outcome that should have been. I was really disappointed in that.
And I understand exactly what you're saying. Who knows if by posting that it was malicious or not, and who knows if the verbiage behind it was basically not. Who knows if the verbiage that he put in the text there was supposed to be malicious or not, or if there was a miscommunication there. But I understand exactly what you're saying, Jeff. Everybody has to understand practice pulling is practice pulling, and that's like it stops right there. Like you could say this is the possibility, but those are instances that didn't happen in the real match when it happens.
Okay, in like Russian-speaking community of arm wrestling, it was like a recently raised topic. So as I said, Vitaly Lalitin and Ivan Matushenko, they had like practice pull, but during the practice pull, they didn't actually work together. So what they did, one was trying to just basically win. Like Vitaly didn't give any centimeter to Ivan, and Ivan same thing. He was just trying to like green the hook style and win. So and guys around they were saying like, okay, maybe you best train in like inside or something. But still, even in elite pullers, they still have they're like mentally not ready to get your arm pinned to the pad. And everyone was thinking like, was it the like what was their goal of practice pull? To check your strengths if you like can easily beat this person, or together work on something for you and for myself. Like do something here, like work on technique and stuff, like make each other better, or just simply identify who is stronger at this moment. Yeah, so it was like they had practice, but at the same time they didn't make each other better. So yeah, and it was like kind of like strange, and everyone is thinking like why was that, and what is the best way, and everyone has their own opinion. Yes, so it's actually interesting topic.
But it's okay, though. I think it's okay for, like, elite level guys who do pull at a practice table. A lot of times they can actually give a pretty serious effort into it. And a lot of times it is probably just to figure out those spots so that they can store that information in their brain in case they come across that person next time. And figure out the tactic against them for next time they meet at the table. So there's definitely certain areas or times where it's okay to, be aggressive like that on a practice setting. But then, like I said, you can't be boastful and saying, look, I pinned whoever at the practice table and say that this is, I'm better than this person, I win. Like, you can't approach it like that. Not fit.
They also discussed, the thing is, they try to think who are the athletes, like elite athletes, who doesn't mind. Like, for example, Dennis will stay on practice till he loses, and he doesn't care if it's get posted on YouTube, on social media. His like self-confidence doesn't go anywhere. Like he's super humble about this. John Brzank is like the biggest example, because like everyone, even if you listen to Todd Hutchnick, he says like when someone pulls John, everyone thinks that they're like super strong and can beat him even. Yeah, but it's just practice, and he tries to work on a lot of things. Yeah, so I think people need to understand that practice is, first of all, to make each other better, like to work on it together, and just forget about like you can do your, like you can test yourself at competition, and when it comes to practice, just try to be smart about it. Yeah, it's my opinion about it topic.
Absolutely. 100% right.
I was gonna ask you, Yuri, kind of switching gears here a bit. Any insight onto where WAF is at and another World Championships, and also how's do you have any insight on how Oleg is doing? Oleg Zhok?
Good question.
I have no insight. Unfortunately, I don't follow WAF at all, because I'm going like I already saw schedule for the next year for Ukraine like competitions, and we get scheduled for April 18th. Junior, senior, and like masters, I think, or not, Ukrainian nationals, and then in June, IFA European Championships, the ones that are supposed to be like last year in Kiev. So it's gonna be like this June. They hope to make it, but I'm not sure because of COVID. Is it gonna happen or not? But for example, right now, I got some like extra pounds at New Year, but I want to like start losing weight to get like back on track, and for like 4 months prepare myself for nationals, and then compete at European Championship IFA. So unfortunately, Oleg just won Ukrainian nationals at left-handed 80 kilo. So when he was on the top, he was at 85 kilo. So right now he competes at 80 kilo, and he won nationals, and he won Ukrainian like professional cup. It's almost like nationals. So it also among all Ukrainians, like all the champs go there, and he also won there. So, but I don't really think that his form is like equal to what it was when he beat Pushkar and everyone at Moldova event. But he's back and he's doing great. So I think like in his class, he is already at this, almost at the same level. Like his wrist doesn't bend, his arm like posting is huge. No one is hooking him. So yeah, he's already in good shape.
Yeah, so it
But
sounds like he's on his recovery.
Yeah, and I don't know about anything else.
No, that's
Gary.
interesting. So, do you guys hold over in Ukraine, Moldova? Do you guys hold smaller type events, just local leagues, local,
Yep.
type? There's lots of that, eh?
Yeah, the thing is, last year we got divided. Like it was one Ukrainian league and another one Ukrainian league. One is like supported by Babayev and Beskaroviny. Those two guys, they found their own league because the other one is corrupted. So like the previous president of the league, he was taking money from the government and spending on something else, but not events. So yeah, so we had that. So when I listen to podcasters, when they say, "Oh, East Europeans, they get paid like $1,000 for winning," no, it's not. Maybe Georgia get paid, Kazakhstan or Bulgaria, but not all East Europe. So yeah, it's not like we get a lot of money for winning events. But we definitely have, like, for example, last time I participated in event, we had like last Zloty Tour 78 kilo champ, Roman Ryabtsev, his name, some other guys, all in one like category. It was fun, like 36 people in like left absolute category and divided in categories for like right hand. It was no entry fees, and yeah, it was fun event. Then it was another event like months later. So yeah, we have like local events. The thing is, Ukraine is huge with bad roads. Like it's like
the traveling's hard.
It's like 700 to 800 miles from west to east, and a little bit less from north to south. And to travel it by car, you need like 20 hours from one side to another. Yeah, and so it's not that easy to travel for everybody. So once it's like nationals or it's a really good money tournament, everyone goes on a train. They come like a day or two before. Yeah, it's something like that.
Hey, listen, guys. I gotta jump in for a second. You guys are so awesome. You were like on a fucking roll. You've talked nonstop for like I don't know how long. That shit is amazing. Unfortunately, we just have to station identification. I just want to thank everyone who's still joining us today. We are 12 hours in, plus 3, plus 4, 16 hours into the feed. I want to know, we've added Billy Ortegas, the other TAL.
What's up?
I had that's TAL. You guys,
Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you. We're here because I wanted to start the new year off awesome. Anyone who's now joining us on the second time around, thank you very much for the support. Thank you for all the super chats. I lost track of part 2, what the super chats are. So I know we're more than 1,100, but I'm not quite sure how much more. This feed is $32 since we restarted it. So we're at least 1,130 plus whatever I lost track of. Jonathan Breda, thank you for the $5 super chat. I just want to remind everyone why we're here. I have a connection with Derek Smith. We date back to when his very first tournament. He beat my ass. I thought I could take him because I knew he was novice. I really thought I could take him. And he told me he was going to be a lifer. I'm in it for the long haul. I know it's his dream. When you see Michael Todd doing what he's doing, you see Devin Laird doing what he's doing, I know that's Derek's dream. I know he's not the only one. There's so many of you guys out there that you want to do that. You want to travel around, you want to arm wrestle everyone, have a cool YouTube channel, or like Alex and Schoolboy. And I wish I could do this for everyone, but Derek and I have a connection, and I know he's served the sport well. I know he's put his training and I know he's put training his new arm wrestlers above his own sometimes. And it's commendable what the man has done. He kept at it when I didn't. And I think if there's any guy in the sport of arm wrestling that could benefit, I mean, I'm not saying Larry Wheels is magic, but it's clearly that going there and training with him arm wrestling, it does something for your YouTube channel. I'm not, you know, it just is clearly evidence that is. And I know that this is his dream. I know it'd make a difference if we can send him. We are $800 to $900 short of our goal of 2,000. I'm committed to stay on this feed until I achieve that goal. We've so far can afford a plane ticket, but I'm working a hotel and food and a passport cost if he doesn't have his passport. Thank you everyone for helping keeping this go. You've refired me up, so I'm gonna continue. And I want to thank everyone on the show. You guys, maybe you should start your own YouTube channel or your own podcast, or if you don't want to manage that, maybe you could come on ARMTV. You could start your own podcast on this channel, revenue share with you guys. You're like magic together. I mean, you guys are just rolling. So I apologize for kind of interrupting you, but I had to remind people what you were here for. And if you can, we've added Billy from Texas. They've shown ARMTV some love. So we got to bring him on the show. Billy,
what's up?
I want to find out a little bit more about you, but I kind of want these guys to come some sort of a good break point. I don't want to interrupt you like I did, but if you guys can continue that conversation, please do. But just know Billy's in the room. We'd like to find out about Billy at some point.
It's all good. Keep it going, man. Good stuff. Keep it going.
You guys keep going. Jeff, you had a question.
Oh,
Do you
man,
remember?
I totally forgot now.
Let's
We
find
were just
out
sharing
about Billy.
opinions.
Let's find out about Billy now.
Okay, Billy, who are you?
Awesome.
Yeah, let Billy go.
Well, Billy Ortegas. I live in San Antonio, Texas. I am a director for the Texas Arm Wrestling League. I guess the other TAL, but not officially. Texas Arm Wrestling League here in Texas, and I am the, lack of better words, the weird camera guy for Texas Arm Wrestling League.
Weirdo. Beat your ass.
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
I crush a slut. I crush a bitch. How long you been arm wrestling? How'd you find it? Give me some.
14 months now. I started last 2019 October. Walked into my first tournament in a local team here in San Antonio, San Antonio Arm Wrestling Association, and I showed up at a tournament. I didn't pull in the tournament, but I pulled a little bit on the side tables and everything like that. First time I ever touched a table, and then just hooked up with those guys and started rolling ever since.
And how did you become a weirdo camera guy?
I never thought I would be one to get into the videography or pictures or anything like that. I started doing a little videoing of our practices here locally in San Antonio. And then I started, when we started Texas Arm Wrestling League, Albert Dean was the media director at that time. And love Albert. Wanted to, I look up to Albert as a video guy. He's one of the other ones. And just started getting into it. And before I knew it, it's kind of weird because I guess it's weird. The past few tournaments that I've been to, it seems like my focus is more on video and capturing these arm wrestling moments and stuff like that than I am on the actual tournament that I'm pulling in. So I'm having to jump between matches, drop the camera, pull a match, and I'm loving it right now.
Well, thank you very much for being here and supporting what we're doing here tonight.
Absolutely.
And I apologize. What did I interrupt? What were we talking about?
I was just going to ask Billy, so you're from San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
So you must know Dustin Laughlin?
That's my boy.
So he just sent me a message saying, Jeff, I dug your interview with Gary Roberts. You are welcome at my table in San Antonio anytime.
Yep.
I actually got some friends out in Del Rio, Texas, and I told them I've been meaning to get out there, and hopefully this spring I can get out there. So I told them that I'm going to come by and do a practice with you guys.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Come
I
on
think that'd be
down.
pretty cool.
Let us know. We'll make it a big deal. You know, we'll get everybody down here. Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you want to come over to come down to Texas, just give us a shout, and we'll pull all the strings that we've got to try to help accommodate that.
Yeah, I got some friends that live out in Del Rio, and they're not even affiliated with arm wrestling, but they've been offering me to come down there for a few years now to hunt Audad.
There you go.
And I've been meaning to take them up on it. They're great people. They're good friends of mine. And so I told them this spring that I was planning to come out there, and San Antonio is where I would fly into. So if that all comes to fruition, I'm going to plan on doing that maybe in April. And then, come do some training with you guys.
Awesome. We'd love it.
Hey, I have a question for you guys. You watched The Fix with Neil Pickup, is that correct?
Yep.
All of you?
Yes.
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 So what is it like knowing that Neil Pickup is watching you guys?
It's like playing basketball
awesome.
with Michael Jordan, or having him like watching you putting the ball to the net.
I can't. I mean, Neil Pickup in the chat comment. I gotta.
Does Neil know you stole his line?
I know. Yeah, I don't. I mean, it's contagious, right? When Neil says it, I can't help it. Blah, blah, blah.
There was another one at TAL2 that Travis Bajan stole, and that was, what did he say? And I'm pretty sure that's a Neil Pickup line. Neil Pickup, if you're listening, correct me on this. But Travis Bajan said, if you see any of these two in your bed sleeping with your wife, you just tuck them in.
Yeah.
Yes.
I believe that is true.
Is that a Neil Pickup line or Travis Bajan?
Yeah, he said that line about when now my mind's drawn a blank.
I think he said that about Paul Lynn. Like, if Paul Lynn walks in, you invite him and you let him go into bed with your wife.
I mean, I would say that's pretty accurate. I mean, anyways, yeah, it's hard, I guess if you're a commenter guy, it's hard not to take good lines, right? I mean, wouldn't you? I don't know. It's like, what do you
just give credit, man. Give credit where credit's due.
Yeah.
Well, I think,
Exactly.
I mean, Neil Pickup's got some good ones. And one of the ones that stands out to me is when Wagner, Bortolato, and Devin Larratt, when he said,
that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, when he shook that man's hand and his shoelaces tightened. Referencing Wagner Bortolato.
Yeah.
So.
But I mean, watching y'all and stuff like that, we've at Texas Arm Wrestling League has just kicked off a little podcast. We've got 2 interviews in now. One with Lindley Keaton, and the other one with Livingston. I'm going to butcher this. Denegre Vot Charuf. So you can go on our YouTube channel and check those out. Pretty interesting. And we're very, very new at this, and we've got a lot of work to do, but
Awesome.
The podcast thing is, watching the Total Arm Wrestling Show, Gary Roberts ARMTV, Uncle John, same thing. It's like, we've got to do something here in Texas. And, we want to, just like anybody anywhere else, we want to grow the sport of arm wrestling, but we also want to showcase our Texas guys here. There's a lot of time in arm wrestling that some of our guys have here, and they got a lot of stories that are just really cool.
Awesome.
Okay, guys, I have a question to everyone who's familiar with the United States. Let's imagine if I'm arm wrestler from any other country, and I just won green card, or I got visa to live in the US. What would be the best state or area to immigrate to or live in to arm wrestle? Where
Depends if you're a Republican or a Democrat.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, I lived in South Carolina. It sucks.
Are you Donald Trump or you Joe Biden? You like your guns, you don't like your guns.
Okay. So it comes down to politics, not like we're the best arm wrestler group or something.
Well, Yuri, at this point, I mean, there's been a lot of groups that have really grown. Especially, I mean, I'm from the Northeast. I know there's a lot of big groups in the Northeast, especially Pennsylvania, with Paul Lynn, Storm, Sam Harris, those guys. Definitely a lot of guys there. And then you also have up in Connecticut, I think, Ron Klemba, Tim Bresnan, Seth Barnett. Those guys. I know that there's another group up in Vermont or New Hampshire, I want to say, with Granite Arms. You have Team Beast Mode here in Jersey. And then, you know, the list really goes on and on. I mean, look, you have Texas Arm Wrestling League here. I know that there's a lot of teams down in Texas. Then if you go in the South, Louisiana, Alabama, Florida is a big, a lot of guys there.
Big up
you
there,
would
yeah.
really, you would really have to do a little bit of research to figure out where or how close in proximity you would want to go. But like I said, just in a general sense, I know, because I'm from here, anywhere you hit in the Northeast, you're going to find a good group of guys fairly close. That is just a general I can say for the Northeast.
Yeah.
And then
California's
in California,
a big one too.
yes, California. Yeah, we're here for Derek Smith. I mean, there's a lot of teams in California. A lot of teams in California. That is a big hub for arm wrestling for sure, both in North and South.
Gotcha. Thank you for answering.
Hey, Gary Roberts.
Yes, sir.
Ryan Espy just sent me a message asking how long you have to go, and I said about $800. He says, "Holy shit, he's going to be there to January 5th."
So be it. So be it, bitches. Let me tell you something. I talked about it earlier. I am never going to be a world champion arm wrestler. But I can do shit like this. And I want you to know that I'm not going to stop until I make my goal. Here's the only caveat. The one thing that I can shut this whole thing down is if my wife comes in and says, "You're done." Because I sold her on the fact that it probably would go till sometime in the morning. And then I said we'd probably be done. So I'm going to keep going. She's the one most likely to shut me down, not me sleeping. Because as everyone starts waking up, I'm going to get fired up again. Barbarian Arm Wrestling. Gary, I challenge the viewers to donate $100 in aggregate. Eric already donated $60 or $69. A Barbarian, what happens if they come up to $100? Are you matching? Is that what you're doing? Who's Barbarian Arm Wrestling?
He's out of Canada. I think he's out of, I want to say Ontario, but it might be further east. He might be right on the East Coast. But Till Bronze, he goes by Till Bronze. I'm not sure if that's his real name. All
right. Well, I mean, there's a challenge. I've been challenging everyone all night long. So we just have to wait till they put their money up. I appreciate all the super chats, although just so you know, YouTube does take 30%. It's really weird.
Keep her going, guys. Hey guys, I gotta rip out here. Yuri, Jason, Billy, Gary, Happy New Year. Hope you guys had a great Christmas. I gotta head out here, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you all soon.
Mr. Frank, thank you.
It was nice talking to you.
Been a pleasure, Jeff.
Thank you for joining us. And all
right.
Stacy Morgan, you super chatted $10 earlier. I don't think I said anything. Thank you very much, Stacy Morgan. Guys, what is a topic that you guys want to talk about? We'll leave it open forum. If you're in the chat, is there a certain topic you want to hit? Let us. We talked about a lot of different stuff, but again, I'm going to keep this train rolling, and I appreciate any help we can do to make it. I think Derek is a worthy guy.
So did you guys follow Devin Larratt with Bob Brown talking about King's Move? Have you watched it, Jason? So Jason, what's your personal opinion on King's Move, and should it be banned, or is it unfair to have guy with the lock arm and stuff? Like, what's your personal opinion? And I will share mine after I hear yours.
This is a very delicate topic. This is so delicate. You need to just touch it, just tap it. I'm fine with the King's move as it has evolved in the sport. I just think if there's a certain rule set for the King's move in terms of keeping the shoulder above the table, I just think whatever the rules are, they should just be enforced.
No, I'm not just talking about technique, but what about also bone lock? Not just King's move, but also person having disability of arm going straight.
I mean, how Devin was bringing it up. I mean, that if you're gonna essentially penalize or if you're gonna essentially penalize somebody for having a disability, let's call it a disability, then you have to look at everybody. I mean, Oleg for having a massive giant hand that is, you know, you would essentially have to put something for that. So I think it's a very delicate topic, and it has to be allowed. It's just. You know, Devin brought it up, I think, great in terms of, you know, you have to allow this type of thing because then it really starts eliminating competitors in the sport. And why would you want to eliminate top athletes in the sport just because of that? So you have to essentially just train to figure out how to beat it. I don't know why there's such a big stigma about it. It's just that I think if there's a certain set of rules, just enforce the rules and that's it. Whatever the rules are, enforce them, and that's it. That's my overall opinion about it.
Like myself, I think that you can actually bend the wrist of the guy who does King's move, and if you do it and you shoulder press, you can actually win it. That person. But do you think how hard is technically to apply pressure to bend the wrist when you're strapped to the guy who is doing like King's move? Like, is it like really super hard to do it, or like it's achievable if you actually focus on that type of like beating the King's move?
Just like with anything else, the King's move is becoming more and more popular, and it's relatively new. And because it's relatively new and not as well known, I think people have to learn how to navigate around that. And just because of how new it is, people don't really know how to navigate around it. So I think it's going to be an evolution in terms of a few years. It's going to start to become more and more accepted, and people are just going to figure out how to beat a King's move. But Devin also had said, if you hit that certain bone lock, and Michael Todd has even said it, if you hit that bone lock, it hurts them. So they're going to end up diving down and you're going to pin them. So it's getting past that spot to that bone lock where it starts giving them that pain. And, you know, the King's move can be beaten. So I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be accepted in the sport. You know, and that's my overall opinion on that.
Yeah.
I think it's like, for example, like hook or top roll. For example, you definitely know that the guy is going to beat you like forever in the hook. So you develop top roll and you like beat him with another technique. So basically King's move is the same thing. It's just much harder to like actually beat the guy with the King's move. But you can still, for example, if you don't have shoulder press with bent wrist, or your pronation ability and wrist is weak, of course you're going to lose to the King's move, and you can complain about it. But find like if you really like, for example, I would love to see Talgat Aktaev. It's like skinny Kazakhstan world champ who actually goes to tricep press, and he like goes through everyone. I would really be curious about him pulling someone in his weight category doing the King's move and having actually bone lock, how the pressures will like be. I think he can actually beat the guy just because it's like it's clear technique to beat the King's move. So I think it's just everyone need to develop plus like 2 more techniques in their arsenal to actually deal with someone with King's move. I think it's like you have no option if you want to be number one.
Right. Billy, you're overall, you're more new in the sport. What's your opinion with your, I guess, limited knowledge about the King's move? What's your opinion?
Well, I mean, I agree with you. I think that once you start creating rules for certain moves and stuff, in the general landscape, you're gonna run into all kinds of roadblocks because you're gonna have to continue to, as things evolve, you're gonna have to continue to make more and more rules. So I don't think it's good in that aspect. The shoulder, you don't want a guy falling completely underneath the table. I get that, but like for me, in my opinion, it comes down to whether or not you've lost everything. So they talk, with all this talk, Ingan and stuff, the desperation move and stuff. There's times where Devin does the king move, but he's always maintained his pronation. Michael Todd, he's got the bone lock, so his arm really never straightens out. So it's kind of weird, but he also, too, in some instances, keeps his pronation. And then you see other matches where a guy loses everything. He loses his hand, he loses his back pressure, he loses his pronation, and he's literally just arm straight out, extended. Do you call that? That's where you get into the rule making thing,
Right.
But in that
tough.
moment, in that moment, you've lost everything, in my opinion. And you might get it back. Most do, just because you get into that situation is how do you get around it?
What I think also, I think it's good that we're actually at this level in the sport, or this point in the sport, because when you come across problems, that means the sport is growing. Essentially, it's growing to a certain extent. So I feel like it's a good problem to have. You can't just have everybody all happy about certain things at times. This is growing pains. This is just general growing pains. And I think if rules start coming up because of it, I just think it's going to be hard on the refs to make calls and stay consistent with it, because it's going to be opinion based. It's going to be very opinion based, and that's what the biggest problem is. You need to avoid opinion and just have it as a factual thing. So yeah, I mean, it's a very delicate topic, very delicate.
No, you're right about that. I mean, it does boil down to just the ref's opinion rather than straight cut rules.
Right. That's so hard. It's so hard when opinion gets brought into it. I feel like that's why it's still essentially it's not an issue, but people have disagreements about it and different opinions on it.
Yeah, well, everybody's out there, and I think there was I cannot remember the name of the group or if they were organization, but I do remember seeing a video where they were going to develop the system for that King's move style move, and that they would give warnings. And if you didn't stand up, then they were going to X amount of times, they were going to end up fouling you or just losing the match completely. So, I mean, I think there are some places out there where they're trying to navigate around that, but I guess we'll just have to see where all that goes.
Just get strong enough and plow right through the King's move, and then nobody will have a problem.
Well,
figure it out.
Jason, have you heard about like jam presses, like exercise jam presses?
Mm-hmm.
JM presses.
Yeah, so like everyone needs to work on that, so they would be able to use like triceps pressure more often, because like I heard it from Tadzilla. I started doing it for 6 months, and right now after practice, when I do like a lot of side pressure with the guys and I am involving my elbow, I don't have any inflammation in my elbow after like super hard sessions. And I was amazed that it actually works. But all you need to do is consistently do it. Like every workout, you just change intensity. So you go like from empty bar, or you go to like 100 pounds, like even like 180 if you like confident enough that you're not gonna break your chin or your nose.
I completely agree, and I started doing those ever since Todd Hutchins brought that up. They're a great exercise now. I incorporate it, so it's
like super
amazing.
gift for rehabilitating your elbow.
Gary, do you have some news there for us? Tell us what that means. 1274. That's where we're at.
1274. That's $726 away from our goal.
Nice.
So as you'll see, I filled up my initial goal was a plane ticket, but I said, no, I need to go better. So we filled up this first one. That's an accomplishment. I was going to stop here, but I've got to say, fuck no. I need hotel, airfare, and food for Derek Smith and a passport.
Gary Roberts is a beast. I love it. Everybody support. Everybody support. Do we have any comments? Any interesting comments coming through, Gary?
Actually, I guess I also have one more topic. Everyone is watching Larry Wheels' channel right now because of arm wrestling, right?
Yes.
Yes. So what I actually saw in his videos that so many people trying to teach him, and I think he gets overwhelmed with so different information because, for example, in some professional sports like I don't know, wrestling or boxing, there are like few systems that you follow and you get to the top if you are talented, you put a lot of work and effort. But in arm wrestling, it's like hundreds of ways to get to the top level.
Yes.
And the thing is, everyone is saying to him different stuff, and I think for him, I think he already mixing a lot of information together, and it goes to like something messy. I think he actually needs to do all his like powerlifting system just for basic like back pressure, side pressure, and wrist curls. He doesn't need anything else. And table time, just when his arm is like tired, with someone who actually knows technique very well. Because I saw some guys like giving him advice when he sets up, and they give wrong advices while he's doing that, and it was like something weird.
Okay, listen, don't lose your place, but Barbarian stepped up and did match the $100
Awesome.
over instantly. We just got like a hair closer. Now
Awesome.
you know 600 away. We can't stop. No.
Yeah, we're close. We're getting close. Yuri, to respond to you about Larry Wheels. Yeah, so I'm sure he's definitely getting overwhelmed with the amount of information. However, I think he, as with any newcomer, one of the things that I tell them for sure is you're going to receive a lot of information. You need to take bits and pieces depending on what works for you. So I think all the information that Larry is getting is great. I think he's just going to start realizing that he can't take it all in and just start doing everybody's trainings or whatever he's saying. He has to take bits and pieces that work for his style. He's in the process of figuring all that out. Like I said, this is just a natural phenomenon for all new arm wrestlers. They just take those little bits and pieces and start putting the building blocks together and putting the pieces together for what works for them. So it's okay to be overwhelmed. I think it's okay. The more information, the better. It's just you have to take bits and pieces from everywhere you get the information that works for you. How about you, Billy? With your, you being relatively new, how has it been absorbing new information that's been coming into you? How is that?
I wouldn't say it's overwhelming, but I could definitely get a sense of probably where Larry feels that he may get on a track, whether that be a outside or inside puller or, whatever. And then, a big name comes to visit him and they're giving him critiques and tips that are completely opposite to what his mindset might've been setting into. So like for me, I don't think I've still quite figured out. I think I'm more of an outside puller, but I start to, sometimes I start to lean a little inside too. So I haven't even quite figured it out myself yet. So,
but that's good though. That's part of the journey. It's fun. That's what's fun about.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Cause then that gives me I don't have to focus on just one skill set. I can try to build them both up at the same time. And then at some point, one of those skill sets is going to drastically supersede the other. And then I think I'll know where I'm at with that.
That's awesome. And, I remember, learning all the information and stuff like that at the beginning, all the new information and then just putting the pieces together myself. Mm-hmm. It's just like, it's eye opening because before really jumping into the sport, you probably have your general misconceptions that it's fairly simple. And then once you really start diving into it, you're like, holy shit, this is complicated. There's so much to it. And I think that's what drew me more and more and more into the sport. Yeah. It's nonstop learning. There's so much to it.
Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I stepped into the sport 14 months ago at about 235 pounds. Been in the gym for decades, just, different things. I did a little bit of bodybuilding, never competed or anything, did a little powerlifting. So I was well versed in the gym, had a decent, base as far as strength goes and stuff. And I stepped up to the table, getting my ass kicked by 154-pound guys.
How awesome is that? How awesome
it
is
is.
that?
It is eye-opening because, like what you were saying, you just looking at arm wrestling, you don't see the technicality in it. You don't see the insides. So of course, everybody, without even anybody knowing anything, you think automatically strength, muscle. You don't even realize tendon and all that. It is such a huge thing in this. I mean, very humbling when you step up to the table with this just, 5'8", 5'9", 154-pound guy, and you're thinking that, okay, do whatever you want to, and they do.
How old are you two, Billy? How old are you?
38.
38. And isn't it awesome that you can come into this sport too at any age? That's what I love about it too.
Absolutely. Not to stay hung up on me, but my son's 7 years old right now, and my wife was about 7 months pregnant. I got burned out on the gym, and I didn't go back for 5 years. I took that long of a break. I just got completely burned out, didn't have any motivation, nothing. So before I jumped into arm wrestling, I had been back in the gym for a year, and I've always been somebody that's been, I need some sort of goal, even if it's a direction, even if it's not. So if it was before, it was bodybuilding. I never really care too much from competing, but I followed the workouts. I did the exercises, and I had sort of a direction I was going. So once I got back in the gym, I was like, okay, I need a direction because I'm just working out every day with no reason, no point behind it other than just to be fit and healthy. So I got into arm wrestling, and, there's my direction now. So everything, changed, and it, at the time that I got into it, it fit my mindset perfectly. I didn't want to get back into bodybuilding. I didn't want to get back into powerlifting. I just didn't know where I was going to go. Arm wrestling popped up, and boom. I mean, getting into this, it's crazy. It's an awesome world. The ingenuity that goes into it, the guys making all their own, because the movements are so weird. They're not your typical movements. So you have to have different mechanical, levers and angles and stuff to try to mimic those movements. And it's cool. I mean, I work on the railroad, and I find myself, walking around looking for bits of scrap metal that might fit my hand a particular way, and I might be able to stick that on a cable somewhere and get a good workout in. I mean, it's awesome. What other sport can you do that?
That's so cool. That's so cool. And wait until you start getting people to walk up to you at the gym and saying, oh, you're doing this wrong. And then they have little to no idea what you're actually training for. Wait until you start getting those comments. It's pretty funny.
Well, I haven't gotten them yet, but I kind of get where I might have been on the other side, looking at somebody else doing something weird in the gym before. And I was like, what the hell is he doing? He's doing a half rep. He's doing what is that? And now I'm the one doing it. And I could see people looking at me the way I used to look at people.
And now you understand that shift. And that's why it's good to let everybody train however they want, because you never know what they're actually training for.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
That's funny. All right. Well, guys, I have to head out. It's been an absolute pleasure. Gary, it has been a pleasure. Thank you for having me on. And maybe I'll pop back on later if it's still going. But Yuri, it's been an absolute pleasure. Billy, it's been a pleasure.
It was cool talking
Gary,
to you.
It has been an absolute awesome pleasure, and pleasure to meet you this way. And everybody, go ARMTV, go Derek, do it for the sport. I hope you get your goal, Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Merlot. I want to know more about you. You seem like a cool cat. Again, I'm digging your smoothness. I almost feel like you should be I almost feel like you should be an actor too or something. Like, I don't know.
I'm flattered, Gary. Thank you so much
got
for
a
that.
cool like a cool dude vibe to you. No disrespect to these other guys, but you just seem a little like a
Well, thanks a lot, Gary.
hip dude.
I'm sure we'll be talking more in the future. I hope it helped, and anything I can do, please reach out.
Hey, listen, man, you really helped carry us there. You're I mean, most of you guys have come on. You're doing really well at this podcast stuff. I mean, it's awesome.
Just because we have passion for arm wrestling.
Yeah,
That's it. Everybody loves arm wrestling.
The vibe that you guys had going, it was like, I didn't know. I was like, I can't even chime in. They're so connected. It's amazing.
We'll keep it going. Hopefully you get more guys on, Gary. So good luck, and we'll be in touch, guys. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Later, Jason.
If you're in the chat, we have, I mean, you're welcome to come on the show. Listen, I can only figure out so many things to talk about. So I can stay up, I can stay engaged, but to like come up with a new topic, it's thin. It's thin out here. So if you have something to contribute, come on the show. The info's in the chat or the description, and join us. Yuri, bro,
I have a question to you.
How are you doing this? Have you done this before?
Did you ask me or someone else?
No, you. Like, have you done this podcasting?
No, it's first time for me.
What? You're able to keep the conversation. You thought of questions. You've really helped out. Bless you. Thank you, Billy. You just joined us, but Yuri's been kind of like there all night, like crushing it. It's amazing.
He has. Oh, so how long was he on before I got on?
Oh, I think he helped get us through maybe. Like the.
Dang.
He got us through the toughest part of the evening.
I tell you what, I mean, for a lot of people, talking on camera is kind of the debilitating thing, and coming up with topics and thinking too much about it and stuff like that. So, I mean, you're killing it, Yuri. You got to get on some more podcasts somewhere, man.
Yeah. So I have a question. Oh, you had a question for me. What's your question, Yuri?
Yes. So my question is to you. Let's say the COVID is done and everyone can like travel easily. Let's say, Gary, that you get enough support and viewership from like community and maybe new fans, and you get like enough money to like to support your family, your bills and stuff. Would you travel and like make interviews, like, or you don't really want to go back to what you did like before?
Okay. This is just straight honest truth. It's raw. ARMTV raw. When I got married, and obviously my wife, I wasn't into arm wrestling. And when I got back into the sport, I was like, maybe at most this time I would travel once a month. Then I would go, I mean, here's the thing. I told this story before. I forget. I apologize if you're out there and you've heard this story, but this is just the raw truth. Okay. If I went and filmed a tournament, the revenue stayed like this. If I didn't film a tournament, the revenue went down. So if I didn't film a tournament, the revenue down, I didn't have money for rent nor a plane ticket to another event. So I had to keep filming tournaments to keep it sustainable like this. And there were certain points where I was gone weekend after weekend after weekend. And my ex-wife said to me, hey, dude, if you continue leaving for tournaments, like, we're done. And I told her at the time, if you're telling me to pick between my marriage and arm wrestling, I'm going to pick arm wrestling. So don't make me pick between the two because arm wrestling is paying the rent. So if you tell me that you're leaving me, then it's going to be spousal support and all that. And I'm just going to have to film more tournaments anyways. And I'm not going to be able to pay for 2 households. So don't make me make that choice. So I would just have to hit tournament after tournament after tournament. And it was like dog paddling and running out of breath, but you still have to dog paddle harder. I don't have to do that this time, but at the same time, I have a relatively new marriage and a 10-month-old baby. And I can't ever say that to my wife today. One, I don't need to. I don't need to put that pressure on myself to pay rent. So I baby stepped her into letting me get back into the sport with like maybe once a month a tournament. So right now, like best case scenario, like maybe 12 times a year. So that's not the numbers I was hitting before, but the beautiful thing,
It's a lot.
Yeah. The beautiful thing that COVID has proven is that I can provide a service to the sport by doing these. I mean, it's the same thing that's happening. It's the same thing that's happening, honestly, in the corporate world. It's proven you can work from home. You don't have to have all this business travels, in-face meetings. We can now have discussions without leaving. So there's a chance that I could still get a lot of content, but not have to travel as much. So I don't know yet what the future will hold. I definitely need a spousal to be on board, my wife to be on board with this. But she's slowly starting to see what the community is. And like, oh, like when, like, we're talking, she was one step away from valedictorian, Dartmouth graduate, math club, genius girl. So super smart. And, she never hung around anyone that would have anything to do with arm wrestlers in the high school. And so this is new to her, this community. And she's starting to be like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing. So to make a long story short, I don't know.
Okay, I got you.
Hey, Gary.
Yes, sir.
I'm seeing some questions
So
here.
we're gonna talk
What are
now. Okay, Billy, I have a question to you.
Yeah,
So
what's
do
up?
Wait.
you
Hold on,
train right now
Yuri.
regularly? Like
Hold
every
on,
week,
Yuri. What
or
are the questions
it doesn't
you
happen like that?
What's that, Yuri? Can you hear me?
Yuri froze up on us.
Yeah.
What was your question for me?
All right. So first one, Julian wants to know when that video is going to come out from Waxahachie.
I know. I'll have to go look for it. I'll have to go look for it.
Hey,
Sorry, Jim.
I managed to catch all that footage.
Yeah, I mean, you can share. Listen, man, it's a lot of I have a baby. And Travis, the podcasting it takes more time than maybe someone might think.
Oh,
so baby podcasts, cleaning house.
To be honest with you, I do remember you saying one time on one of your episodes that that you were a bit concerned because you at one point you had your mask off and this and that. So I was like, yeah, I hadn't sent that over to Julian yet since you were expressing a little bit of concern.
No. I'm not concerned. I'm man. My wife is concerned. I'm like,
sure.
I just, I don't know, but she's saying I should be more concerned. And now that we just lost Jim Bryan,
oh yeah.
Obviously
I just got over it.
You had COVID?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I should be concerned. I don't know. I told my wife the guys have been inviting me over for practice, and I've put them off because it's my wife's like, hey, you got to be safe, and so that's why we're doing Zooms and stuff, because it's like until the world like relaxes, I can't fully relax.
I tell you what, we've got a little event coming up, Texas versus Louisiana super match. It's part of a team series we came up with, the idea, hopefully, that we'll keep this going year after year. And might have a traveling trophy and stuff like that. And we're hoping to try to branch that off into multiple series. So might be next time, or another event might be Texas, Oklahoma, or anything like that. But getting back to that, there was a guy that wanted to come pool, and his wife had some concerns and stuff like that. And I'm not a doctor, and this is not medical advice or anything like that, but I was like, look, I've been doing quite a bit of arm wrestling over the past 6 months, and a couple tournaments, different people coming in from different places, stuff like that. And I got COVID from work and not arm wrestling. So I'm at work, I'm not holding hands or in that close of proximity with anybody. And, I don't know if there's anything to that or not. I'm just an experience that I've had. And
So you had COVID, right?
yeah.
Was it like hard on you? Like, what did you experience?
Thankfully not. I had a couple days of body aches, a little bit of a lingering headache. I had some congestion and stuff in the head and the chest, which that's still kind of lingering around. Fatigue was a thing, but honestly, compared to a lot of different scenarios that people have had, I had it easy. I had it real easy.
I also got COVID in like September, and the thing is, I did test only because my friend got like positive result. So I went and checked myself because I was in contact, and I was just at home like for 14 days, and actually I retested like 9 days after I got the first result, and I already didn't have it, and actually I was like totally fine. I didn't have anything. I even trained during the staying at home. I was just training. But like my colleague from work, he actually got really bad, and like his family got it like hard. So it's very like unexpected disease. Like someone like having it and not experiencing anything. Someone is dying. Like it's very very difficult to understand like how it's like what's the symptoms.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It affects anybody and everybody differently. It's a virus. Some people get the flu and they're sick for a day and then they're okay. Some people are sick with the flu for weeks. It's a nasty virus.
Do you have like restrictions in movement in your town or like state?
Well, being in Texas, not too much. Every now and then the city will put in some sort of curfew where they don't want you out after 10 o'clock. And they did that for Thanksgiving and I think, well, they did it for Thanksgiving, but the governor here, he has been real reluctant to put many restrictions as far as movement and stuff like that goes.
Gotcha. So like I was like reconnected and I asked you before the question about like training. So like, do you train every week or it's depends on like your schedule at work?
It depends on my schedule at work. So with my job, I'm on call 24 hours a day. I go to work at 1 o'clock in the morning or 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's being on call.
Yeah, it's hard.
So it's hard to get in a consistent schedule. So for me, it's basically when I get the opportunity. So if I'm at home and I got the opportunity, I'll work out. I might go to the gym. I actually bring some stuff with me at work, bands and stuff like that to do while I'm at work or out of town in a hotel. So it's just kind of anywhere I can get it in. It's very inconsistent, which is why I think my progression will probably be a little bit slower because I might work out for 2 days and then I might not be able to work out for like 3 days. And then I'm back into it again, and it's just not very inconsistent with my training.
Do you have any focus like specific in your training? Like what's your like favorite exercises to hit every time you like come back to the gym or like you have ability to train?
Well, lately it's been back pressure and rising. which that seems to be coming along pretty well. So I'll focus on a lot of that, back pressure, rising, stuff like that. And then
And can I just stop you? I am just curious. Like, how do you train rising? Do you do like dynamic, or you just like do static stuff? How do you train your rising?
so I don't know. I think there's a little bit to this, in the fact that I do like to train the dynamic movement of my riser, but I also think that to me, it's more, I just do that for longevity type things. I think the strength part of it comes from engaging your riser already, and then performing the movement.
You
For
know,
me,
I want to share with you my experience. Like, maybe it would work on you, maybe it's different for you. I've been doing like rising, like bending my wrist on to myself, but the thing is, my progression was like very slow or none. And what I started doing is I would train my back pressure with the belt going through my fingers, but I would really focus on getting my wrist all the way raised, and just holding static motion. And what would I also do? I would use isolation, and I would put pressure through the rising. And like during last 6 months, I gained like 20%. So I was doing like 25 kilos. Now I can do it like 31.5 kilo.
Yeah.
And it's only based on training.
Yuri,
changing.
Yuri, I gotta pause. I gotta pause you.
Yep.
I gotta start talking and I'm fall asleep. Guys, I got a story to tell you. I've been saving it for Travis Bajan on Beauty and the Beast, but I've got to tell a story.
Hit it.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Buckle in, because this is a great story. It's the only cool tournament story I have that is worthy of your guys' attention. Okay. Are you ready? So I'm throwing the ruler of the nation. I can't remember if it's my first year. I think it was my second year, ruler of the nation. It's not really what matters, but basically I was at the weigh-ins. I'd been running around. I've been filming people. And I don't know if you guys know, but Don Fritchie was my sponsor. He gave me $20,000 to give away as prize money. And we did this as 2007, 8, 9. And again, I can't remember which. What? I lost both of you guys? Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm at the weigh-ins. I remember a phone call. Don Fritchie calls me, and he tells me he's weighing in Mike Bowling at his house. And Mike Bowling has to lose like 2 or 3 pounds. And he's running around the house. He's sweating. He's trying to cut weight so he can make weight. So he calls me. He's like, Mike Bowling made weight. Awesome. So he weighed in a couple of people at his house. I think that's how it went. Then later on, I had the weigh-ins at the hotel, like an hour later. So there was a window where you could weigh in at Don's or the hotel. So everyone comes, and I'm at the weigh-ins. I'm trying to film. And I can't remember if I was in charge of the weigh-ins or someone else was in charge of the weigh-ins, but I was there. And here's the most important thing. The GOAT, the greatest arm wrestler of all time, John Berzink. He gives me an ear and he tells me a few things. Now, before I tell you what John Berzink tells me, I got to give you a little bit of backstory. Keep in mind that Mike Bowling had to cut and sweat out 2 or 3 pounds, and he wasn't happy about it. Okay, so everyone starts weighing at the hotel, and they all gang pile me, and they tell me that the scale is off. Your scale is broken. Your scale is off by, I think it was 2.2 pounds that your scale is broken. And they were like, this is fucked up. I weighed in at the 24-hour fitness before I got on the airplane. I know your scale's broken. Everyone's bitching at me. I'm trying to film and interview people, and everyone's mad. A couple people, and I can't remember a couple people, they even left to go find a Gold's Gym to weigh in on the Gold's Gym scale to confirm that my scale was broken. Meanwhile, I did have like a Walmart scale, like a $23 scale. So they're telling me this shit's broken. This is fucked up. You're making me weigh in. You're making me lose 2 more pounds than I should have. Now, John Brzezinski. So after everyone's complaining, John Brzezinski, he calls me over and he says, Gary, your scale is broken. It's broken. It's off a couple pounds. And everyone says so. Meanwhile, most of the people did make the weight, but there was 4 guys that I said, okay, I'll give you a 2.2 pound allowance. And I let them weigh in 2.2 pounds above what the actual weight class was. Because I just couldn't take the pressure. Everyone told me the scale was off. Okay, so then weigh-ins ends and everyone leaves and they all go eat, stuff their faces. This was the night before the tournament. At 10 o'clock at night, my sponsor, a man who I dearly loved, called me and he was not happy. This man just gave me $20,000. And he said, Gary, what have you done? And I said, what do you mean? What? He said, tell me it's not true. I said, what? And by this point, I mean, I'm freaking stressing. He goes, please tell me you didn't give 2 pounds allowance to like 4 guys. And I was like, I fucking did, dude. They were all on me, man. I did. He goes, no, fuck no. He goes, everyone else made the weight. He said, even if the scale was off by 2 pounds, everyone else in the class made weight. He said, those motherfuckers are going to have to weigh in the morning. The people that you let go and let go eat, they're going to make weight or they're not going to arm wrestle. Now, for the life of me, I can only remember one person, and it was Josh Wood. Michael Todd's stepson was one of the guys. The other 3 guys I cannot remember. So if you know who these are, let me know, because this was fucked up what I had to do. I had to go knock on their hotel rooms at like 11 o'clock at night. I had to go to the front desk. I said, call the rooms. I said, I got to talk to you. We have an emergency. And they were like, what is going on? I said, dude, listen, man, I'm between a rock and a hard place. My sponsor, who's the man who gave us all this money, he said, dude, those guys have to weigh in. Everyone is equal. I don't care if the scale's off by 2 pounds. They're going to weigh in. And I was like, dude, they're like, we win 8. We gained like 7 pounds. And I said, I'm sorry. Dude, I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm like borderline crying because I want to obviously make my sponsor happy. And he's like, dude, I made Mike Bowling run around the block and sweat. I made him cut the 2 pounds. You cannot have 4 guys show up that have that 2 pound difference. So, dude, I did it. I went and I begged and I pleaded. I said, I'm sorry. Don't be angry with me. And I can't remember, but at 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm outside the hotel room with these other 4 guys running around the block with garbage bags on them, trying to recut the weight. It's the worst experience I've ever had. I've only thrown 3 tournaments. No, I've thrown 4 tournaments, but that was horrible. I said, I vowed I'm never dealing with weigh-ins again. This was awful.
That'll ruin you.
So the very next year, Karen Bean, she came, she ran all the weigh-ins without a hitch. It was perfection. I didn't have to deal with any of the stress. It was like, oh my God, it was a nightmare that if you're out there, you want to host a tournament, no matter how much arm wrestlers complain that your scale is off, do not give favoritism to a few peeps. Anyways, that's my horrible promoting nightmare story. And it haunts me to this day. Anyways, I had to say that to wake myself up. Somebody out there, We're 600 and some change away from $2,000. Gary Roberts, I'm going minimum 24 hours. I am not logging off until I hit 24 freaking hours. Help us send Derek to Dubai. Why don't some of you guys come on into the show here? I sent the Zoom link. Okay, I texted Devin. I think he partied last night, so we understand. Yuri, take over. You're good. You're hired.
Ask some questions. Okay, Billy, do you follow any Eastern Europeans, or like do you watch some of them like compete or like train, or you just know about North Americans?
Well, I'm glad you asked that. So we've got our guy here, and I don't know if you're familiar with him, Dmitry Kachin.
No, I'm not familiar with him.
All right, he's here in San Antonio now. I can't remember what year it was, but I think he was maybe third in Russian nationals, I think. I mean, well, we just had last year we had a event in Waxahachie, and where he went up against Robbie Burnett and was able to beat Robbie Burnett that day. And you know, he's not pulling for the rest. Well, the year's over with, but he's got some ideas that he wants to do this. As far as I try to follow everybody, and so I do watch a lot of the Eastern European guys as far as like on YouTube, stuff like that. But
do you have like favorite top 3 arm wrestler?
Well, you know, yeah.
Like not,
I mean,
they're not supposed to be like the strongest ones. Just
no,
basically you love to watch every video about that guy.
You know, here's one thing. I do like Giannis. I mean, I think for me, Giannis is I just like the way he arm wrestles. I like the way he coaches. I mean, to me, he's one of my top favorite guys to watch as far as arm wrestling and training, instructional videos, stuff like that. I really enjoy watching his stuff. As far as some of the other ones, I you know, it's kind of a toss up. I mean, I don't know if I have favorites. They just kind of fall into the,
That's
you know.
Have you thought about like, I mean, asking Giannis to be a coach or like give you like training program and stuff?
You know, I haven't thought about it. No, I mean, I know he does do stuff like that. I just don't. I am not in a position right now that I think that could get the schedule or dedication into an actual training program to execute it like it should be executed.
Maybe like one consultation, like Zoom call, so he can like guide you at least. Because people like that, like Giannis, he's done sport for like thousands of years, and maybe he has like knowledge base to tell you like, okay, you don't have any schedule, you don't get enough sleep all the time, you cannot train consistently. What are the perfect way to at least keep your form decent and maybe progress in little steps? I think those people, they can actually give you some advices, because it's easy to follow like training program, but you need to go to the gym like 3-4 times a week all the time, get enough sleep and eat very often or like a lot, so you get recovery fast.
Yeah. No, and that, you know, and that might be something I'll look into. I just haven't thought about it much.
Yeah, like I once asked like Rustam Babayev to give me like training program, and in that time for me it was like eye-opening how you schedule your like training regimes. So like basically every next workout you have like main lifts, and you do something to recover your previous lifts, and you continuously work on that from week to week. And it was a really like interesting system to follow. And then I switched to like Tadzilla training, like doing max effort, side
yeah.
pressure.
Mhm.
The thing is, if you follow Todd Hutchings, you see that he does actually twice a week side pressure speed day and once some vector for max effort. And I decided for myself to train 4 times and to divide like for 2 max effort lifts, and it will be only back pressure and side pressure, some sort, and for the same lift, speed days. And it actually worked for me very well. So everyone who's watching, you guys can try also that type of training. Maybe it works for you. What's up, Levi?
Hello.
Yeah,
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got
we have someone else in Levi. Where are you from?
I'm from Norway.
Norway. Levi, welcome to ARMTV. We are currently 12 plus 6. No, almost. We're almost 18 hours in to a live
Yeah, I know.
stream. Thank you
I
for
just
joining us.
watched. No problem. I just watched like the first 30 minutes, and I just like that was all. And I just came back like a couple of like I think 30 minutes around. I've been watching. So
Well, welcome, Levi. Tell us a little bit about yourself. How'd you get into the sport? Give us some background in a couple minutes.
okay, sure. I started the arm wrestling for like in 2015. So I've been like that's all 6 years almost now, and I've like had like a couple of pauses. I was in the military, so it was like I've been like almost on and off, but for the last 2 years now, I've been really just training hard as possible. So,
have you been? How would you say? Have you competed?
I've been to the Worlds like in Turkey, and
nice.
yeah, I mean it's not really hard to get on the national team in Norway, so it doesn't really mean anything. But
what's your weight class?
I am a 75 kilo.
Gotcha.
So, but I know I think it's like I know a lot of people and some people from Russia as well, and so I have like I know quite a lot of pullers.
What do you mean it's not such a big deal to get on a team?
Well, it's in Norway you have to like get first or second place in the nationals, and then you'll get on the national team, and you can go to the Worlds.
I mean that should be difficult. Are you saying it's not difficult to place first?
It's not, because Norway doesn't have a lot of pullers, right? So it's not difficult if you train for a couple of years. It's not very difficult, unfortunately.
All right, Levi, I don't want to interrupt you, but ladies and gentlemen, breaking news, ARMTV, Gary Roberts is moving to Norway because this man just told me, no problem, 242 or 220s, I can get into the world. So pack your bags. To Norway.
But Norway is yeah.
It's completely different if you want to get to ski national team in Norway or biathlon or I don't know how
That's totally different deal. But Norway is in a really interesting position because like our federation has a lot of money per arm wrestler, but the level isn't really that high yet. So, but people are working to getting it a better level. I mean, there are.
Ladies and gentlemen, Adam, our sponsor of Western Survivor, is in the chat. I would like everyone to know that I have only drank water in almost 18 hours. I've only drank water, had coffee, or Western Survivor. That's all I've had. No other meals. That's pretty good. It's kept me alive. Levi, what is there any topics that you would like to discuss? You have the floor.
Watch your water.
Okay. Well, the one thing that like bugs me a little bit out is where I watched when you had the King's Move discussion like 30 minutes ago. And we're talking about like how Devon and everybody is like, well, it's okay to do the King's Move and everything, but So my stance on the king's move is essentially that as long as your shoulder is above the table in losing position, it's okay, right? But the thing about at least my picture of what Devon is trying to say is that it doesn't really matter. Whatever you do, you can just have shoulders below the table, do whatever you want, as long as your elbow is on the table, right? And that is kind of my problem with it, because I think that is a really bad. It's like having the shoulder above the table has been a rule for quite a long time, if I'm not mistaken. And Devon is, I feel like Devon is trying to make it just like a free for all.
No,
and that
Larry,
is,
can I be like devil advocate or Devon
Yeah.
advocate?
Yeah,
So
sure,
like
go ahead.
I watched pretty like focused his podcast, like kind of talk with Bob Brown on his YouTube channel, and what Devon is saying that he himself he's up to everything. Like you can do whatever you want at the table, but he wants everyone to follow the rules. So like if it's forbidden, you must call like fall and stuff. So it's not like he is not promoting King's move. All he wants, he actually wanted to hear people against King's move because of the falling. I mean, like breaking the rules, or people against King's move because it's actually cheating when your arm doesn't go straight. Like you have actually physically ability to rest on your bone, and if people is bothered by this or by move itself, like open top roll, so it's not like defined like you said that like Devon wants everyone to do whatever they want at the table. And he actually said that if you have freedom table in freedom arm wrestling, if your arm is like on the table, it cannot go up because it's going to be fall. So yeah, you can use all the space, but you must keep your elbow on the freedom table. So it would eliminate a shoulder dropping. So yeah, I don't think he's promoting all that weird stuff.
Yeah, I know, but that isn't the rules in WAL law, right? So I think that is the main problem that I think, and that like the most of the fans is reacting to, is that when you see like that, like Devon when he faced Dave Chaffee, and he was just all this way under the table, and it feels like it's like an engine says, right? It's a desperation move, but so that is actually why I respect Michael Todd's use of the King's move much more than Devon's, because Michael Todd is able to do the King's move or like an open style top roll while he still is above the table, right? Devon doesn't seem to have that capability at that high level to do that, and I think it's like as long, and I mean I agree in that that is basically my point as well. As long as you keep to the rules, right, it is okay. But then you have to ask the question: is the rules, should they be in such a way that you are able to be under the table, or should the rules be in such a way that it stops being under the table in such way? It's more of a federation question, right?
Okay. About the match between Devon and Dave, actually, just recently when Devon spoke to Bob Brown actually asked Devon like, should you get given like fall? And he said yes, but it like the ref didn't give him fall. But in that situation, yes, he went like some degree under the parallel level, so he should be given like fall and stuff. But other matches, he didn't go below the table. So yeah, it's a tricky question. It's a lot of responsibility on the referees, so it's not that simple.
Yeah, but then again, it's like WAL is more entertainment, right, than it is like purely competitive.
Yeah, so you can say that, but like if John Brzank in WAL and Tadzilla and they come to A1 Russia and they just kill everyone there, just like maybe John Brzank in his 55 years old losing to Andrei Pushkar in his absolute prime, only to one guy, and then he beats everyone else. So like there is differences. I understand you that it's a lot of like crazy matches, so it's very interesting to watch. But it's still high, like it's elite pullers doing this stuff.
Yeah,
so they're still
that's
very
for
strong.
sure. Yeah, that's for sure. But I'm still of the belief that if you like put someone like Mindaugas Stereotypes in the lightest weight class, I think it's 78 kilo weight class in WL. I don't know the pound. I can't convert the pounds, but I still think that if you put like Mindaugas Stereotypes, like a really high level European lightweight in the WL, I think he would just go through everyone. That is my impression from what I've seen from the pullers there. And also from like seeing pullers like Evres Sredakian and other European pullers being at American competitions, right? So I feel that WL is more of like, it's much better entertainment than PAL or WAF or IFA, but it's primarily, right, like except for like the top pullers, I think it's primarily entertainment based. And I think that is also why they don't want to foul out Devon when he's doing the King's move, because it would make for bad entertainment, right? If you could stop a match while it's just in the heat. So I think my personal opinion is that it's really based on what is the matches for. Like, is it entertainment or is it like competitive, trying to find out who is the best under strict rules that are concrete and doesn't really change.
What's your opinion on Hermes Gasparini?
Hermes Gasparini?
Yep.
I think that, okay, so I saw all the banter between him and Matt Mask afterwards. And I think that Gasparini, okay, so if you think about his pulling or his personality, what is the question?
No, like about his level as arm wrestler.
He is, I think that Hermes Gasparini is probably, I mean, he's definitely one of the best in the minus 90 kilo class, right? On the minus 100 kilo class, I'm sorry. So I think that under like him versus Matt Mask in WAF rules would probably have gone very different, and that is, by the way, exactly what Engin Terzi says as well. But it's a different kind of style of pulling, right? It's more like,
but
it's more start based, right?
Okay, I have a question too. If you call yourself like the best 90 kilo guy or like 100 kilo guy, basically like John Brzenk was the guy for 25 years, best one, and he competed in every league, in every country, in every continent, and he actually destroyed everyone. So he didn't have like, sorry, I lost to Alan Karayev because it's Vladikavkaz and the weather is not really good for my breathing.
Yeah. So, but that is a personality thing about Gasparini, right? Because he behaved really badly.
I'm saying like if he's definitely stronger, he would, like, for example, maybe he didn't took it serious and he didn't study WL setup.
Yeah, I think that's most likely the case.
But you're still losing, so like
that's right.
You lost, and
he definitely lost. I mean, that is obvious, right? But it's like he didn't. I felt like when I saw Gasparini at that match, he looked really uncomfortable, and he looked like he looked really out of his place. That is my opinion. And I mean, like, I think most likely if you put Hermes Gasparini in like a training environment where people are training for WAL, he would probably have done much better with that kind of experience, right? But he is jumping right into one of the best pullers in North America at the start, and it's like I mean, I understand why he lost, because he didn't look prepared. He looked strong, very strong, but he didn't look prepared at all for actually.
I brought him as example. Like Krasi also came to WL and he lost to Barboza, so it's kind of like
but I mean,
actually inviting good East Europeans. So it's not like they shying away from like inviting best people. It's just you need to be ready for it. For example, John Brzenk in 2015 or 14, he won WL. He went to A1 and he won there. And so like, and
John Brzenk is a freak though. So it's like he's a phenom, right? So it's like,
Yeah, like for example, I'm agreeing with you on the thing that, for example, lightweights in North America, I think like
Yeah.
top 5 WAF champs like Irakli Zarikashvili or like Bozhidan Semyonov or
Talgat
Samusha.
Akhtayev.
Yeah, they would just definitely destroy the lightweights in WAL. But
Not necessarily the
heavier
heavyweights
class,
though.
the heavyweights, I'm not sure about that. It's not clear. Like,
No,
for
that's
example,
right.
Tokhashi
I agree.
was pulling 200 pounds and he would dominate everyone in the world, not just North America.
Yeah.
So,
I
and
totally
like
agree.
Dave Chaffee and stuff. So, like, it's not that easy.
No, I totally agree. I'm just talking from the lighter classes. So I think that probably like the lightweights and the middleweight classes are probably, if you put all the best Europeans in WL, probably out of like the top fives, if you had like a tournament or something, top five, like 3 or 4 of them would be Europeans, right? But in the heavyweights, it's quite different because I am of the opinion that Michael Todd is probably the best arm wrestler in the world right now. And I also think that he would beat Levan Saginashvili. So the heavyweight is really different, right? I think that.
Why do you think that Michael is gonna beat Levan? Like, what's your like take on it?
Okay, so I mean, it's just speculation, right? So I mean, it doesn't really matter.
No, it's just your opinion.
Actually
Yeah,
happened.
I understand.
But I feel like after what I saw with Levan's matches versus Vitaly Laletin and also Ungurbayev and others, I felt like okay, so if you have to go after Levan and ask what is his weak points, right? It's not his frame. It's not like he definitely has the arm power, right? But throughout all his matches, he seems to have some kind of weak point in his like wrist flexor, right? And that is exactly the main point of attack that Michael Todd would have to try to go through. So I think it's basically just that I feel like Michael Todd he's beating, he looks really strong right now, and Levan's weak point seems to be where Michael Todd is very strong. So it's just a speculation, but I think that they are anyways a really good matchup, and that Michael Todd would have a good chance based on what we have seen and what has been Levan's looking at least as weak points.
Okay, I think we have a new guest.
Oh,
hey,
Got somebody else want to come on?
Harold, can you hear me? Harold Ryden.
I hear you just fine.
Hey, buddy. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Man, let's hope for a good one.
Do you have any idea what I've been doing for the last 18 hours?
I have no idea. You texted me, said join in on this, and here I am.
Okay. For everyone else, I apologize, but I need everyone to give a very important man is on the line right now. Very important.
Before you do that, Gary.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and chime out and give some room to these new guys here. And I appreciate you letting me on. Let me talk a little bit. Yuri, nice talking to you. Levi, same.
Nice talking to you.
All right.
Nice talking to you.
Thank you
guys,
very much.
The new guys in the chat, kill it. I'll be watching y'all.
All right, thanks,
Texas
Billy.
Arm Wrestling League. Later.
Okay, let me set it up. I want everyone to know that the man on the line, this man right here, if I don't meet this man, there's no ARMTV, man. If I don't meet this guy right here, Harold Ryden, there's no ARMTV. And I'm not saying what I did for the sport is significant. I don't know. I did some cool stuff. I don't know what would happen if I don't meet this guy and there's no ARMTV. Somebody would have come in and somebody would have done it eventually. But ARMTV was my special thing. And this guy, Harold Ryden, is the reason I'm sitting here today. My brother. Hey, show us your arm. You have a tattoo of my arms. Though I drew those arms.
Yeah.
I traced those arms. Harold Ryden.
Love you, man.
Could you tell me why I would call you today? Why? What are you significant for? Tell us our story. If you have time, if you don't have
dude,
time.
I'm the only one awake, man. My whole home is just crashed out, and so I got all day, brother.
Why
Anything
are you important?
To ARMTV?
Yeah, to me, ARMTV. Why? What
Where
happened?
do I start? Where do I start? You want me to go at the very beginning? Like how
I
this whole thing happened? Or-
I told this version of a story 8 hours ago, and there's probably different people on. So you tell. I've already told. If somebody rewatches this back, I told my story of you. Now I want you to tell your version, and maybe someday we'll cut them together and see how accurate it is.
No pressure. Okay. So, kind of what year was it? 2002, maybe 2003.
2003. 2003. Cole was Melanie was pregnant with Cole.
My wife was pregnant. I'm at the California State Arm Wrestling Championship in Victorville at God, what was it? Something Days. What was that called? What was that tournament called?
Silverado Days.
Silverado Days. I'm getting ready to compete. I'm in this competition. And my wife's chilling out on stage, and I look up and I see this guy with this video camera that kind of looks like a phone. He's up there with his video camera, standing next to my wife, talking to my wife, and I'm like, "Who the hell is this guy?" Anyways, go up, I compete. In fact, I think that was the day I arm wrestled Joe Stevenson, the UFC champion.
Yeah.
The yoked dude, and blew Gary Roberts away. Like, how does this skinny guy beat this ripped, muscular, cauliflower-eared UFC champion in an arm wrestling match? And
wait. Stand up and turn around. You're not a bulky guy. You are kind of.
Well, maybe I am now. That was 17 years ago, Gary.
Yeah, you got some gray hairs. Okay, go. You were the thin. I mean, not thin, but thinner than Joe Stevenson.
I mean, I'm 6 foot, and I was competing at 165 pounds back then.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, and so tournament's over. Gary's still filming. Just I'm not sure why he was so intrigued by it, but he comes up and he gives me his card that's called Real Editing.
Yeah.
And so tells me to reach out to him. Well, come to find out, we live like 10 minutes away from each other. And I get home and I go online and I look at this website called Real Editing. And so I give Gary a call and I'm like, bro, what you do with video editing is something that I've had this vision and I've always wanted to do with arm wrestling. Take all the good matches, edit them together, make a video, make something that people would actually want to watch. Because let's be honest, first 3 matches in an arm wrestling tournament to a regular bystander is pretty cool. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th match in, he's bored. He's done. Yeah. And so my thought was like poker. Who wants to watch an entire poker game? Nobody. But they want to watch all the good hands. And so this vision was to create all the good matches, make these videos, put them out there, right? YouTube didn't exist back then. The only videos we could do was we would share with each other.
Do you remember what you told me on the phone that day?
Something along the lines of
a certain phrase that stuck with me.
Oh no, I don't remember the certain phrase.
You said arm wrestling is the largest underground sport in the world.
I believe you. I don't remember saying that, but I believe you.
You said it. It stuck to me. It stuck in my brain. Okay. Then I'll help Fortis. You invite me to a practice.
Yeah. Come to a practice. Jeremy Plaster's there.
Alan Fisher's
there. Ed Shelton, I think. Maybe John Woolsey, Bruce Way. Some pretty decent names in the sport back in that day.
And then can you get to the part where you decide to call me to go to Laughlin, Nevada?
Yeah, so Gary ended up making a short clip of that California State tournament, which was like perfect. And so I decided to invite Gary to an arm wrestling tournament. At that tournament was John Brzezinski. Obviously, everybody knows that name.
Did you know that he was going to be there?
Maybe. I mean, at that time, I was going to so many tournaments. Bumping into John Brzezinski was, you know.
Now, what I recall is you did not give me much notice.
It might have been like the day before. Hey, I'm going tomorrow. You want to come?
Yeah, it wasn't a ton. It wasn't a ton of notice.
Right. And I remember that was a tough weight cut for me because I think I was walking around 180 or so, and I was dropping to 165 for that tournament. And so the whole drive there, me, Gary, and my wife are in the car, and I got the heater blasting, and I got all these clothes on. I'm just sweating like a pig. And we drove to Laughlin for an arm wrestling competition.
And how did remind me? You at some point said you got to meet Dave Devoto. Or you got to talk to Dave Devoto. Like, did you have Dave Devoto's phone number?
Yeah, because at that time, armwrestling.com was the biggest arm wrestling website on the planet, I think, at the time. And Dave Devoto was, you know, he was really involved in the sport. And if you wanted to do anything in the sport or move something, if you had an idea, Dave was the guy you wanted to go through.
I'm going to say something important that you forgot. It's okay. No, we understand.
That's fine. Hey, man, see the gray hair?
17 years. But you said every single arm wrestling website was pictures. There was no videos.
Yep.
And you pointed me to all the big websites before I came to the practice. And I did my research and I was like, the man's right. Nobody's streaming arm wrestling videos. In fact, here's the honest truth. Pulling John posted some matches right around that time. And then Mike West posted some matches. Those were the first evidence of videos that I saw on the internet. So that's kind of our story. I met Dave Devoto, partnered up, and if I don't meet if Harold doesn't call me, I was telling you guys earlier how many people have cool ideas, and you wake up and you're like, I got this business idea and then change the world, and then 2 days later it's gone, and you're like, we've all thought of a million ideas and not acted on them. Had Harold not called me, or had Harold not invited me to the tournament in Laughlin, it would have gone. I wouldn't have acted on it. Harold's the one who invited me on a road trip and introduced me to the world. So, Harold, I want to thank you for coming on and letting us introduce you. When was the last time you arm wrestled?
In a few years.
Put your hand up. Show us your hand. Guys, that's a grip right there. That guy's born with an arm wrestling mitt. Like a natural mitt. I heard through the grapevine, one Jamie Sheldon, I heard that you, Jamie Sheldon, Jake Smith have a pact that when you became masters, you would try to become world champions together.
That's true. Yeah.
So
Jamie
how
turned
old are
40 this year?
So I'm back in the sport. I'm fired up. Can we see a revival of an old Team San Diego?
It sounds like it'd be a lot of fun, man. Yeah.
Harold, no pressure, but I'm telling you, things are popping in the sport. Things are popping a little bit. And look at you. You have natural bone structure that I'm sure you wouldn't need to do that much more training. I mean, it would take you that long to get back into the mix. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, here's been my thing with arm wrestling is, as an arm wrestler, everybody that's going to be watching this knows we're all type A. We got this competitive nature, hate losing. And at the time I was arm wrestling, I was training 6 days a week, easily 6 days a week. And that wasn't just training. That was all diet, the whole bit, trying to keep my weight down. And I don't have that kind of time anymore. You know, I'm pretty busy, as everybody knows. Everybody's got their own thing. Everybody's busy, right?
Yeah, but your kids are like almost grown up and out of the house now.
My youngest is 17. Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Cole, the one that Melanie was pregnant with when we met.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Bro.
So I'm going to put it out there that it would be really cool to see that kind of, that's a documentary right there. That's an ARMTV special.
Yeah. Okay.
Putting up the old videos, B-roll, interviewing, like that's a really cool story.
It sounds like it'd be a lot of fun.
It would be a lot of fun, and it would be great to connect with old friends again that I missed.
Yeah.
We had that cool network, which it sounds like Derek has created the little hub there. And Jamie, they get together, they still arm wrestle. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. I heard they've got quite a practice up there once a week or so.
Oh, you don't know why we're here?
I have no idea.
Oh, dude,
I don't know anything of what you're doing. I got an invite to be here and I jumped on.
Dude, we went live 3 p.m. your time, and I haven't stopped. Our mission was to raise $2,000 to send Derek Smith to Dubai to meet and train with Larry Wheels, because you like go viral overnight if you go meet Larry Wheels.
Interesting.
So we've raised $1,400, and I haven't slept. I've gone straight, bro.
Holy crap, dude.
So Harold, cheers to you, bro. I love you. Thank you.
I got a water bottle. Cheers.
Thank you for helping to create ARMTV, bro.
Hey man, I'm glad you made it where you are, and I think the sport is where it's at because of you. You were the first guy to put arm wrestling out there streaming on the internet, and not just that, but the DVDs. I mean, DVDs were the first thing, and before you, we had to contact each other and share VHS tapes with each other, and we'd send each other videotapes. So if I wanted to compete against somebody coming up, I would try and track down all the VHSs of that guy to watch what he was like and see his style. And then when you came in, dude, that fixed everything. It made it so easy for me to just go in, look some guy up, and study the way they would compete, so that when I'd get to a competition, I already knew, what to expect from that guy. And, you helped the sport grow tremendously.
The thing is, thank you very much for saying those kind words. The thing is, and I think this is true with everything, we have gotten desensitized to how easy information is. The weather's instant, the news is instant, comments are instant, people's feelings are instant. We've kind of forgotten as people that it used to be a little bit hard to find out shit.
Yeah.
And, we've gotten used to it. And we were back in the day, I'm telling you, man, Devin Larrett, that video from 2004, he says that's video proof. He goes, dude, I'm on dial-up. I can't check out ARMTV. I have dial-up.
Gary, when did you start traveling and filming all the tournaments?
I mean, I was really ramping up travel by 2005.
Okay.
By 2006 and 7, I was full steam. I was like,
so who was your favorite puller? Watching from all the times you traveled and been on tournaments, what was the most entertaining puller you ever seen?
You better say me, Gary.
I mean,
Travis Legend, because of Beauty and the Beast.
Okay. I'll be honest. Harold Ryden is not going to like this. So I'm sorry. When I met Harold Ryden and when I left that tournament, I looked at him like he was John Brzezinski. I thought, oh my God, this guy's like the greatest arm wrestler I've ever seen. He is. And then a month later, he introduces me to John Brzezinski, and I'm like, oh, there is another level.
Damn.
Like, okay, it goes up. And I was like, I mean, I really liked, there's a video. If you watch the Avi Resort video, Harold Ryan, he's a nice, church-going, God-loving, gentle soul. But when he gets fired up on the table, he like will growl and there's a match where some guy was getting rude with him and Harold blasted him and he shook the strap and he was like, yeah. And I was like, oh, I knew right away. I love arm wrestling. So Harold, we can thank Harold for switching that button to let me see that energy and that kinetic, like just when two people smashing together. I was like, oh shit, I like that. That's some good shit. I even slowed it down. I replayed it a little bit. But as I traveled, I did connect with Travis. I like as a media guy, I like the talking shit. I like to stand up and tell me who's the king, the great, blah, blah, blah. So I always kind of like thought that was exciting. And I mean, come on, that doesn't replace John Brzezinski, but you know, John Brzezinski, you appreciate him for one thing. He has
it's a different kind of thing.
So every arm wrestler had their role, and I fell in love with them all. All I can say is that if arm wrestlers, so when I was in 7th grade, I was addicted to Transformers and I had to have them. I had to have them all and I couldn't afford them. My mom was poor and I stole every single one of them. Stole them. I was a thief because I was so poor and I had to have every single one of them. And I remember my mom came in one day and she saw this whole like shelf lineup of like 30 things. She's like, where'd you get those anyways? As an arm wrestler, I would want the whole collection and they'd all have special value to me. And I became like Marcio Barbosa. I loved Marcio Barbosa. Obviously, Devin Larry, you know, when he arm wrestled John Brzezinski, that was still one of my favorite matches in 2004. Todd Hutchings. I don't know if this is quite out there, but I was there when Toddzilla, the name was invented. I was the one that encouraged the name. I put it up on videos, Toddzilla. I perpetuated that name. So anyone out there who's like, oh, Toddzilla, I was there when that name was born. I helped perpetuate it. It's like, hey man, I loved all of these guys. Anyways.
Do you have any footage of Cobra Rhodes? Like any especially that you come to mind?
Come on. I'm sorry. Come on, Cobra Rhodes. If you YouTube Cobra Rhodes, all the footage out on YouTube of Cobra Rhodes from those early days is stolen from me. I love Snakeface. There's a footage of Cobra Rhodes in World Championships when he's got his mouthpiece and he's going. It's close-up shot. I fell in love with it. Of course, when Cobra Rhodes is flashing and he comes back up and the dreads swish back like this, it's epic, beautiful.
I'm sorry.
I as a media guy, I love anyone who brings energy, anyone who raises the heartbeat of my footage. It's hard to pick favorites, but you know, there's so many more. There's
a legendary video from 1991. It's really famous in Scandinavia, and it's a footage of Cobra Rhodes when he visited Sweden. And he just showed up on a competition. And it's like the rumor is that they had all these Swedish pullers that had been practicing for a long time. And they had been like they were really amped up for Cobra Rhodes coming to Sweden. This was this like American champion that they were all like trying to beat. And then you have a lot of different famous Swedish pullers. And Magnus Samuelsson, which is like a former world strongest man competitor and also world strongest man. There's like a lot of really, really strong Swedes and this amazing footage where it's just like all these Swedes are just trying to arm wrestle Cobra and he just shows up and he just destroys everyone in their own backyard. It's like, it's amazing. It's insane. And he's wearing the cowboy hat and it looks awesome. I mean, he's a beast.
Thank you
Really,
very
really
much
a
for sharing
beast.
that. I have to do some shout outs. Stacy Morgan. If you guys don't know Stacy Morgan, he's not an arm wrestler, but he's been a fan of arm wrestling channels. He does. You got to go to his channel, check it out. He's really an interesting dude, and he's got this unique way of trying to unite YouTubers and create a community of itself. And he's kind of like become a fan of arm wrestling, and he doesn't even arm wrestle. But he says, Gary, say hello to Ghana in the chat. This is from her. Hi, Ghana. This is Gary Roberts, ARMTV. We are going on 18 hours. We're trying to send Derek Smith to mother. No, I can't steal from Neil Pickham anymore. Trying to send Derek Smith to mother fluffing. Damn, I can't stop that. Mother Neil, I'm sorry. We're trying to send Derek Smith to Dubai. Now, any more super chats? Stacy Morgan, $10 in the name of Fox for Fox 8 Ball. Sean Crowther, I missed why you're doing super chats for Foxy. Fox 8 Ball, dude, you're like, I mean, okay, here's the thing. There's a couple people that are in every chat for every video I post. I don't know how, but they're like
There's
the
always there, Gary.
They're lifers, and I want to thank you. We couldn't. I need you guys to do this. Our ad revenue is between $800 and $1,200 a month. That's not even like. I mean, that's not even minimum wage for the amount of time I'm putting in it. But my goal is my channel grows. I want to be known for I gave away the most money of all the channels. I wanted that to be my thing, because like I mentioned before, I'm very fortunate that, you know, I mean, I'll be honest. I'm basically, without arm wrestling, I'm a stay-at-home father. My wife is the breadwinner. She's the beast. She freaking crushes it. She's smarter than all of us put together. And I'm so lucky.
My wife is.
I'm so lucky. But anyways, it enables me to do some cool shit for arm wrestling without having to be like, dependent on any level of success. And let me tell you, it makes it so much more fun to be a stress-free YouTuber than to need it. So I don't know how I got on that, but basically thank you guys for supporting us in the super chats. And I've got to add it up, but I think we're $500 and something away from our goal. I'm not going to bed until we've already have enough money to buy a plane ticket for Derek Smith. Now we're working on passport, food, and hotel. I'm guessing it's around 2K. I'm not logging off. I haven't slept. I've only had coffee or Western Mother Fluffing Survivor. Since Western Survivor sponsors Neil Pickup, I think I can say Mother Fluffing for that plug. And hey, Joseph, Joe, NBK, come into the show, man. Come into the show. I want to talk to NBK because that guy is effing killing it right now. Oh my gosh. Talk about somebody who's doing what I want to be doing. Dude,
I have a question to Harold. Can I ask?
Yeah, ask.
Harold, are you still professional referee for arm wrestling? Because I remember you reffed my match in amateur class at 9/11 in Bakersfield, where Travis smashed Scott Mendelson. So are you still professional referee?
It's been a while, mostly because of COVID. But if people call me up and they need some help, I'll help out. Yeah.
Cool.
But it's been a bit.
I gotta say, Harold, you're a really good ref too. Not just a good arm wrestler.
Yeah.
But a pretty good damn ref.
It's because I know all the tricks of the trade, so people can't get away with anything.
I remember, it stands out that when I'm filming and I'm watching Harold, I'm like, he's a very fair ref. And you were really good at getting a fair start, calling what needed to be called. I mean, I don't know if there's a record for who's had the least number of bad calls, but you got to be up there. You were really good.
I'm sure there's quite a few people that'll disagree with you on that one, but thank you.
The one who lost?
Yeah. 50% of the people I ref don't like me.
Yeah. Why is that? Because somebody has to lose?
They're losers.
Yeah. Hey, Julian, what do you think about what we're doing here, man?
Oh, I love it. I've been here since you started. I did had to go to sleep for a little while, but I was here when you started all the way up till about 1 or 2. Went to bed, woke back up, got back on. Been watching ever since.
How long have you been arm wrestling?
6 months now.
And you're really excited about the sport. Do you think you have what it
Oh, I
takes
love
to
it.
stick
I love
around? You think you got what it takes to stick?
Well, I mean, yeah, I was just like my MMA. I did that for 10 years, and I don't know, it's been real rough on my body, and I just want to transition to something else that's competitive, that's not rough on my entire body. So I got into arm
picked the
wrestling.
wrong sport. It's rough on you.
No, so far, no. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the JM presses is helping with that beginner pain. I haven't had no real injuries. I've entered 4 tournaments. I've came in second place in my first 2 tournaments, left-handed. Third tournament, I got first place, left-handed, but it was in the Oklahoma Nationals that just happened a couple weekends ago, and there wasn't nobody in my weight class, nobody there. I had to arm wrestle some kids from Chicago. I do believe them Russian kids, actually, that you arm wrestle, Gary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man,
that one
tough.
kid's hit is crazy.
Oh dude,
for
I can't believe
14
that
years old.
passes. Hey, Harold, I have a question. Harold, so we know you are an arm wrestler. We know you promoted events because you ran the World Buena Park Amateurs. We know you were awesome ref. I have a question. Yuri, were you the one who brought to the table? I think it's Yuri. If it was the other dude from Ukraine, correct me. But they said in Ukraine, there's no novice, no novice or amateur. You go into one class. So all the new guys arm wrestle only the pros. And he's saying it's safer because the pros know what to do with you and they do it safely. Whereas in America, the amateurs, 2 amateurs don't know what they're doing. And that's when the arms break. Yeah. So he's saying it's actually safer if you were to like eliminate novice and amateur and
I was just raising to hear opinions. I'm not like against or for. I'm just sharing like experiences in different countries and how the people perceive this stuff.
No, that's fine. I just, I got to pick a Harold.
Well, my thought on that is, and I actually really like that idea. I've always had a rule when I'm running an amateur event is no hot dogging. And the thing with amateurs is you get these guys.
What is that?
No hot dogging. Don't just sit there and hold your opponent and stare at them. If you can beat them, get it over with, move on to the next match. And that's the problem with amateurs is they got something to prove. And so they want to sit there, stare at them or slam them as quick as they can. But they don't know how to recognize when the other guy has now put himself in this position and then they slam. That's when you start to see these injuries is they just don't understand the positions they should be in and how to be safe or protect your opponent as well.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mentioned it earlier, I don't like to repeat, but I'm going to repeat. When I filmed arm wrestling, I was very comfortable filming open, and then I go to novice or amateur and I look away half the time because I'm so scared. I hated the pop.
Yeah.
Harold, that first tournament we went to in Nevada, 2 arm breaks.
2 arm breaks. Terrible.
Oh my
Training partners.
It was horrible.
It was bad.
I got a crazy arm wrestling story for only being in the sport or competitively 6 months. Practice about a month or so ago. Me and my buddy we're in a good match, and then next thing you know, like this crazy pop sound happens. Nothing serious happened, but it was it's definitely something, you can't prepare for it.
I have to say, someone just put in the chat, Josh Rowe, better make that plane ticket to LAX because Larry's on his way back next month. If worst case scenario that we cannot get Derek, then this, I know Derek wants camera equipment That's what I would do if he can't make it to Dubai. But I would pressure him to try to go as soon as possible then, because tickets are pretty cheap right now. So I'm still not leaving until we raise the $2 grand. It's all going to Derek Smith because he's effing awesome. He didn't leave the sport when I did, and I want to do something cool for that man to start off 2021. Thank you very much for being here. Harold Ryden.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've got one. I believe I got one raffle ticket. We're raffling off an arm bet table. I think I have one final raffle ticket to give away. That means I've given away 25 raffle tickets tonight in honor of Rattlesnake Riding. That is the key word. If you are in the chat, let's do rattlesnake because I want to keep it fast. Rattlesnake. Type rattlesnake. Type it. Type it fast. You got to go fast. First person, when I say time is the name I read off, you are the winner. Rattlesnake, 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 rattlesnake. Not fast enough. Rattlesnake. Harold, what we're doing is getting the chat to do like a roulette wheel to get the chat just moving fast. We're rattlesnake, rattlesnake. And the first name, when I say stop, I read, that's the winner of a $2 raffle ticket to get a arm bet table. Rattlesnake, faster, faster, faster. Rattlesnake, 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 rattlesnake. Time. Sta, S-T-E-S-T-A. Sta. I don't know what that means. Winner. Let me write this down because the chat kept moving. Sta, you are the winner of our final raffle ticket for the Arm Bet Western Survivor giveaway. Adam is hosting. He's doing cool things for arm wrestling. Or he wants to do cool things for arm wrestling as soon as he could get his jerky, which is awesome, into America. Sta, send me an email, GaryStephenRoberts@gmail.com. We are now officially, I am 18 hours and 9 minutes in. 18 hours, no freaking sleep. No sleep. And I got a second.
The record?
Huh?
What's the record for longest live podcast?
The record is like 10 days, but like everyone took a leg. Like they had 100 people do it.
Well, no, I'm talking about like longest one person consecutive stay up on a live feed.
Yeah,
do you know that?
I have no idea. Harold, I appreciate you joining. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome. Like, I don't want to pressure you to hang out. So if you got a giddy, just say sayonara, and I hope to see you sometime. And when I get back to California, I still got a storage unit over there.
Okay.
So
I don't mind hanging out for a bit unless you need the space.
No, we don't need the space. I just don't. Anyone here, you're all. It's a revolving door. I'm not going anywhere until I raise the $2 grand. And
so who do we have on here? I've been out of the sport for so long, I don't even know anybody anymore.
Introduce yourselves, Yuri, Levi.
Okay, so we just saw podcast like that Gary Roberts were doing, and we just joined just because there's link on YouTube. So anyone, even if you first day in arm wrestling, you can join it. Yeah, and myself, I actually went like one of the first competition that I went. It was like Buena Park World Amateur Arm Wrestling Championship. So it's kind of funny that I'm right now talking in the same podcast with Harold Raiden.
Nice.
Yeah, so it was a fun experience. I started arm wrestling in the United States, but right now I'm back in my home country, Ukraine. So yeah, I'm from Ukraine and doing arm wrestling for 5 years.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm from Norway and I started in 2015. So yeah.
And Levi said that it's easy to get on the Norway team to go to Worlds. So if you, Jake, and Jamie want to go to World Championships as masters, just go to Norway.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't
Yeah.
have to work very hard.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If I
But
can't hang
hey,
with the guys in the US, I'm on my way.
but Yuri, so you have both experience from the US and also from Ukraine, right? So
Yep.
what do you think is the so because one of my impressions of like US style of arm wrestling training is that, at least from people that I know, there are a lot of people that say that they mainly do table work, like only sparring and etc. And from my experience, and also from people that I know in Europe that arm wrestles, it's like maximum 1 month, one time a month they arm wrestle. Everything else is done in the gym with like powerlifting style of arm wrestling training. So how do you feel the differences between like being in Ukraine and training with people there and training with people in America?
So far that I experience, it's very different. Even in the United States, it depends completely on the state, on the team, on the club. We had like Jason Merlo recently in a podcast, and he said that when they train with Marcio, like they're all set up for the sparring, is to work on something and not get the wins on each other. So it's different. Like for example, I sparred in Las Vegas, and it was only amateurs, and we just tried to beat each other every week, and we were like low level, and we kept staying low level just because of the fact that our approach was. But it was only small amount of people. So like Todd Hutchings pulls like once in 6 weeks, and he trains by himself. So like so many different people. Like in Ukraine, some guys, they all like as you say, they do powerlifting approach to the training. Like myself, I'm doing right now. I practice only once in a month or like once in 6 weeks, just to test how I improved on some vectors. But before, even in Ukraine, we had some stuff when we just anytime we see each other, we're trying to arm wrestle. So it's crazy. It depends on the person, not country. I don't think it's cultural, but definitely there is. Okay, in Russia, there is one place that's called Ossetia. It's near. It's like Vladikavkaz based. So their gym produced like the biggest amount of world champions, like in arm wrestling.
Yeah, I'm
so
quite familiar with those agents.
Yeah, so they definitely have some systems. So if you go to that gym, you're doing the right stuff for arm wrestling from day one, and they will guide you in the right direction. But if you're joining club where no one is actually won the nationals, it's hard to get the right approach. You need to kind of learn yourself, like the long way. So I think it's not about countries. It depends on the club, I think, or like the people who you find.
Hey, guys, I don't mean to interrupt, but we have a couple new guests, and I just want to introduce them real quick. Joseph, we're gonna stick on you a little longer, so we got to go Western Survivor first because they sponsor the show. Adam, who are you?
How you doing? Good man. How you doing, guys?
What's up, man?
What's up,
welcome
Adam?
welcome to ARMTV.
Thanks, man. I was watching last night before I shut her down. You're an Iron Man, the digital Iron Man today.
I'm still going, bro.
It's good.
18 hours.
Okay.
That's $500 something to go. What
Listen, guys, I'll give you the rundown right now. My old man makes this recipe when I was a kid. He works for the hydro company, so he doesn't start a business because he had a good pension, holidays, a couple kids, mom rolled out. So we made this stuff for hunters for a long time. I was an RV technician, service manager, taking care of 700 or 800 campers a summer, 60 to 80 vehicles a month. And I thought if I put all this time and effort into something that I know I'm good at, and that I know there's no real hardcore competition out there, then I'll probably be all right. So 3 years ago, I registered Western Survivor. I had original, medium, and hot, just a little difference in temperatures. The difference with my jerky, It gets marinated for 30 hours. It's a 1/4 inch thick inside hip roast cut with the grain. The reason for the long marinade is because if you put a piece of this stuff in your cheek, I wanted it to run out of flavor before it ever fell apart. Or opposite, I wanted to fall apart before it ever ran out of flavor, sorry. So when I make the stuff, 20 kilos of meat after a 30-hour marinade dehydrates down to 6.5. When you get a 45-gram package of my stuff, if you eat it properly, like some old school chewing tobacco in your cheek, it's going to rehydrate up to over 110 grams. When I dehydrate it instead of smoke it, there's no sodium nitrate, there's no sugar, no carbs. And the drier I get it, the higher the protein goes up because it goes protein per weight. So right now I come in at about 65% protein with a water activity of about 0.8, 0.85. Anything above that's got to be refrigerated. Anything below that's a crouton. Nobody wants it. Over the course of the 3 years, I'm up to 18 flavors. The bits and pieces came from not wanting to have any scrap. And then I started taking full batches of perfectly good jerky and grinding them up just to fill spice containers, salads, cheap pizzas, loaded potatoes, and the list goes on. But I had zero scrap. And I don't know if you've noticed or not, Gary, but if you flip one of my packages over, I'm 100% window. I have zero to hide. If you grab a competitor's package, they're going to give you a lot of plastic. It's going to look like you're getting a big portion of something, but really their meat doesn't even make it to the little window that they give you on the one side. I got nothing to hide. I don't want to jam plastic into the environment. Okay. There's no
Okay.
need.
If
I got a little side note. I worked.
Hold on. Jolene, do you arm wrestle?
Do I arm wrestle? Yeah. In 08, Eric held a tournament up here in Woodstock. I go as a featherweight. I come out of there second place. Years goes by, but I was hitting the weights. I got off the cigarettes. I partied a lot less. And I started training. My weight went up. I went to another tournament that a guy was holding. His last name is Power up here in Ontario. Brian Powers holding this tournament, Brampton Classic, go down there second place. I've never got first. I'll admit it. But you know what? It gives me a reason to train, guys. I'm 46 years old. When I look at the weights, I have a reason besides the mirror. Okay? There's a reason. You know, I go to parties, I am the man. But I go to a tournament, I get put in my place. It's good for me. I need that. I went to this guy, Jake Beefcake, he calls himself on Facebook. I go to his tournament in Kitchener, okay? I go 0 to 200 pounds amateur, and then I go 0 to 165 in the open. Both arms. I'm looking for table time. I live in a village of like 200 people, nobody to practice with, all the weights in the world. I'm looking for table time. I walk out of there, 0 wins, 8 losses, and you got 2 choices as an arm wrestler. You quit or you go train. And I went to train because of my work ethic, the same as jerky, the same as RVs, the same as being a good dad.
Adam, I want to jump ahead a little bit because I want to get to Joseph. Well, you contacted us on Beauty and the Beast. You watched the show?
Yes, sir.
Now Michael Todd, he does Primal.
Yeah.
And Primal is in Walmart. You're not in Walmart?
Guys, if my shit was in Walmart, it would be selling twice as fast as Primal. I've been in business 3 years. I got more flavors than them already. The object is to stretch the menu, give somebody some options. So if my stuff was in the States, you guys have 350 million people. We got 35 million. If my stuff was in the States, guys, I'm telling you, as soon as they eat it, it's gone. If they want the exact same thing, they got to come to me. The money is coming. It's not like
Adam, is the beef bits, is it meant to be eaten like this?
You can eat it any way you want, my good man.
Let me tell you, it's good that way.
The
Okay,
woman
Adam.
tells me we've got just over 50 tickets left on westernsurvivor.ca out of 500.
All right.
That table's 450. Then they got to ship it for somewhere around 4. I'm chucking in the Fix t-shirt and a pile of my product. I'm probably going to lose money on every table, but not enough to worry about. And getting tables into neighborhoods is where it's at.
Well, thank you very much. We hope that you have
Now you
all
know
the
what I'm
success that you want. I bought 25 raffle tickets and I gave them away on this show. Thank you very much for chiming in. You're welcome to hang out, but I got to talk to Joseph.
I want to hear that guy.
Okay.
What's up, everyone? Can you hear me? Gary, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
Joseph, I need to give a little backstory.
Okay.
Okay, when I was phasing out of arm wrestling, I feel like you and I had a conversation in your beginning days.
We had a couple of conversations, Gary. I actually reached out to you to have you give me some criticism on what I was doing, and you did. You told me what you liked and what you didn't like, and I kind of took from that and ran with it.
I gave you advice?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you gave me some critiques, I should say.
What do you remember? I don't remember.
Yeah. The main thing that sticks out to me was a lot of the videos I was doing, I was using a fade transition, and you just expressed that you preferred a black fade versus over the cross fade or the blur fade.
Yeah.
And that was about it. And I was like, he's probably right, or at least I should pay attention to, more of my criticisms when they're, not completely negative.
So here we are. You're kicking my ass, bro. Dude, no, I've looked at your stats. You're no bullshit. You are crushing it, bro.
We've amped it up in the previous years here. I just knew that I wasn't going to go anywhere after I, realized I was really in love with the sport, probably a bit more than everyone else. Although I know everyone loves it. I'm just saying it's different with me.
Okay, I know you're having success. Did you have any tough times where you're like, oh, did you have to fight through anything, or has it been an easy path?
It's constant battle, really. I mean, we didn't get monetized until year 2 or year 3. And I mean, we were making, this is before anything really. This is back in 2014, 2015. I think the most we made per month up until maybe even, probably 2018. For the first 3 years, we probably only made $50 a month, maybe $100 a month.
You stuck with it.
Enough to even get paid, by Google, because you have to make $100 in 28 days for them to actually pay you. Otherwise, it just rolls over to the next month.
Okay, now we jumped ahead, and tell us who you are and how'd you find arm wrestling? And are you an arm wrestler first, or you're a weirdo camera guy first? In the beginning.
Okay, in the beginning. I started arm wrestling, obviously when I was a kid. Was into it all through high school. Where
are you from?
I'm from Minnesota, originally from Boston. I live in central Minnesota right now. It's by the St. Cloud area, about an hour from the Twin Cities. And my brother and I were always, kind of I was really good in my grade against the bigger football players. And my brother was the guy who was pretty much unbeaten throughout the whole school. And we're not big dudes. He played lineman in football, and he's only a 165-pound guy. We're not big dudes. It's just we were raised on a farm, and we a little bit stronger than maybe your average person. So we excelled in arm wrestling. And if you can fast forward to 2012, I started watching YouTube. I was still living in northern Minnesota, but I found Devin Larratt on YouTube, and I was like, holy shit, arm wrestling's real. This is way beyond what I thought it ever could be. And we decided to move to central Minnesota, and I had the assumption that I could just pick, a team to join when I moved down here. And boy, was I wrong there. There really isn't arm wrestling anywhere unless you seek it out. You have to actually actively seek it out. Otherwise, you probably won't find it, unless you stumble upon some, happen chance meeting with a pro or something like that. But unless you seek it out, you're not going to find it. So I actually went online, searched for it, found it in the Twin Cities area, and just took it from there. Started going to tournaments, started going to practices. I went to my first tournament in 2014.
And your channel was NBK always?
I actually started out. Okay, so I started arm wrestling in 2014, and my first tournament was March. Yeah, it was March, and then I started the channel in January because I was filming my arm wrestling, my matches and all that stuff, but I was a YouTuber for a completely different thing. I'm a competitive shooter. That's where MBK comes from. I was raised shooting and hunting, and it's pretty much a massive part of my life. So I took that, kind of melded it into arm wrestling, shut down my shooting channel, and just focused on building the new arm wrestling channel and training and traveling. And I mean, we didn't really travel outside of the tri-state area until year probably 2. But I just kept hammering, going to local tournaments, local practices, filming, taking pictures, doing what I've always kind of done, just kind of melding it into arm wrestling. And we started to see pretty good traction, or at least good responses from the community very fast. I mean, people were just happy that there was people filming and documenting arm wrestling again, because as you know, by that time, you and Polarville were kind of on their way. I mean, not really on their way out, but you guys just weren't doing the content that you used to do. Like you guys,
I got a job. The JOB, man.
The JOB. You had to be an adult, Gary.
Yeah, the JOB.
Yeah, right.
Hey, listen, man, it's a really tough day when you have to say, oh shit, I got to go get a paycheck. It takes away. I mean, I would have loved to do it on the side, but I mean, we all know what jobs do, right?
Yeah. They, real jobs.
Can I ask you, I got to ask Adam one quick question, then I come back to you. We have a super chat. Sean Crowther, $3.99. Thank you for your contribution. Adam, what is your favorite flavor of your jerky? And one answer, not you like them all. One answer, give it to me.
Yeah, I've been at a pile of shows, fairs, rib fest, racetracks, and so on, and I always lean on this one right here, guys. It's cracked peppercorn.
Cracked peppercorn.
No sugar, no carbs, and a pile of protein, right? But it's a little bit warm, so I don't eat it like candy. It just slows me down that little bit. But it's not enough to roast you out the next day when the fire needs the air to burn, so to speak.
Thank you very much, Adam. Joseph, I need you to do something for me. You may not like it.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I don't want to arm.
Just have to say that I just have to go now. So have a nice one, guys.
Levi, thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Goodbye.
As long as I don't have to arm wrestle him, Gary, fire away.
Joseph.
What up?
Okay. I know what
you got to be careful. Joseph might have a pack of original and Chipotle in the mail right now.
Joseph, I know the state of arm wrestling. I know exactly where it was when I left.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as I've returned, I'm gonna mess this up because I don't remember all the details. But let's say I've heard 6 slightly different variations and maybe a couple, some are a little different than others, of what exactly I recognize. I come back in the sport, I recognize shit has changed. Okay. So on Reddit, somebody posted on Reddit, Hey, arm wrestling Reddit, are you a fan of arm wrestling or are you an arm wrestler? And after a couple days, it was 180 fans to 40 arm wrestlers. Now, if I did that same poll in 2012, when I really started like to walk, it was not like that. There was no fans on YouTube compared to the arm wrestlers. So I want to ask you, Joseph, you never left. You were there for every little step of the way.
Yep.
Give me a chronological order if you can. If you can't answer, fine.
I'll try my best.
What was the first big thing? Then the second? And like, it's so easy to just say, oh, Devin Larratt blew up, or Game of Arms blew something up, then Wall blew it up, or Schoolboy blew it up, or Devin Larratt arm wrestling, the big strong guy blew it up. It's like, what is the order of things that like happen to knock the dominoes over to finally create like a fan base that exists today?
For arm wrestling in general or for my channel?
No, in arm wrestling in general. You witnessed arm wrestling.
I would say the first major thing to happen would have been Game of Arms. That was the first real thing that that was 2014, I think. 2014, I want to say is when it was.
Yeah.
That was huge. I mean, I would go to practices that were literally structured around watching the new episode that would come out. So Game of Arms first, and WAL kind of followed suit right along with them. They came around, that was 2014. That really got the ball, I mean, spinning fast for arm wrestling. And then,
so if there's no Game of Arms, is there no famous Devin Larratt, no famous Schoolboy?
No, that's not exactly true. I think those personas would have came along anyways. It's not like they needed or had to have Game of Arms to bring them, to the surface. It's just it maybe gave people inspiration to kind of maybe start doing their own thing outside of following the big, the big gigs. I don't know for sure.
It gave insight to arm wrestling. That's what it did. It brought the outside world in.
Was it slow, or was it like one day you woke up and you noticed shit was different?
No, it was probably a continuous, like a steady trickle, right? Like Game of Arms, then WAL, and for like 2 years, well, not really 2 years, Game of Arms kind of, I hate to say it, but they died off rather quick. They, did the first season, and then there was a bunch of talk about season 2 and yada, yada, yada. I mean, pretty much the rest is history. It just didn't happen, or it did happen, and then nobody can really watch it. But the WAL was running. The WAL kind of took over really at that point. They started running, a lot of tournaments, a lot of big tournaments, and then they did their qualifying tournaments. And then, they had, fast forward 2016, they had the regionals, and that was probably the huge, like the next big explosion of arm wrestling exposure in terms of social media and online presence, was the announcement and the introduction of the WAL, like the regional qualifiers, because they had one in what I think it was like Louisiana or Texas. I think they had one for the South, and Travis and a bunch of those dudes were there. And then I covered the Chicago, the Northern Regional. And if you've ever wondered why you don't see much footage of that from the WAL, I have a feeling it's because I covered the whole event, and I got most of the content out, I think, before they got any of theirs really kind of organized. And I don't know if they didn't want to overlap or if people thought that it would be like oversaturation, but I have to assume that's why I don't see much of their own original footage from the Chicago regional. And that, without a doubt, is what catapulted my channel into where it is. I mean, I think we were just barely over 1,000 subscribers in March, or not March, it was May think it was May of 2016. And as soon as I filmed the regionals, and I also have to give a major shout out to a couple of people who helped me film that event, Ben Smith and John Saseski. Those two dudes helped me make sure that I covered the entire event. Like, huge. Thank you guys. But other than that, I mean, I didn't have much for famous people on my channel, like, or in terms of arm wrestling, you know, fame. It was Devin Larratt. It just is what it is. The guy is essentially internet gold. People want to be a part of Devin's journey. I mean, he's a likable guy, and I mean, he's kind of good at arm wrestling, right?
Very approachable.
Yeah.
I've had a couple of phone calls with the guy, and the first time that I heard his voice on the other end of the phone, I was just like, yeah. No mistake.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? Devin's part of Devin's journey. He's pretty awesome. He's a pretty awesome guy. That's all I can say.
When did you really start to believe, oh shit, things are changing. Things are like this channel. Like, did you work another job? I don't know when you said you were only making $50, were you employed?
Yeah, I was employed the whole time. I was working construction. I'm pretty sure up until I think I was still working construction until 2015 or 2016. And then I got laid off, and I started to work at UPS. I worked there for almost 4 years, and I just quit working there about 4 or 5 months ago, I think it was. And this is what I do full time now.
Okay. The day you're walking in to quit your job, are you feeling nervous?
No, there's some backstory, some drama to it. It really didn't have anything to do with me wanting or being able to do this full time. I probably could have done this full time before I quit if I really, really wanted to. But I don't like working for anyone, Gary, because every job that I've ever had, I've had my work ethic exploited, and I don't really like confronting my bosses on their bullshit, because they normally get really pissy about it. So I essentially just left on my own terms. I wanted to leave to preserve the remaining bits of my sanity. That's basically why.
And now you are able, I know what it's like. For a few years, I was able to do arm wrestling for a living. And now it's amazing. You're now able to do that.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's not only from YouTube. Like, that's kind of one of the biggest misconceptions is we're doing many, many more things than just YouTube. Like, I have an entire merchandise line. I do tournaments.
You are diversified.
Yeah. I mean,
buddy just got a table from y'all's company, actually.
I actually don't have a table company. Are you talking Legacy Tables?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's my official sponsor. But I don't
Good
actually.
Solid table.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Good solid table.
That's Steve Baldwin. He's a super guy. He's one of my referees I use at my tournaments. He's also an arm wrestler, very strong. Good guy. Good guy. Very awesome tables. My tables are a little bit custom, so when people see them, they're like, "Hey, can I order those?" And I'm like, "Not really." You can order, specialized things, but mine actually come from two different people to make one table. It's because I'm kind of a diva in terms of my equipment. I really don't like shaky or stuff that's not bolted down. I mean, if you ever come to one of my tournaments, you'll see right away that, like, our tables are obviously always bolted down. Nothing moves, nothing wiggles. It's different, right? We try to separate ourselves from everybody else.
Can I say, I got two comments to make about one, MBK Joseph Drelak.
Right on.
One, I'm so impressed how you're able to do the channel and film and edit and then still produce merch? Because I could never. I had Kevin, our media guy, our branding guy, come on, and he's the one that created some t-shirts. Or Philip Delaney gave me this shirt. He gave me these banners. I didn't have time to, have logos created. And it's like my brain is so full of editing. I couldn't even think about logos and how you're able to promote tournaments, film, edit, and produce merchandise. I don't know how you spin all those plates. And arm wrestle. I got to be honest, when I met you at the practice with Devin Laird, because you're a lighter dude, I thought
you were going to handle me a little bit.
I mean, I didn't know about that, but here's what I learned. You are fucking strong.
Yeah, I'm a little bit strong.
I was like, wow, dude, he's strong, dude. Like I
train a group of guys, and I travel to train with anyone who will train with me, because I was told and taught by one individual years ago by the name of John Brown. That dude is
John Brown.
Amazing.
I know John
Amazing
Brown.
Dude. I trained with him for 2 years, sometimes 3 times a week. He pretty much put my discipline level where it is now in terms of training and wanting my teammates to get better without just, going to a practice and smashing people for 2 hours and not really learning anything, just getting some sore elbows. And, everyone goes home, their egos have been patted, they got their practice wins, they're good to go, right? No. If you come to my practice doing that shit, I'm going to put you in your place quick, like real quick. I will pull you until you are done pulling. Done. Fact.
Okay, I gotta cut you. I don't like you anymore. I'm done with you. You know why? How the fuck can you be so successful at a channel and still be a good arm wrestler? How do you do both of that? Come on, man. How do you run a channel and still be a good arm wrestler? How do you do all that?
Every day, Gary. I don't do anything that isn't arm wrestling minded. Like nothing.
It's
nothing.
Unfair.
Everything I do is this. Everything.
It's unfair that you can do both.
It's not unfair because we're all given the same opportunities at times. You just have to, kind of sacrifice a little bit. And realistically, Gary, dude, I can't do any of this without my other half, Gary.
How many kids you got?
None.
You have no children?
No kids, man.
That frees up some
That's
time.
another reason. That's another reason why I can travel. I can go all over. I don't have many strings. It's pretty awesome. Very thankful, very blessed. My other half, Betsy, she makes it all happen. All of it.
Man, I'm
fading. Joseph,
I'm fading. I need
Joseph, you got to dress up like Conor McGregor for fucking Halloween, Joseph.
Hey, can someone message Brad Cook? Why isn't he in? He told me he was coming back after some coffee. He's leaving me hanging.
I do. I get a lot of
really good.
Could be work.
Can I add? I'd like to. I started my arm wrestling career in Minnesota as well. I don't know.
Hey, what's up, Harold?
You know Harold, of course, right?
I've never met Harold. I don't think so.
I've never met you, huh?
But you've known of him.
Oh yeah. I've known of Harold, and I've known his backstory that he came from Minnesota. I mean, I'd like to shake his hand, but he lives all the way over in Cali, right, Harold?
I'll get back there. I'll get back there soon.
Hey, if you come back here, I wanna meet you, man.
I want periodically. I'll let you know next time I'm on my way.
Hey guys, I'm gonna tell a quick 5-minute story. I gotta vent for a second because this is my first winter out of California. Okay, I'm in Chicago.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yesterday morning. No, dude, I'm telling you, this is bad. Yesterday morning, I had to run some last minute errands and I'm out. There was a fresh snow the night before and the snow on the cars froze. And I'm telling you, I don't have a dash cam. 15 vehicles driving down the road over 40 miles an hour over a period of 2 hours, let frozen snow fly off their vehicles and almost hit people. Like, how is it that people in like Winterland don't know that that's dangerous? I've seen enough YouTube videos to know that shit's dangerous. I
You live
cannot
in
believe.
Chicago. They know, they just don't care, Gary. They just don't
Gary,
care.
up here in Canada, we throw the vehicle sideways to scrub some speed and let that hit the ground in front of us and then straighten it back out, man.
I'm not gonna blame names, but I drove up to 4 of the vehicles and they were ladies. I don't know what that means. I don't know
We
what that
can't
means.
talk about their driving skills.
I mean, it annoys me because it's like, I mean, anyways, wish me luck here in Chicago winters. I want people to know that we are almost 19 hours. I'm a little bit fading. We still have like 600. All the donations have come to a stop. I'm getting worried. How long am I have to do this? I need more money. I can't quit, but at the same time, I know my wife is like thinking I'm already going longer than I said I would. So we're at 585 on the GoFundMe page for Derek. And I gotta add up some numbers. Who in there wants to come in the show to add some new flavor? Joseph, dude, you are, I mean, you're right. I put you on the Michael Todd level. Your channel's like in the last 2 months is all.
I mean,
like,
we're doing good, but I'm people don't know me like you think they do, Gary. I mean, some people do, but if you ask the general population, you're probably going to get a mix of people thinking that I'm either just a video guy or that they don't even know that I film and that they just know me as an arm wrestler. It's still kind of coming together where a lot of people are finally connecting the dots like, oh man, like he's the guy who runs the camera.
I'm one of them.
And he trains all these and he's competing and he's going to all these practices. Okay, now I get it. He actually does love the sport.
What are you telling me? There's people that don't think you love the sport? Come on.
Nah, there's people that have misconceptions.
Oh my God. Listen, listen, we have big news. We have big news. Holy shit. I have never been so happy. Herman Stevens, you gotta help me. Dude, I need to pee. Herman Stevens is joining. For the love of God, bring some conversations because I'm fading. I'm dying over here. Herman,
almost like old times.
I am not kidding. I love Herman Stevens right now for joining. Herman, I've never been so happy to see your name come in. You got to turn on your camera. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Herman Stevens. I've never been so happy to see Herman Stevens' name. Oh my God. This is so great. I don't care if you ban me from the board. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Joe.
I love you.
Joseph.
What's up?
I got an idea to throw at you separate after all this, after Gary goes to bed.
Get at me.
Hold on. Wait. Adam, I got it. You got to hold it. We got to give my man. You're the star. You're the star, Herman. Herman, holy shit. I hope you forgive me for letting Travis say bad words. I told him we can't say those words anymore. Herman, because I'm fading here. I know you do this shit. I need you to come in and say some cool shit to spark up some arm wrestling conversations. I really goddamn need you right now. I swear to God, help me out here. Say, I gotta like push mute and just listen and try to drink some water and go pee. Would you help me out here, Herman?
He is fading. That boy's
He's
fading.
still muted.
He's muted.
Nah, we got it. Go ahead, Gary. Take a break, brother.
Herman,
Am I on, Gary? Am I on?
You're
Yeah,
on.
you're on, Herman. We got you.
For the love of God, I need you, man. I need you.
Gary, I really did not want to come on this show because I think it'd be wasted material. I think we got a lot of good stuff, and you might get lost. But man, I felt bad. You guys were dying, man.
Yeah, we are dying.
Yeah, especially earlier. I mean, we need some more action on here. So I heard you guys talking about the King's move earlier, and
I'm gonna mute. You guys talk.
yeah, and so Actually, bear with me here. I'm driving around looking at properties. My house is completely destroyed from the hurricane. So some trees fell on it. But yeah, so you guys are talking about elbows and rules and bone locks and stuff. But I think we're missing the what happens next, right? So we allow the King's move or we accept it regardless of the rules, right? My question that I have to ask myself now is the next tournament I go to and I pull Robbie Burnett and Wayne Withers and I bust my elbow up. Do I actually rehab my arm to be a healthy person, or do I let it sit at 90 degrees for a month like it would normally do without any intervention? Do I let myself become disabled? That's where this is going. And I think everyone's missing the big picture on it.
That's
So
a
you
good
think
take on
people
it.
want to
90 degrees.
develop it?
Yeah. I mean, actively, the last couple years, if I have a hard match, my elbow will be frozen for almost a month after the tournament. Right? I choose to rehab that elbow. I choose to work and stretch that elbow out. So if I can become something like a Michael Todd or a Crazy George, I should not try to fix myself.
I think it's your choice. It's like it depends to you. If you want
I
to,
should choose to be disabled.
like, do you want to have bone lock or not?
Well, it depends. I might want to be a champion. So I'm saying that is a shortcut. And I guarantee you there is someone right now who leaves a practice, his range of motion up, and he is choosing to touch his arm out.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it all depends on how you approach the practice too. You know, when I was training back in the day, we stretch your arm out straight after every match, stretch that thing out. I mean, I arm wrestled for years. Look at that thing. It goes pretty straight, and I didn't take much time off.
I have a bar in my gym that I hang from all day.
Yeah, I can straighten my arms. I mean, I've only been doing it 6 months. But I come from MMA and jiu-jitsu and everything, so
straighten your arm out.
Yeah, stretch all the time.
My wrist doesn't go straight, so I guess I can't have too much.
Are you guys losing Herman?
Yeah, Herman's in and out.
Yeah, Herman, you're breaking up, dude.
Okay, I might have to park or something. What about now?
You're better now.
No video.
Okay.
That is a good point to bring up, because if somebody does that from the get-go and they train themselves that way from an earlier age than probably most of us, then in the long run, we will see the results from that. But as of right now, like, to convert yourself to that and then actually trust that against that kind of competition. I mean, for me, the competition, I can try whatever I want, but at your guys' level, I don't know if you want to go slamming yourself into a King's move against a 270-pound dude. And, you know, and even though you practiced it, and even though you've watched it and you know, you're torture tested your ligaments, but if a person starts training that way right from the get-go, and that's the way they've learned, and we're going to see those results eventually. You know,
the bigger
and then when
question for me is why isn't the way to beat the King's move being trained and being talked about more? Because let's be honest, you can beat the King's move. It's not impossible.
You got to blast right through it off the start.
No, you don't. I got a guy in our practice. I got a guy in our practice.
Cataract.
He moves all the time, and that's when I'm actually able to beat him, is when he goes for his King's move. So
when he's backing up,
all the time
when he's on the retreat, that gives you that second to make your move.
I just come at him. Just come at him. Don't. If you try and lat drag with somebody who's King's moving and you don't have a King's move, you're fucked. Your shit will pump up, it'll open up, and you'll be done. So
that's the video
if you stay tighter and you actually push at them and come at them, they're gonna run out of pad and foul.
Right, gotcha.
It's simple. It's so easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ugh.
When they
Totally
talk
agree
about
with
the
you, brother.
elbow in the back of the arm, so when you're teetering on the back of the arm, the elbow comes up, that's a foul. If your shoulder goes below the table, that's a foul. These guys that their arm doesn't do it, people are gonna take that and start that way younger. The King's move, how it came up with people getting tortured, their arm fixed, they came back in the sport. We all heard that story with Devin and Bob, I think his name is, but we all heard how that happens when the guy's arm gets demolished, but he loves the sport, keeps coming back. But if people train that way from the start, almost on purpose, it's time will tell. Time will tell. If the fouls are called and you approach it like MBK, that's one thing. But if you are a fan of it and you want to learn to do it that way, then that's your choice too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't support it, but I mean, it is what it is. I don't hate the King's move. I'm not going to tell my teammates to train for it. I just feel like if you can't beat it by the proper ways of beating it, you just got to get stronger. Like there is a programmable way to approach beating the King's move. And if you can't do it with the right technique, you just got to get stronger. Because trust me, the stronger guy will beat the King's move.
Yeah,
he will.
It's just like our MMA guy here knows. There's always a move countering what he does. So if he picks a move and he slaps it on a guy, he's waiting for the guy to counter so he can recounter. There's no difference with arm wrestling. There's a lot of people don't realize how much is actually going on.
It's actually really crazy how much of my MMA training or just MMA is translating into arm wrestling. It's kind of crazy.
It's an ethic.
It's your discipline. It's your discipline. That's what it is.
And
well, and it's my
take a shot.
I stand traditional, and so from 10 years of practicing with my jab, my left hand is retarded, like levels ahead of my right hand, and I'm right-handed. So the only thing I can think of is because of my 10 years of MMA training of using my jab, I just got so much coordination with my left hand. It's just retarded.
It also has to do with right-handed dominant people using their right hand for dexterity and loading up their left hand with the brunt of the work because they're going to do the fine motor stuff with their right. That's why my left hand on paper is way better than my right, but I'm right hand dominant. That's the same thing, same along the same lines.
Yeah.
What is What is it?
What is this?
Gary,
you got to drop that guy like a banana.
Oh, he's letting a bunch of people in here. Herman's muted.
You're going to liven it up somehow.
I asked Herman to unmute.
I wasn't sure if I was causing the feedback, and then I realized it was just a crazy person.
It was a crazy person.
I mean,
yeah,
I didn't know if anything would come of it, but it was a chance. Welcome back.
So we're getting desperate. So I heard the argument about new guys training for the King's move. But I'm telling you right now, I'm 10 years in, and if I wanted to be like Devin or like Michael Todd, I could simply let that happen.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. That's the dilemma that's coming.
Don't you feel like something happened though with their ability to pull inside that forced them to decide, well, I'm not going to try and stay tight anymore. I'm actually going to want to open up because they don't even have the ability. They're going to lose against guys they should beat. That's why I sometimes feel like maybe people get the idea that, oh, well, I can't really get stronger, tighter anymore. So now I might as well get stronger, more open. No?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can probably get stronger open, but I just feel that it's a decent defensive move. I have nothing wrong with the King's move, but
Some of the big
I
names
just
that you're
feel that
talking
it's
about, some of the big names you're
it's
talking
a
about, those guys have had surgery, and that ligament is actually shorter. These aren't guys that just rested and not straightening
Yeah.
their arm. These guys had surgery. That shit is shorter. Their arm does not go straight. Like the amount of rehabilitation it would take to stretch that fat tendon out, they don't even want to do it, let alone whatever. But I don't know, like from Herman's standpoint, unless he wants to get operated on, I think there's a difference between the guy that just doesn't rehab it and the guy that actually had surgery. Do you know?
Oh, well, yeah, there's most definitely a difference.
Like it's easier to get a lock when you got surgery done. Or
So
not a
Herman,
lock.
do you think that
it's easier for your arm to stop when the doctor made it that way. But when you just don't rehab it, a strong enough guy is going to blow through your non-rehab and make it do it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't agree with. I mean, George, crazy George from Canada, and Michael.
Yeah,
Todd,
he's had some. He's.
guys like, he didn't
He's
have
never had a surgery? Oh. Huh.
Those guys haven't had surgeries.
Not to fix that. They.
Oh,
what you're
my
talking
bad.
about is
I
ripping their
was under
bicep
the-
tendon, right?
I was under the assumption that Michael Todd's arm did not straighten out anymore because he had surgery to fix something that happened in
I
his arm
was too.
wrestling career.
I mean, okay, Michael
I don't know
Todd.
I don't know which muscle.
Here's the deal. Michael Todd, over the course of his career, has micro injured himself again and again and again and again, little breaks and fractures, and it's just jacked up his arm. I don't think it's the surgery as much as injury on top of injury on top of injury on top of scar tissue, yada, yada. No doctors shortened his lock. That man has put himself in dangerous positions time and time again that it's scar tissued that shit to protect it.
And it just doesn't bend. Yeah, it's just like old jiu-jitsu guys who's always getting armbarred from arm bars and stuff. It's the same thing.
So if I have a question for Herman, do you think that you could get better now training specifically for King's move versus trying to get better at traditional arm wrestling?
Oh, Herman wasn't on. Is he on now?
Yeah, he's on.
I think he is, isn't he?
He's muted.
Oh, he's gone.
I'm heading towards. Get better.
Yeah, Herman, you gotta you gotta go into airplane mode and come back and reset your cell signal. That's usually what I gotta do.
All I'm saying is
my overall opinion about the King's move is it stays. It's an option. If you get good at it, use it, win your match.
Yeah,
guys,
but it's not beatable.
It's not going away,
no
guys.
complaining. That's all that I want. Is just no complaining about it.
It's not going away.
It's not unbeatable. Like you can beat a King's move.
You guys know Jim
like
Coyle?
No, sir.
Oh yeah,
of course.
Yeah, I beat his King's move in 2018 easily.
Actually,
it's
Jim
not
Coyle.
unbeatable, guys.
Who is that?
It's not unbeatable.
No, it's not unbeatable.
Jim Coyle literally has like
but again,
a King's move.
But Joe, no one. It's just like the steroid debate. No one is worried about the old guy or Jim Coyle doing the King's move. No one's worried about a weak arm wrestler doing steroids. I'm worried about Devin doing the King's move or Herman Stevens using steroids. That's really what it comes down to. I'm not worried about Joe Blow.
So you're worried about Devin or somebody on that level getting stronger in a King's move that you can't beat? I'm just trying to be clear here. I don't get it.
That's when it matters. But again, I don't pull Devin. I really don't pull any King's movers, although I pulled Michael at Nationals in 2015. What I'm saying is that when a move is that difficult to beat, and it is,
Yes, no, it is. It's the hardest move to beat, right? But it's beatable.
Yes. And without surgeries, I have lost range of motion on my arm every single year. And I'll tell you this, in the middle of a tournament, if I get into a war, my range of motion gets shorter and my lock gets stronger. And I can do an open top roll that normally I wouldn't be able to do. So again, the question is, and Devin would say, or Devin says, you know, this is war. You should do everything possible to win. Should I let myself become handicapped?
Yes.
That's
If you want to win, and when you're done your career, you can rehab that arm straight, man. You get all the titles you can select.
Hey, that arm will never come back, man. That's never come back. That's so I'm saying that's a dilemma. That's interesting. And then what other sport do you would choosing a disability or choosing to be handicapped makes you better?
There probably isn't. But okay, so don't you think that this could all be stopped if one particular league just followed the rules on it, and then essentially the King's move's still going to be there until it's called a foul, and then the guy loses, right? If the fouls are called in the current parameters, dude, just essentially I won't pull a guy who has a King's move unless it's in the league that I know will call it.
Well, if we're looking at the history of the sport, it evolves. Back in the day, top rolling was cheating. They called top rolling cheating. And now,
that's hilarious.
That's a big thing. And so let's be honest, the sport's going to evolve. The King's move is here to stay. It's a newer move, so people are still kind of fine tuning it. And same with the move to beat it. So until they get that King move fine tuned, and then the move to beat it is in place, we'll move on to whatever the next move that everyone's going to call is cheating. So we'll just have to face the fact that the King move is here to stay.
Well, I just think that a incredibly strong, or like say you're training with a guy who King's moves all the time, right? You're going to be forced to keep coming at him and keep, more shoulder committal. So, eventually over time, do you think that people are going to start training their press enough to where they can beat a King's move?
Absolutely. I do.
John Brzenk took Michael Todd's King's move and crushed it. We all saw it.
Hey, that was absolute bullshit. Jerry Caderet made a deal with John Brzenk to split the winnings. So Jerry burned Michael Todd out, and John Brzenk beat a tired Michael Todd.
That's hearsay.
Oh, shit. Hey,
that's not hearsay. That is not hearsay at all.
Herman, I didn't know that, dude.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I believe you, Herman.
Yeah, they've been making deals for ever, arm wrestlers.
So you're saying that John wouldn't have been able to beat Michael's King's move like that if Jerry wouldn't have done that?
Uh-oh. Neil Pickup says, no, he didn't.
I still think, I don't know, man. I don't know.
There's two people that
I always root for the stronger guy. So,
hey,
pause, the guy who's got the team stronger.
Gentlemen, pause. I have to say one thing. Neil Pickup is on the chat. He seems like he wants to say stuff. Neil, you can just enter it, right? I put it in the comments. You can come back on the show if you want. Anyways, continue, guys.
Yeah, man.
Neil Pickup's arguing with you guys in the chat.
Yeah, tell Neil to come on.
Yeah.
Come on, Neil.
There's nothing that says John Brzenk would have beaten Michael Todd that day.
If he hadn't pulled Jerry?
If he hadn't pulled Jerry.
Oh,
I'm not saying John couldn't.
I really wasn't even an arm wrestler at that point. I was, but I didn't know shit. I still really don't know that much, but I didn't know any of that. So
and regardless of a deal being made, Michael Todd and Jerry Caderet had a war before Michael Todd pulled John Brzenk.
Neil is agreeing with Herman. My mistake.
And I'll go a step further.
So Neil's confirming the inside trickery?
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. And Joe.
Hey, wait. What's he confirming? Is he confirming the money, or is he confirming that Jerry Caderet burnt out Michael Todd?
No, he's confirming the under the table shit.
Both.
Oh, yeah.
That there was a handshake.
I'll tell you this. If Michael Todd and Jerry Caderet pulled, and I pulled Michael Todd after, I'd give Michael Todd a workout. I'm not saying I would beat Michael Todd, but he'd have some fucking hell. And I'm not John Brzenk.
I respect it.
I like the confidence.
It just is. It just is what it is. You when people have wars like that, dude, you're dead.
Was that 2015?
That was August 2014, and I was there. That was UAL 8.
It was in
That was 2014. Fuck, man, that was my first year.
Yep, Huntington Beach.
Huntington Beach.
Damn.
Neil Pickup, I just emailed you a link. I also Facebooked you a link, and I'm putting in the chat.
Oh God. When are we gonna 200-pound side pressure videos, Herman? I want to see your elbow explode.
Man, yeah, I'm busted, man. I don't want to do any. Those are fun, but I'm not.
Dude, I go back and watch those videos because I'm like, oh man, you were in it to hit those numbers in those videos. Damn.
Yeah.
I watched you talking about one meal a day, and to maintain the energy at the one meal a day, it's fucking to work all day and like it deserves a bow to stay in the weight class. And you must have been like a roadmap with veins and shit. Like
who's that?
No, because I'm a trained overeater. I'm from Louisiana, if you don't know, so I'm a trained overeater. So under any circumstances, I can always get the calories in.
Pile the cry in like cordwood.
Huh?
Pile in the crawfish like cordwood. Pack it up.
Yeah. But yeah. What else? We already beat up. Did we beat up the King's move a little bit?
Yeah. Let's come on. Man. What's next for you, Herman? Come on.
I was about to say, I hate the flop wrist more than the King's move. That's just me, though.
Dad move them. Grab them lower around their wrists so they can't flop. Done.
Oh no, I know how to beat a flop wrist. That's just that's just the move that I just can't stand. That's just me, though.
It'll hurt your inner elbow if you're not ready for it, and somebody just cranks it. It can blow your elbow up pretty bad if you're not ready for it.
Yeah, you got to get conditioned for it. I remember my first year was tough. I was taking everyone's hand, so I get flopped on a lot, and then my elbow just got roasted. But after a couple of years of it, it really doesn't hurt anymore,
You welcome that flop wrist shit now, don't you, Herman?
Yeah, until you pull Todd Hutchings and you get to hear your elbow tearing.
Yeah, but you got to agree that he's literally the exception.
You got to earn your way to Todd. Like, that's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't see how Jerry or Todd pulls like that. That's insane. Like
Jerry's completely different. Jerry's a down pressure flop wrist, where Michael Todd, it's like pure. It's just he could arm wrestle without a hand and wrist. If he just attached his stump to you, he'll just drive sideways with the stump. He doesn't need a hand or wrist.
And I practice against Jerry. Jerry's pushing towards you. He's pushing towards you. And I mean, he did it to me just in a practice. And I literally thought like my elbow is going to explode. And because he was pushing towards me, you couldn't go around or even get out. So I just walked off the table. Like I just backed off the table because I was not going to get myself injured. It's pretty ridiculous.
Hey, Derek.
It's crazy. It is crazy.
Derek's back. Okay,
yeah,
we got
his name is Gary Roberts.
His name is Gary Roberts.
Yeah, he couldn't log on last night.
What's up, guys? What's up,
Derek?
What's up, Derek?
Derek Smith.
I'm up.
We are at 19 hours and 15 minutes.
Holy shit, Gary.
I'm going to have to go in like 15 minutes, Gary. So if there's anything else like special, I got to wrap that up in like 15.
Dude, special. 19 hours and 15 minutes. Did you hear that? I got nothing left, bro. This is
special.
Dig deep, get some caffeine, and keep grinding.
This is all I got. Hey, Joseph, I just want to say, man, I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Of all the funny thing is that the things that Derek would like to do, you're feeling that right now, that like Derek, his dream would be, we think the trip to getting together with Larry Wheels would help him get closer to his reality of dreaming. And so you're doing awesome. Keep it up. That's amazing. all that hard work for years and not even have $50 in the ad rev.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I keep telling people, it's not like today's age, the YouTuber game has changed where you could get big quick. But when I started, you got to realize if you go back and look at all the posts that I was doing, I had a lot of people telling me to quit. Stop. You're spamming us. That's too much. I don't want it. But I never quit.
Well,
I never quit.
congratulations.
Hey, Gary, let me throw this in. I tell people this all the time, and I don't know if you guys touched on it earlier. Joe has done all of this on like a 2 megabit per second internet connection. 500
KB, 500 KB, Herman.
Gary, it makes no sense. I mean, I've done way less video than either of you, like less than 1% of either of you, and I've done it. And I make a video. I have like 200 megabits per second, and I still hate it. Like I hate the editing, I hate the time. But Joe does all that goddamn editing, and then he sits through like these 1-day uploads.
Yeah,
like, it makes
actually,
no sense.
Okay, this will give you an idea, you guys. My internet is so shitty, and there's nothing I can do about it. I'm dead serious. There's nothing. It takes 1 hour per 1 minute of video footage, and that's when it's going fast.
Yeah,
So-
see, I would have just shot myself in the head if I was Joe.
Yeah, I don't know how you did it, man. Well, hey, we'll let you go, man. Thank you very much.
I'll be here for another 10 minutes, but then I gotta wrap it up.
Crazy.
Derek,
I want to spend more time with Herman.
Derek, what's up, man? What do you got? What do you got to bring to the table? Conversation.
Hey,
let's go. What? 19 hours.
I was just checking in on you, Gary. Let's see if you're still
I'll tell you
alive.
something, guys. There's 26 tickets left for the table total. I just got informed we are down to 26 out of 500 in a week, and I kind of write off Christmas Day and Boxing Day. So the table tickets have been going pretty good. I'm going to do another one. I'm not going to do it back to back. I want to keep the novelty up there, maybe 3 or 4 tables a year, hopefully. But I don't have a lot of time left today either. If anybody's got any questions, fire away. I'm all ears. Send me a private message, whatever.
Adam, we got Neil Pickup back on the phone, so I'm going to give him the.
Oh yeah, where is he? There he is. My man, how you doing, boss?
I'm all right, mate. How are you?
There
Your head, you got red wine brain today?
I can't believe he's still rolling. I cannot believe.
Dude, I'm not giving up.
Dude, you're a weirdo.
Digital Iron Man.
Absolute weirdo.
Weirdo camera guy.
Why? Yeah, mate, weirdo camera guy's a thing. You need to get that on a shirt as quick as possible. Why can't I see everybody? Where is it? I've got to do it.
I'm actually working on that right now.
I'm just trying to make sure I can see people. I can't see anybody at the moment.
Okay.
Hit that little button down on the bottom.
Oh, Neil, what do you know about the Berzink smash and Michael Todd after Cataret?
Well, I know there was a deal done that day to tire out Michael. That's it. And it's as simple as that. So you'll never know. Nobody will ever know whether John could have beat him fresh or not. On the day, John told Mike that he wouldn't have beat him fresh. I was there. On that. Yeah,
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, that did happen.
Damn.
He told Michael.
I didn't know that Jerry and Michael were going to split that. I was there that day. I pulled John that day. I didn't know that Jerry and John had a deal to split the winnings, though. I know.
Well, yeah,
I know
they
John...
agreed at breakfast. At breakfast, they were all sat on a table, and they said, "Look, what are we going to do? Because nobody can beat Mike. Fresh. What we're going to do?" And they agreed they were going to do that.
Oh, I thought John just played the bracket smart. I thought John.
Okay,
just played
I apologize to interrupt. Adam and Julian, I've got to make room for a couple. I've got to make room. Can you guys just say goodbye? Thank you very much for coming on the show.
Hey, listen, guys, I'll head off. Adam, if you want to stay on, mate.
No, I need Neil Pickup on here. I need Neil.
I've been on for an hour, Neil. It's all you.
See you mother fluffers.
Yeah,
Thank you guys.
You guys deserve a bow.
Is the best beef jerky.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, talk to you soon, Adam.
Dan Mosier.
Oh, what's up, Dan?
Hey, Dan.
He doesn't have audio. He doesn't have audio yet.
It says connecting to audio right now.
There he
Neil,
is.
Neil Pickup, I appreciate you for supporting this feed. I know you're very well respected. Herman, dude, I know we've had not eye to eye on a few things, I guess, but thank you for saving my ass here today. I got to tell you, I now officially love you. I just never mention your name in a dark light ever again. I will tell Travis Bajan, you must like Herman Stevens because dude saved my ass at 18 hours and a quarter. I swear to God, I'm indebted to you, Herman. Indebted.
I don't mind. Hey, I don't mind Travis saying the crazy shit. Like, I laugh. Like, someone goes, hey, Travis just called you this. And so, I mean, I'm just dying laughing at home. Like, it's great.
I'm going to get it on.
Dan Mosier, click your unmute. You're muted.
Virtual background.
There we go.
Hey,
Dan. What's up, Dan Mosier? Welcome to ARMTV.
Thank you. How you doing?
You know, I got to say, I had all my money on Barry Bourne, dude. I don't know if you want to touch that.
I hope you still got your money on it because I need a good payday.
World champ, Royal Blood.
Right? Royal.
Hey, guys, what's the topic that's going to take us keep going? I need some energy. You guys are in charge. I'm just going to listen. Just bring it to me. Bring it to me.
I'm gonna let somebody else go because I feel like I've hogged a lot of stuff on here, so it's not fair. Also, how the frig do I see everybody?
Oh, you got to swipe. You got to swipe.
Switch to gallery view, it says.
Let's have a look.
Gallery view on there.
Oh.
Dan Mosher, give us some updates. Who are you?
Oh, man. Everything going well. Just trying to have the best 2021 that I can. And real thankful that everybody's voted me to be the arm wrestler of the year, right-handed. And I've been doing well, undefeated 2020, and hopefully I can keep it rolling through 2021.
Undefeated. Not one loss.
Not right-handed, no. So
wow.
Pretty happy with that.
Congratulations, man.
Can I say
Thank
I'm undefeated in 2020 as well? Right-handed and left-handed?
Harold, can I beat you yet, Harold?
No.
You still got it?
Yes, I do.
Hey,
Harold,
Come
Harold,
on, Gary.
You didn't lose any eating competitions?
No, not this year. Thank
My
God
stomach feels
competition.
ate too much.
I'm 100%. I haven't arm wrestled in a long time, so my arms feel great.
I got a question, Dan.
What's up?
Why do you feel like people don't give you the love they give the other 200-pounders?
I don't know. I think maybe because that I beat people really quick off the go, and they think that I'm just getting lucky or I'm just fast or something. I'm not sure what it is. I think they like to see the grinder matches where somebody goes in there and battles it out and yells and screams and cusses and hollers and all that. But I try to just do the best I can and get the match over as fast as I can and save my energy for the later rounds. So I'm not sure.
I have an opinion on that. Why, Dan, you don't get the love that you deserve. And it's because the WAL didn't blow you up like they probably should have. That's my
Neil's
opinion.
fault. It's all Neil's fault.
Dude, I'm sorry, but that's how I see it.
Yeah. I don't blame anybody for it. I just I'm doing the
Same
best I
thing
can.
with you, Herman.
I want to be able to compete with all organizations and compete against the best guys, no matter what organization they're in, and do the best I can around the world, hopefully.
I agree.
Where's Neil off to? What did he say?
We couldn't hear what he was saying, but he's gone for a little while.
Okay.
Yeah, he had to go.
I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna jump in real quick, Gary. I lost my train of thought earlier, but I think you guys missed the boat on the mission, Gary. Right? I think the mission for Derek. I think going to pull Larry Wheels. I mean, I get it. Help Derek's social media out. It should have been raise money to send Derek to fucking Zloty. That's what it should have been.
When is Lottie?
I mean, it's every year, but I mean, send Derek to like one of the hardest tournaments in the world.
No, but I mean,
I want to go.
Like, here's the deal. I raise money for Derek to do something cool. If Derek says I want to go to Zloty instead, like fuck, I don't. That's his choice.
Yeah, so he probably won't say that. He's going to want to go to Larry Wheels to get the social media stuff. But I'm saying that's really what it should have been. And if I did a fundraiser and I thought about it, it would have been like send Rob Vigent to Zloty, like force him to go. That's what I would have done for Derek or whoever. Like, let's get our guys to arguably the best tournament in the world.
And I agree with you, but let's check it out. If we were to baby step it, going to Dubai and opening up that pathway to blowing up your channel could mean help to get to Zloty for 3 years. You know what I mean?
Also,
I understand. And it's just a different philosophy thing, right? So I'm like performance first, right? Then social media. So I'd be like, Derek, go get a medal first, and then we blow up your social media. But I understand what you're saying from a just a financial standpoint. It makes more sense to go to Larry first.
He knows Larry. They arm wrestled. I feel like there's a connection. I feel like there's been a lot of social media talking about Larry's status, Khaled's status, and there's like this missing puzzle, and we're assuming what levels they are. And I feel like Derek could help solve the puzzle to tell us exactly what the status of these guys are over there, because he's trying to get right to where, you know what I mean? There's like Travis said, there's Travis and then there's Derek.
No, I understand. There's no wrong answer here. That was just my thoughts on the subject.
Well, Zloty might be in Dubai, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I really hope it doesn't go. I hope it stays in Poland, personally.
Have they moved it? They've moved it before, haven't they? In the past?
Yeah.
I think it's almost always been in Poland. I know it's been in different cities in Poland. I don't know if it's ever been in a different country.
It has.
Okay.
But did you see Igor was just there, Herman?
No, I saw it could be Dubai, but I just like Poland. Okay. It's so like cold and dark and isolated. Like there's like for me there's like a mystique, going to Poland, as opposed to Dubai. It's more like a fucking vacation beach setting,
Hey, I might be going to Zloty in this coming year. I probably I don't know if I'm going to go.
Everybody should
I'm
go.
gonna
It's
go
not that
definitely get
expensive.
content for sure.
Yeah, it's not that expensive. You go and you see like what the best in the world are doing. Like it's awesome. WAF Worlds is the same way, except Worlds cost a lot more money. You got to pay your way to nationals, which is bullshit, and then you got to pay your way to World, and you got to stay in their hotels. You can do Zloty so cheap.
I think Herman's right. Going to Zloty helped me with popularity and actually proving myself across the world rather than any of the other tournaments I've ever been to. I probably learned more and got a better experience there than any tournament I've ever been to in my life.
Oh, gosh, not Roger.
Oh, my God.
Okay. John is back. I'm going to be quiet. John, thank you for being here. Did you get some sleep?
Maximum effort. Yeah, I have no problem.
That's from.
I have no problem going to Zloty. I have no problem traveling at all. I've been to Worlds twice, and I was planning on going to Zloty. I just thought it kept getting canceled. But that's the next big tournament I want to go to. Never got to go to a Mike Gould Classic though either. And too bad A1 got stopped. But yeah, Zloty's on the list for sure. It should be for any up and coming arm wrestler or any established arm wrestler. We
got a couple new guys who are coming in. We got Brad Cook. You guys know Uncle John Thompson. The party's starting again, getting refired up.
You're still going, Gary.
No sleep.
Maniac.
I've raised $1,374. We have.
Beautiful. Love it.
Way too much, Gary. Way too much. Too good.
Oh, no. You guys, this is after the 30%. I subtracted the 30%. So we really raised a lot more, but fucking YouTube they take 30%. It's horrible.
Well, they take 45% of your ad revenues. So
yeah. Anyways, welcome back. You guys got some sleep?
Thank you.
Let's go. Let's keep talking.
Well, Jesus, I come back and we got the All-Star Brigade on here right now.
Yeah. So what
Beautiful.
do you got? Ask questions. Herman Stevens saved our ass here.
Good, as he does.
Herman, how much you weigh, Herman, right now?
Probably 215.
You're not making that 198 cut again?
There's nothing like worth it, you know? I mean, you know, it's a large portion, like years of my career was focused like on Todd Hutchings. Like people would call, are you going to this tournament? Is Todd Hutchings there? No. Okay, well, I'm not going. Hey, you want to do a super match? Is Todd Hutchings there? No. Well, I'm not going. So, you know, that build up to pulling Todd in 2016, like after that, there was kind of nothing left. So that's why I went to Zloty, you know, that way I could pull the world's best, excluding Todd, depending on if he attended. But like, there's really just nothing out there. And then life's just kind of busy. I had the kid. My house is currently destroyed after the hurricanes, you know, so like there's really nothing to focus on other than trying to get healthy, trying to hit up a tournament so I don't get too rusty. And so I really think I'm probably a year out from really trying to go after something, right? I'll go to Zloty, I'll go to tournaments, I'll pull injured or semi-injured. But as far as like, when do I think I'm going to go for something? I'm probably a year out. Yep.
Well, I remember you dying at,
go ahead.
I remember you dying at Reno that one year trying to cut that weight when we were up there, and you were.
Oh yeah. I dropped 40 pounds in a month, and I got shingles.
Holy shit.
So I got down to 201. I quit. I didn't pull 220. I pulled 242, and I wanted to pull supers, but they wouldn't let me. And I smoked the 242s, and then I won the overall with shingles and all that shit. But yeah.
Would you consider pulling Todd now?
No, because I don't have so like right now, my outside game's okay. I have no hook whatsoever because my elbow's damaged. I would not want anyone pressing on my elbow. So Todd's completely like, no, like that doesn't make any sense. I have no chance. You know, I think someone mentioned Jordan recently, Jordan Seal. And if I have no elbow and I'm one-dimensional, then I can't pull someone like Jordan Seal. Because if he cracks my hand, you know, I'm not going to go break arm. I have no hook. So I got to heal up. But like 99% of people, I think I'm still going to roast. You know?
Oh, yeah.
You know, but I got to heal up. That's what I'm saying. I'm making no claims. I don't claim to be the best guy or whatever. You know, I'm going to try to heal up, compete when I can before I do anything else.
Do you think you could heal and possibly take a match with them towards the end of this year if it was ever to come along, or no?
That's possible, but like I said, I'll know like when I get there, you know.
Okay.
I can't predict, you know, where I'm going to be. But I mean, I tell people all the time, like I don't rush into things. You know, it's, you know, I don't have to be the best today. I'm planning on competing probably until I die. I'm 31. I've probably got, especially if I ever did testosterone, I've got another like 25 years.
Wait, people do extra testosterone?
Yeah, listen, we're not gonna go there just yet. Hey, if the show really dies, we'll bring up steroids. So
yeah, I'm good. I'm good on that.
So I've got another 25 years. So for me, there's no point in rushing back and possibly risking a career-ending injury when I've got 25 years left, even if I had to sacrifice another year or two, you know?
Guys, Eric Rasen, he donated, I think $60 or $70 earlier. He would like to know, who are some athletes in other sports that you have a feeling would be good arm wrestlers?
Rock climbers.
Bringing up mainstream sports, or
I agree with
anytime?
Joe.
Because I think professional rock would kill it in arm wrestling.
Professional what?
Rock climbers.
You look at the guys that are good with like American Ninja Warrior, all those guys, the grip strength guys hanging all the time.
Another group of guys that are weird ass secondary sport, if you guys have ever followed it, is like the timber sport, like all of the weird logging, chainsaw, all that stuff. I bet you those guys are pretty good arm wrestlers.
So I'd say gymnasts. I'd say people that are very coordinated with their muscles and know how to use. They're obviously strong. A lot of people that do rings and on the bars have very strong grip and hand in general, and they're used to throwing their weight around. They know how to control their body. So
and spine.
I'd probably say gymnasts.
Massage therapists. I'm telling you, don't sleep on massage therapists.
They have strong thumbs.
While you guys are thinking about your next thing, I have to say Mika super chatted $4.99. I got the answer to this one, so don't you guys say anything. What happened between Herman and Travis that he hates you so much? And we covered this. Travis said, it's not that I hated Herman, it's that Herman was hard on Gary, and so that was what I was talking about. And I'm here to say, because Herman came on the show, I love Herman. He's not allowed to have any other negative things to say about him, because he came and saved the day. He can do whatever he wants. I will say nothing. I praise Herman Stevens for what he did today. I swear to God, for life, I'm never going to say I'm never going to bring up his name in any negative ever, even if he bitch slaps me, like for real.
There's your cue, Herman. There's your cue.
So we are. So we are.
I've got a good question. So Dan Mosier, right? I think people want to know. Dan, just like myself, he gets these random challenges from people. People say, I want to pull you, best of 5, my rules, $500 in Connecticut, right? And of course, there's no reason why Dan would take the match. Even if he wins, he can't cover his travel costs. And then maybe he doesn't even care about the guy that's challenging him. So Dan, what are you looking for? Like, what do you need, I guess, to get a match on, right? So if Jordan Seal wanted to pull you, or Joe Blow, like, what are you looking for?
We've been back and forth about Jordan for a couple of years off and on, and I have one win on him. I beat him in the Havoc in Hollywood WAL tournament. And I don't know if he was 100% or whatever, but I did get the win, and we were the same weight. And I think he had a hard time making weight for that tournament. So if he wanted a match against me, I would rather just meet up with him at a tournament to see if he beats me in a tournament. And if he can't beat me in a tournament, then they really don't need a super match to see who's better or whatever. So he would have to be the same weight to begin with, like 198 or 205 at the most. And I think somebody said, or maybe he himself said, he was like 245 at the last tournament. So
he pulled 242.
Yeah, so 242 or whatever he was, I mean, that's a long way from 198, which is what I normally pull. And, I'm willing to pull anybody if they're at my weight, but I don't have a reason to pull somebody that's 30 or 40 pounds heavier. I have nothing to prove. I like to pull heavier classes to test myself, but I don't have anything to prove to them. I just want to do the best at my own weight. I don't really want to battle against the monster.
Okay, so you'll do a match at 98 or 205, and this is not specific to Jordan. And then, like, what kind of money do you need? Does it have to be a bet? Do you have to get paid to attend? I mean, what kind of conditions?
Like you said, I mean, I have to take off work and lose, $500-600 a day at work just to go to a tournament. Then I got to pay for the airplane ticket, a hotel, loaner car, whatever I need to make everything happen. So it would have to be like $2,000 or something, or I wouldn't even be willing to waste my time doing that.
$2,000 to show up? $2,000 to show up?
I think so, because that covers travel and
reason why I ask, because I get some shit sometimes because, Herman's not competing and I'm injured, but Herman doesn't take this match, or he's dodging this guy. And it's like, man, like, I have a job. Like you said, I have to take a vacation day. That's time away from the family, or that's actually, there's dollars associated with that, right? And so you just want me to, at your beck and call, drop everything, dedicate my 6 weeks to get ready or whatever, take 3 days off, fly to you on a bet, right? I don't know. It's just kind of weird how people think like, yeah.
For $65.
I gotta cut you short, Herman.
Exactly.
I'm gonna tune back in, but I gotta step away for a bit. Okay, Gary?
Herman, was there a time though, like when you were willing to take that loss?
Oh yeah, and I'll tell you this: I'm probably willing to take the loss today for the right match, right? But if you're like Joe Blow number 5 or number 3, Like I don't care. There's nothing exciting about that match. But yeah, Todd Hutchings, when 2014, Neil said, "Hey, you want to do Arm Wars?" I said, "Is Todd there?" He goes, "No." I said, "Well, I don't want to do it." Right. So I keep climbing. I keep training. 2016 comes around. I'm not doing WAL because I'm not signing contracts. UAL's dead. At that point, I haven't left the country like for Zloty or Worlds or anything. So Todd was really the only person to pull. And I was going to pull that for free, no money, because I don't like betting, right? But Todd said, no, I want to pull for money, $2,000, right? So the format that I came up with was right and left hand, $200 a match. We did Todd's rules, WAL. Todd picked the site. It was in Salt Lake City, Utah, right? So Todd lived, not at the time, but he had lived there before. So like I've got high altitude conditions to deal with that I'm not used to. So yeah, I went to him. I did his rules, et cetera, et cetera. We put money up. So potentially Todd could have beaten me 10-0 and I would have just paid out $2,000 that day. And the truth is at the time, I probably didn't have the $2,000 to spare. So I actually went to a local guy in Bakersfield, Glenn Bland, friend of the arm wrestling community. And I said, "Hey man, if for some reason I get skunked and I don't have this $2,000, can you back me up until I can pay you back?" And he said, "Sure, no problem." And I hate it doing that. I hate asking people for money. Glenn's offered to pay me to go to Worlds like 5 years in a row. And every time I turn it down because I hate taking money from people. But I wanted the Todd Hutchings match that much that not only was I willing to lose $2,000, I was willing to go ask somebody to back me up on the bet, right? So yeah, there are situations where I'll totally pay to arm wrestle. Every year I pay to go to Zloty, right? So yeah, it depends on the situations. But if Joe Blow calls and says, "Hey, I want to pull you," yeah, I probably don't care. You probably need to pay me if that can even work at all. Because the truth is, if you pay me $1,000 to show up, and I said, "Okay, now I'm getting paid to arm wrestle. What is my time actually worth?" It's actually worth a lot more than $1,000, right? And so, but at the same time, I'd rather just say no, I'm not going to pull you, than go calculate what I think my time is worth and give you a stupid number.
Yeah, it's hard to put a number amount on it. I'm not even really concentrating on super matches. I just want to pull tournaments, concentrate on making myself better, and then go test myself. Like Zloty, I want to go to that. And I want to go to the bigger tournaments overseas, like Herman's talking about, and do the best I can to prove myself over there around the world rather than just the local tournaments or against one certain person. I want to do well at tournaments.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is the stage. So when I pulled Todd, it was in a bar. Joe Drellick wasn't there. Brad Cook wasn't there. And I think that would have been a lot bigger if Todd and I would have picked a better stage, right? And we would have had the media around it, right? It was still a great match, best day of my life. But I'm a little more picky when it comes to that stuff. Someone was saying, "Oh, Herman and Dan needs to pull," and I told Dan, I said, "Dude, if we ever pull one-on-one, it's got to be fucking big. Otherwise, there's no fucking point. You go pull that match. I injured myself. I'm down 6 months, and all we got out of it was some bar footage, no fucking lights, and everyone forgot about it the day after, right?"
Yeah.
So I think it's on us a little bit to set the bar higher for some of this stuff if we want arm wrestling to grow.
Okay, guys, we have a couple super chats. SD Rummel 1 says, "Will Matt Mask ever beat Devin Larratt?"
I don't think so with Matt's style. If he stays doing what he's doing, especially with Devin tripling down on knuckles up and King's move, if you have a dumped wrist, I don't see it happening unless Matt starts flopping, which, yeah, but in a low hand, I don't think so. Not in my opinion.
Sean Crowther says, $13.99. Thank you for helping us get inch closer towards our goal. Ask Derek to get Larry Wheels on here too. Do 100 pull-ups, Fox, in the chat. I'm intimidated by reaching out to Larry. I sent him an email. I never heard back, and I didn't want to be pressure. I was afraid they would say, "Don't do this," and then I'd be shut down. So I was like, I don't want to even ask. I'm intimidated to go that route. But Someone else asked that. That's on you. But Sean, thank you for helping us. It's a couple times I've seen your name. You are awesome. Swayze Expressway. If there was one rule you guys could change, he gave $10. What would it be? If there's one rule you could change.
In what league? Right.
I mean, at this point, 19, almost 20 hours in, I think just make shit up by now. What rule would you change in any league?
I got one. So the WAL 30-second to the strap rule is weird to me. I think, because there's always gonna be one guy who's gonna fuck around for 30 seconds just to get the strap. So why even waste that time? If you really want strap matches, just start everything in the fucking strap.
I think you should change the WAL pads to add an inch to the front, so people who drive forward, that would be more fair. So I don't know about.
It's because you drive forward, Roger. Let's be serious.
Exactly.
Roger, how drunk are you right now?
I'm not as drunk as Evan last night. I'm not saying, shut the fuck up, Gary.
Oh, okay. Roger, I'm sorry. I don't know who you are. Is that bad?
I met you in Chicago at that practice.
Yeah, but I mean, who are you? I feel like I should have known.
I don't know. Just a guy who arm wrestles, man.
I mean, are you like well known? I think somebody in the chat was like, Roger's here. Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
I don't know. I guess getting there, working hard, trying.
It's a weird question to ask somebody, Gary. It's a really weird question to ask.
Well, you guys know I'm new. I'm coming back. I still don't know who everyone is. I know Herman because I filmed Herman. I know Derek.
No, I get like weird messages from people. Devin posted a video about me because I was supposed to pull Evan in the bottom 8. And I don't know. I get weird guys sending me like dick pics and stuff. So maybe.
People send you dick pics?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That guy, Herman Stevens.
Jungwon Lee for $5. Someone has to take Travis to Dubai. Good luck, Derek. Listen, Travis has said he's rich so many times on ARMTV that like I'm not raising money for Travis. I don't know what's true or not true with Travis. So it's like, Travis has ways of getting sponsorship. So he's on his own. You know what I mean?
Hey, Gary, if you actually raised money from Travis, if Travis told you he needs $2,000 to go to Dubai, Travis would let you raise $2,000. Travis would go to another guy and ask for $2,000.
Yeah.
He'd go to another guy and ask for $2,000, and he would pocket all the money.
Yes,
That's exactly what would happen, Gary.
Yeah, we know. We know the truth. We know the truth. Yeah. STA Sta, no NOK. I don't know if that's US dollars, but he put 100 in there. I don't know if that's a foreign currency, but thank you very much. You didn't put a question, but shit, Derek, we're getting closer, Derek. Hey, there's somebody in the waiting room. I've had a couple burns where I've admitted weird people. Attila, if you're in the waiting room and you're a legit person, you need to put in the chat who you are, because I'm not going to let in weird names.
Hey, Gary, has no one come on with just their penis on the camera yet? Like, I'm surprised that hasn't happened. I mean, you let Roger on.
Values, you let everybody.
Herman, I'm afraid to tell you what really happens.
Yeah.
Okay, I ran a test 2 weeks ago where I just started adding random people without doing any checking, and somebody came on without their video, and they were only audio, and they said they had a recording. They said the N-word 30 times before I could mute it. I was like,
was it Barry Bourne?
No.
Hey, Gary, I'll tell you this. That's almost as many times as I've heard the N-word at arm wrestling events and practices.
Yeah.
Hey, you got to start bringing some twisted teas.
Yeah, I know, right? Busting people up.
I'm sorry people still use that word. It's terrible. I told the guy, I was like, if you're going to troll me, of all the ways you could troll, that's the dirtiest. Like, why would you go there? You could have fun. You could troll me in a fun way.
What are you talking about? Daniel Worley's the darkest guy I know. What are you talking about, Herman Stevens?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't go to Florida.
Derek.
What's up?
Come on, bring something. Roger, you're new. Bring something to the table. What do you want to talk about?
He's not even at the table.
Well, Roger owes me fish. Roger was supposed to mail me 12 fillets.
Hey, I only got 6, so I got to get 6 more next time I go, and then I'll get you. I want to make it worth it.
I'm homeless. I live in a trailer. Like, you could at least send me
I got some
fish.
venison too. I'll send you, but I want to make it. I want to make it worth
awesome.
it before I send a big cooler full.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, I need.
That'll be the next challenge. Get Herman down to 187. I need all organic and game, like wild game meats. So send that to me.
Right on.
I don't need any more hats or t-shirts. I need wild meat. Just mail it to the house.
Hey, Daniel, can you give us an update on how the hot sauce thing is going, man? That was awesome. You got on Johnny Scoville's channel.
I appreciate it. It's, everything's going really well. We're actually making hot sauce today. I just want to jump on here and say hi to you guys. Actually got a big bowl of mash right here. I don't know if you can see it.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's our next project for the day. Working on hot sauce and bottling stuff and getting orders shipped out. It's going really well, extremely well, better than I ever imagined. So,
How many hours a day do you focus on that, Dan?
Not a lot. I mean, we prep all of our peppers and everything and do all the sterilizing the bottles and getting sauces blended and all that. But it's not every day. It's maybe just a day or so on the weekends. And the rest of the time I do training for arm wrestling and working full time, spending time with the wife. So cooking ribeyes, of course, always grilling.
Hey, do you mash the peppers with your bare hands? And does
No.
that make you like a better arm wrestler? Like, is it burning you and that's why your hand is swollen?
No, I would die if I did it barehanded. You have to wear rubber gloves with everything you do, or it'll mess your hands up bad.
That's not why your hands are swollen.
No.
It's an allergic reaction.
Okay. All right.
It ain't all that swollen, just fat.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of that, I can't eat peppers anymore. I have some kind of like autoimmune or like allergic issue.
Really?
Otherwise, I'd try your hot sauce, but I had to give it all
I
up.
wish I could hook you up. Everybody in the world tried. Devin said he loved it, so that was a big plus too.
Yeah, I was silently getting killed by peppers over the last couple of years.
How'd you find out?
I stopped eating them and I lost like 15 pounds.
Wow. That's crazy. Maybe you can get down to 187 like you're wanting.
Yeah. Yep. Send me
Right?
some high quality meats. That's what I need.
It's got to be
Hey,
wild.
those
meat.
quail eggs. Those quail eggs look amazing.
Oh, those quail eggs are delicious. Did you get some, Derek?
No. Oh, Gary. Oh, there's a Derek.
Derek?
Hey,
You got
Wait,
some quail eggs.
Are you talking to,
Did
you
you
said
eat
Gary or
some
Derek?
Derek.
Oh, no. I haven't had any quail eggs. I had the hot sauce. I had the mango reaper hot sauce, and I had the scorpion one. They're amazing. I was so surprised at like how much you could taste the mango in that. It was really good.
It turns
okay,
out.
I gotta change the subject. Herman, you tapped onto something, and I really want to know about it. Like, I knew there were steroids back in the day. How is
here we
it
go.
worse today than it was 10 years ago? Like, is it a problem? I mean, do you guys care? Do you not care? Can it
Are we
even be
dying that
checked?
badly, Garrett? Gary?
I mean,
is it that
dude,
bad? We have to pull the kamikaze move.
I've been on for a long time, man, and I don't know how much longer I can go.
It's the home stretch, man. We
is
got to
there-
finish strong.
Like, do people
Yeah.
care? I mean, I don't
People
know.
still do, Gary. I think it needs to be a separate show, and you need to maybe get like me and James Rodriguez and maybe Chris Gobby.
Okay.
I think it'll be pretty interesting.
I think when it comes to steroids, you have a show for guys that use steroids and a show for guys that don't. I mean, let's have a football, game with all guys on steroids, or a baseball game, or an arm wrestling tournament.
Yeah. Hey, the truth is, I mean, they're out there. Most organizations don't test. If they do test, there's suspicions that it's not real to begin with. Like even WAF, supposedly, there's a lot of fraud there and they let certain guys pass. So I don't know if there's any true testing out there that's valid. IFA did testing for their first Worlds in 2019. And I think it was, they had like WADA officials there. And I think it wasn't just random draw. There was also testing based on suspicion, right? And so what you'll see at some of these events, they'll do random draw, and they'll draw a guy randomly who, let's say, obviously doesn't use steroids, which is, that may not make sense either. And you'll miss the guy who's obviously on steroids. But at the IFA, it was based on suspicion. So if you looked a little weird, they could pull you to the back and test you.
That's
the funny thing is that when I got pulled for testing based on suspicion, and I get to the back, it's me and these two huge jacked guys, and it's me there looking like a sack of shit. And I was like, how do you suspect that I'm using steroids when it looks like I live on pizzas 3 times a day?
Did you pass?
Huh?
Did you pass?
Yeah, I passed.
I mean, you got profiled.
Yeah. I mean, it really doesn't matter. I mean, we could talk shit about steroids all day, but there's nothing you're going to do about it. It's everywhere. I mean, I go to work and there's, random 45-year-old guys who do testosterone from their doctor just to feel better. You know what I mean? So in a sport like arm wrestling, yeah, a lot of people are going to use it, so they don't lose. That's far more important, I guess, than just looking good at the beach. So it's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. I don't think you can do anything about it. You can drug test at certain events, but that doesn't mean the person isn't using 90% of the year.
Okay, Herman, can I ask you something? Let's say I win the lottery. I got $1 million. Could I get away with this format? I host a big ass tournament. I partner with a drug testing company. I've been researching marathon runners, and the running community is really pushing. There's a lot of parallels between ultra running and arm wrestling. I don't know if you guys know, but I have a very good buddy who runs 100 miles or more, and there's very similarities. And they're trying to do drug testing, and it's like $500 a test. And I was like, okay, could I host a tournament where I say, like, you go into work to drug test, like let's say you go interview for a job and they send you to CVS or the outpatient or whatever, and they say, go take the test. When we get the results, then that means you passed move on to interview 2. Could I host a tournament where I don't pay you right away? I say you have to go to the outpatient clinic as soon as they release your drug test. Then we pay out the prize money. Would I be able to do that in the community?
So I'll say this: there's different perspectives, right? As a natural athlete that would probably benefit from a tournament like that, I would say it doesn't make any sense to do it, right? And then from like your perspective, if you're a content creator and you're making money on views and you need, certain people at this event, you shouldn't do it, right? Yeah, and I don't want to name names, but you're going to miss out on a lot of the best guys and the biggest guys in the sport if they have to take a drug test. And I don't think they're simply going to go clean and risk losing matches, right?
I think they miss out on a lot of the middle guys too, because there's a lot of guys that aren't even that good that were on.
Oh yeah. No, so it'd be crazy. Like I would really benefit from an event like that, but even I would say that it just wouldn't make sense. I wouldn't even try. Like I think it's just dead. I think the horse has been beaten. I think we've moved past all that stuff. Like I said, Joe Blow is using testosterone and steroids, and all he does is wake up and go to work and go home, and go to the gym a few days a week. So I don't think it makes any sense, Gary. Like I wouldn't even worry about it. I'll discuss it and like make fun of a few people and troll people, but or I might run an event like that just to troll some people. Have people show up and I pull out a bunch of tests on at the beginning of the tournament and watch them, drive back home. But I don't think it really matters at this point. I mean, it matters. It makes a difference, but I don't think you can do anything about it. So you can't control it. So let it go.
So as a content creator, should I care or not care?
You should not care. And if anything, you want like freaks. You want these guys, on the verge of death. Because your thumbnails are going to look better. It's going to be how big can LeVon get, right?
Okay. Diggins it. They added 65. Man, dude, we're down to 525, Derek. We're getting freaking close. I got a piece so bad. And then the Swayze Express says, other than Gary versus Barry Bourne, what is the best bottom 8 match?
Well, you and Gary on Bourne Road at the Bourne House.
Yeah, I will bitch slap Barry Bourne, that little punk ass 6 language speaking fraud.
10-time world champion.
10 or 11 or 12.
Guys, I'm letting Jeff Frank on. I have to go pee. Someone carry on conversation. I'll be back.
I got a question for Herman and Dan Mosier. So right now on the armfighter.com rankings from 191 to 210, you guys, Dan is number 1, Herman is number 2. So I don't know if you guys talked about this. I know, Herman, you got some injuries. Is there a theoretical timeline, or you guys want to pull each other? You know, what's the status with you guys right now?
You want me to go first, Dan?
Yeah, go ahead.
I honestly, every once in a while I think about it. I go, oh, okay, you know, what could I do with Dan? I know I would have to stop him, but again, I'm not 100%. So like, it's not even something that like seriously crosses my radar. You know what I mean? It's not even like, oh, 2 more months, I'll be 100% or I'll be the best Herman ever. Who do I want to pull? I think that timeline's a year away. And so I'm not even thinking about it, to be honest with you. And kind of like Dan said, I'm perfectly fine going to tournaments, seeing where I am, doing some of the best tournaments in the world. No offense to Dan, but he doesn't have that like Todd Hutchings level where it's like, man, I want to dedicate my life to trying to beat this guy. You know what I mean? So like, I really don't think about it that often, but just as a competitor in general, yeah, I've thought about it a little bit recently because I think I was number 1 at 210 and I think Dan was number 1 at 189 and they moved him to 210. And I'm like, well, what the fuck? I didn't even compete. I didn't lose. And I lost a ranking spot. Yeah, I think it would be interesting. I think a lot of people would love to see that match.
It's a money match for sure.
But again, yeah, and I'm just not like, I'm like, Jordan will message me, hey, you want to pull? No. Right. And it's not even like, I'm not scared. At the same time, I'm not, well, I'll dominate the guy. I'm just not even, you know.
Hey, Herman, when you were in Mississippi on a scale from 1 to 10, where would you say that you were at? 10 being the best that you've ever been. Where were you at in Mississippi?
Oh, dude, a 5. I mean, I think I told people 70 or 80% just because I think it would sound stupid if I said I was 50%. But I mean, I think normally, historically, I train on the table once a week. I think this year I've trained on the table on average every 3 weeks. Some of that due to COVID, some of that due to injury. And historically, when I wasn't like really active or I was distracted or working on other stuff, I mean, I would still be lifting on a daily basis. I mean, this year I'm just going like extended periods of time, not lifting at all. At the same time, I think I solved some nerve issues I had. So, for instance, there were some like hand dynamometer numbers before IFA Worlds. I roasted the IFA Worlds, but that event wasn't too stacked. Fast forward to early 2020, and my hands were arguably 20 or 30% stronger than what I was at IFA World Championships. And that was with no training, but it's because I figured out some nerve issues in my neck. So in some ways I'm better because my nerve issue is better, but I mean, I haven't done anything, you know? So it's hard to place.
So I think I got above Herman in the rankings because of the overall championship in Mississippi. I guess that's how it happened. And I'm really active.
Why? Why? Why?
Somebody stole Fox 8 Ball's name. Fox is a legitimate user. Someone cheated.
Yeah, Dan. So the overall things kind of make sense. But yeah. So I mean, what do you think, Dan? I mean, I think you said it earlier. You're not really looking for super matches, but
No, I'm not really concentrating on super matches against one person because I don't really care about beating one person. I want to beat every person in my weight. And the only way to do that is to not have a super match at a tournament and actually pull a tournament against the best guys of all different, all different areas and wherever they all come from. I don't really care about a super match against one person because, like Herman said, there's usually no money to amount to anything in it. And it's not about the money to me. It's about being the best and beating everyone, not just one single person. And it's always going to be someone that's like 6th or 10th place or somewhere below you. And they're just trying to take your spot without having to go through the work of all the tournaments to get to it. So I'm not really interested in that. I'm working to train for myself and get ready for some of the big competitions around the world, hopefully.
Nice.
Yeah. And I mean, I think Dan and I probably shouldn't really compete. We live about 2.5 hours from each other. We probably should be practicing together, but that's a different.
You got to come train, Herman.
Yeah.
You got to come with us. We had Jonathan Breida last Sunday, Saturday or Sunday. Bob Brown was over, so we had a really good practice. Craig Tullier was over. Lots of guys from Lafitte area, Grant Bundy, Dalton, Johnson, all those guys were over. So anytime you want to come practice, you're welcome, man.
Dan, you're in a difficult spot, mate, aren't you, really? Because a lot of people will cast thunder at you because you're not beating guys in super matches. And they'll say, okay, there was other circumstances involved. Dan got a win, but yeah, this guy was tired, that guy was tired, whatever it may be. So it's kind of, for your validity, it'd be beneficial for you to pull super matches. But at the same by the same token, you're not the most appealing super match puller because you serve aces. You beat people really quick. So you're it's a hammer on the anvil. You're in a really difficult position.
Yeah. I want to beat them as fast as possible. I don't want to have long drawn out matches, but I do train for that. So if somebody does stop me, it's not just going to be that I'm just fast and I'm not strong and all that. So I've been training and doing a lot of other things to compensate for it if I do get into a long match.
Well, you've got to be strong enough to make your technique effective regardless. Nobody who's just fast wins arm wrestling matches.
Right. Otherwise, 143 and 154 pound guys would be doing the same thing I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Hey guys, I'm gonna bounce. I just got the text message. Mama's got breakfast ready.
Hey, Harold. I don't know if all these guys heard earlier, but I don't meet Harold Ryden. There's no ARMTV. I'm not sitting here. I don't know what things would have changed if I don't meet him, but he changed my life. Thank you, Harold. Love you, man.
Love you too, brother.
Harold, you're the man. Thanks for coming on.
See you, Harold.
I got a stupid theoretical for you guys. If you, in your arm wrestling career, your only goal was to make as much money as possible, which is ridiculous in the first place, but let's just say you want to make as much money as possible. What weight would you want to be in order to have the best balance of power and ability and also have the ability to pull multiple classes to make more money?
Modern era or previously?
Anytime. Just
Modern
like the perfect weight.
Because it's the wow factor, isn't it? Not modern era, you can, if you're successful in suit, Herman said it a minute ago, the more of a freak you are, the more of a freak you look, where eyeballs come on you and everybody's like, wow,
But is that the wild card? Because that's tough. That's tough to get to that level where you are the man, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, mate. But I don't agree with that statement. I actually think it's tougher to be the man in the middleweight division, personally. I really do, because a lot of really good middleweights. Dan Mosier goes around kicking the shit out of heavyweights all over North America, and I can show you a lot of guys in Europe that kick the shit out of heavyweights. So I'm not saying that the ultimate arm wrestler isn't a really big guy, but there's a lot of really, really strong guys between 75 and 100 kilos, a lot. So I don't think it's harder to be the best super heavyweight than I don't think it is any harder to be the best super heavyweight than it is to be the best puller at 90 kilos, 100 kilos, whatever it may be.
Right. Who's making the most money? Who's making the most money?
Yeah, like I say, modern era big boys. In the past, if it was just you go to a class and there's prize money, it. You want to be able to pull as many classes as you can and to optimize your level, pretty much where John was, around the 85, 90 kilo mark. You get your top 90 kilo guys, they're competitive. Clearly, we've seen that with top 8. You got a handful of guys in the top 8. Kigali Ongabayev, really a middleweight that's got a little bigger. Yevgeny Prudnik, Rustam Babayev, really middleweights. I mean, in Rustam's case, used to pull 54s, got bigger, but the frame, he's a 154. You know, could Engin for Christ's sake. Engin pulled up classes. Back in the day, I used to pull up a lot of classes, go to events, pull tons of classes. Many people do that. Herman, you know, I mean, Herman's a bit like me. He's got a bit of back tits going on. But if, you know, Herman's frame, he's not a giant man at all, you know, but he's strong as balls. Other week, Herman dusted off a couple of super heavyweights. So it shows you that level, that you're around the 90 to 100 kilo mark. If you get really solid and you're right there at that mark, you'll beat a lot of heavyweight guys because often the movement's better. Often the more balanced, they move better. A lot of the big guys move as well. That's why when you get one that does, they're such a freak find.
Yeah, I'll second that. You know, whether it's on the table or even social media, the big guys are always going to get more attention. And to back that up, I think when you talk about someone like Zoloev, if he didn't beat those big guys, we really wouldn't know him. He would be just another European WAF 8-time gold medalist that we would have just kind of brushed off. So even the only reason that guy's known here is because he's beaten a big guy that everyone knew. And I guess if Zoloev had a channel, I mean, he's kind of got some freaky arms or whatever, but he's not going to draw in all the eyes of the non-arm wrestlers. Whereas, you know, Devin, even when he's light, Devin's bigger than Dave Chafee. So when he's doing all these poses and flexes and stuff, he's getting eyes on him because he's a really big dude.
Mm-hmm. Everybody loves the giant, don't they? Everybody loves the guy who's the freak factor. I mean, the only shot that the smaller man's got of capping that freak factor off is they go around dusting giants. I mean, look at it. It's worked for Daniel this year, hasn't it? You know, I've never had more people messaging, oh, Moore's just cracked the shit out of another big dude. And he has. And Daniel's deadload style is great for big men. And why? Because the big men usually are not as fast. You don't need to be as fast because they're so strong. If you can blast them outside the shoulder, they also don't move as well and recover as well. So if you can either go through them, I mean, it's the timing that it takes for a puller like Daniel to win matches against those big guys. It's charge of the light brigade. It's run the gauntlet. You're going through the fire. So it's a high risk strategy. If you get it slightly, we spoke about it on the shows a couple of weeks ago. If you get that wrong, if you get that movement wrong, you are then isolated. And I think that's led to a lot of people saying, oh, well, Dan can't pull if the match stops. But that's not necessarily a fair reflection at all, because if the match stops and the guy's gone for a blistering hit, he lands in terrible spot. That's very different from Dan setting his shape, hitting a position and pulling from that position when he's ready to do that. And that you know, so there's a lot of things that need to be, I think arm wrestlers often are guilty of making snap knee-jerk decisions and judgments based on, number one, a single outing on a single day. And any of the guys know at top level, any of the guys, when you get in this game, if you're at the top level, you go there and you make a mistake, yes, you'll get slapped. You'll get punished because you can't make it at that level. You can't. You're just going to get beat. And that's why pretty much everybody gets beat at some point. If the band can do it, we'll see.
Tendon Clan, $14.99 donation to one Derek Smith. Hey, dude. This is all these. I'll give you. It's a pretty big list of all the people who are giving you money.
I want the whole list.
They want to know: can Herman Stevens beat the great Australian Saplenkov, Ryan Bowen. Tenant Clan sends the regards.
Is this the first time you've ever answered this question, Herman?
Yeah, I was going to answer this on my channel shortly, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'll tell you this, though. I have no intentions of pulling Ryan Bowen, right? Outside of a random draw, Zloty tournament or something like that. I find the guy to be incredibly disrespectful. And I think he's probably, maybe he has like poor understanding. You know, maybe that's what it is. But that guy's, he's messaged me and I've said, look, I'm injured. I'm busy. Not happening. And then sure enough, he'll go and call me a coward, you know, on social media in front of all these people, as if that's the reason why I'm not pulling him. No, the reason why I'm not pulling him is because countless times I've said, look, I just don't care. Right. And he's come back with some type of a insult. And it's probably not some like incredibly condescending insult to him. It's probably just social media bullshit. But if anyone's met me for like 10 minutes, they know that you're not going to motivate me to do anything by doing that. All you're going to do is make me not do it, you know? And, you know, I think I've been supportive of pound for pound. And I even told him, I said, you know, I think people were talking about me and Rob for a while. And I said, look, Rob and I, we're probably not going to happen in WAL, but I would totally do it under your brand, you know? So like, I'm not someone that's like tried to like shut Ryan down or do any of this other stuff, but I guarantee you now, yeah, I'm not going to do shit that promotes Ryan Bowen.
I mean, to be fair though, Herman, let's be honest here, you are a complete weirdo. I mean, 99% of people, what Ryan's doing works on. It's just that you're not the guy, you dance to the beat of your own drum. I mean, we've talked about it a lot of times, how many people try and knock the door down to get into WAL. You've been offered that shop and you turned it down. You know, fair play. Everybody does their own thing. But so I think you hit the nail on the head. Ryan's just going to try and he wants to pull you. He genuinely thinks he'll kick the crap out of you.
And he might. He might. But that's not the point.
You know, I don't think he will at all, Herman. I don't think. I think.
But my point is, it doesn't matter. Like I'm not afraid of losing to Ryan. You know, my point is how he's handled this situation. You know, and again, he did it earlier in 2020, rubbed me the wrong way. And then the second time he did it in 2020, Neil, no joke. I opened my Facebook up. This dude's calling me a coward. My house was destroyed 5 days ago. And I got to listen to this fucking Ryan Bowen bullshit. You know what I mean? So, and again, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Like you said, I'm the weirdo. His normal shit doesn't fucking work with me. And I know Ryan's a nice dude outside of this social media bullcrap. You know, I've given him way more rope than I've given most people, you know?
If you speak to him outside of when the cameras are rolling and he's trying to get himself into an arm wrestling match, which he's good at doing, let's be honest, when we stop the cameras rolling on the fix and you're like, so really, how do you think it's going to go down with you and Herman? And he's like, I ain't got a clue. Herman's a bad man. He is under no illusions whatsoever about the threat that you represent. Under no illusions. He's just trying to figure a way to get you to an arm wrestling table, and it just so happens that his strategy to do that is wrong.
But I've said it's been wrong multiple times, Neil. And you know what I mean? And I've talked to him each time. So that's what I'm saying. Something's wrong with the guy. You know, and Zloty, right? So he went to the Zloty tour thinking that he had a legit shot at winning it, right? And maybe it was just social media, but I got the impression that this guy really thought he could win it. And, you know, so he goes 1-2 or something. And I didn't do great that day because I'd already pulled IFA and everything. And like the dude is sitting in the bleachers, like sulking, right? That's a bad fucking day. He got crushed. He thought he was going to do a lot better. You know, I go get this guy and I was like, hey man, let's go pull. Because I could see the dude was in the dumps and I knew he wanted to pull me. So we go pull. This is after David Didikian tore my fucking elbow up, which still is fucked up till today. We have some tough practice matches. He goes and throws it up on social media. I can beat fucking Herman Stevens. Like this shit, this is so fucking weird.
I mean, that wasn't a great move on his part, was it? I mean, Ryan took a lot of pasting for that, not least of all off us. on the show. I mean, you know, the amount of times we drilled the practice is practice thing down his throat. That Ryan is bulletproof in that respect. As you are in from your side, he can fire as many times, it's just going to bounce off you. The same thing can be said to him in terms of the negativity. I mean, he takes, I don't know what the situation was, whether, you know, he's had stick all his life, but he certainly takes it well. He really takes a lot of abuse, and it seems to roll off him a lot of the time. Or at least he's got a very, very good game face, if that's not the case.
Yeah, and so, and if we take away all the, you know, comments and let's say miscommunications and his bad angles, right? I don't care to pull him anyway. You know what I mean? And you know, I talked about this. I think you were off. You were asking me for years, hey, you want to pull Arm Wars? I said, is Todd there? Is Todd there? Is Todd there? You know, I get very focused, and Ryan's just not on that level, right? I could see a situation, you know, I'm healed up, I'm training for a couple years, I'm 110% best ever, and I'm like, man, I want to pull Angarbayev, right?
Okay, not a match that I would have made. That is not a match I would make. If someone said to me, would you have made that match? Right, and Ryan's improving dramatically, and he may prove wrong, but it's not a match I would have made. It's a step up for him, step down for you. He still has things to prove, in my opinion, in order to get to that level, and that's not from a practice table. And that's no disrespect to Ryan at all. That's just my honest opinion of it. I said a similar thing with Lachlan and his aspirations of pulling Todd. At the moment, it's not a match I would make, because regardless of someone's self-confidence and personal aspirations in the sport, that doesn't really mean anything to me, or it wouldn't mean anything to, or shouldn't mean anything to any promoter. You don't earn a shot from having personal aspirations which potentially exceed your capabilities. You know, you might get a pat on the back from your peers and everybody say, yeah, you're a gamer, you want to pull this guy. Great. But in terms of the promoter should be looking, and particularly a super match promoter we're talking about here, should be looking to make the most entertaining, most evenly matched competition possible between two athletes, not one that you actually deep inside yourself have got it scored, you know, like 70-30, which is where I would see that match.
Yeah. And I think tournaments typically feed into the super match systems, right? You might see a match and, you know, let's say Dan smokes this guy, but, you know, you say, well, I don't think that guy, I think that was just one match. Let's see Dan versus the guy 5 rounds, 6 rounds, right?
Well, it's funny. Let's just memorize that point, because I was going to pick Dan up on that on the Jordan Sill thing, but we'll come back to that.
Yeah, so the only super matches I've done was one Todd Hutchings, and we had some matches in tournaments, right? And the other one was Alan Ford, who we had a couple matches in tournaments 3 months before that super match, right?
Yep.
So yeah, if Ryan and I met as Lottie, and let's say whatever happened was interesting, controversial, or weird, yeah, maybe that's some data to use to drive a super match. But I'm not a super match guy that's just doing this shit all the time where, oh yeah, let me just pull Ryan just because. I'm not that guy.
Guys, I gotta head out.
For you, sorry, get in there, mate.
I just want to say I'm leaving. I'll see you guys later. I gotta go do some stuff. Thank you for everything, guys.
Later. Yeah, matches that I had sort of mentally slated for you at the time we spoke about the World Arm Wrestling League, had you been interested, was as a guy that was working up to a shot against Rob Vidgen, against Craig Touye, against Paul Lynn. That was the kind of position that you made sense in, you know. And it was come in, get a grounding match against a really solid level, 1 tier down puller, and then you're in the mix for. And people will do that job for you. Then they'll start to say, okay, I want to see Herman pull RVJ. I think if you come in your very best shape, everybody is interested in a match between you and Rob. You're that sort of mysterious enigma that's kicking around North America, but some people might think you can beat Rob. Now, can you? God only knows. But it's an interesting prospect, and it's one that creates questions in the mind of probably yourself, maybe Rob, and other people around the sport. So that's the kind of thing that you that would be an interesting match to be made. Whereas Ryan, whilst I do rate Ryan as an excellent arm wrestler and he's progressing really quick, I don't have him there yet. In my mind, he's got some proving to do prior to. And those steps, to be fair to the lad, were out in front of him. But pulling another kid in Australia doesn't underline that to me at all. At the moment, I'm looking at a guy who's got a win against Chance, which Chance is a hell of a puller, right? And he's got a good win against a mid-range puller in Alan Guerra, and Alan's a solid stayer, but he's very much, you know, he's made for Ryan's skills and attributes, which is why the match was made. The level would be tougher, and I'd have needed to see him come through that. And quite interesting would have been BLM, to be honest, because BLM's diverse. He's very quick. It was a match I was genuinely interested to see because you hear a lot of stuff about BLM. I don't really put any stall in Ryan's win against Dan because it was circumstantial. There was other things which clouded the whole issue. Again, I'll come back to that with Dan because the one downside of tournament arm wrestling in that respect from gaining credibility is there are other elements that can cock up the read. As we hear so many times with people making statements about this guy beating that guy and therefore is better than that guy when they whipped him in a tournament, despite the fact that the kid had a 2.5 minute match like just before. It can happen. So I'm not saying that screws up every read, but it really throws a curveball in there. You beat a guy over 6 rounds when you both show up ready on a date that's three to 6 months in advance, you can beat the guy that day. That's pretty much certain, you know. If you come out of that, you're the man that day, definitely. So I'd like to see Dan and Ryan pull now, fresh for fresh, 6 rounds. Now that'd be interesting. And I bet it'd interest you, Dan, because you probably want to put that record straight. And I bet it'd interest Ryan because he can beat your ass.
I want to make sure that I'm ready for everything that comes up, whether it's a tournament or super match or whatever it is with whoever. I just want to make sure I'm ready, and then I'm ready for whatever comes.
Mm-hmm. What about the Jordan Sill thing, Dan?
Jordan's a great player, and I know he's very strong. And the way he is right now, he's a lot heavier, and I feel like it wouldn't be a good matchup because I don't really have anything to prove with him being heavier. But if I meet him at a tournament at 198 or 205, I'll be glad to pull and give it 110% and see who comes out on top. And I feel like I win.
Long-term aspirations on weight, Dan, where do you see yourself?
I'm all right, man. I always stay around 210, 215, so I can cut to all the way to 189 pretty easy.
How hard
that is long.
Well, easy or not?
It takes about 4 weeks for me to cut and keep my strength up to the level I need to be. So it's just being dedicated to it and eating right, doing cardio. So that part's easy for me. I've never missed my weight, so pretty good at it.
The whole why you wouldn't want to pull guys one-on-one thing. Just walk me through that.
I just don't really have anything to prove because I've worked my way up to the top of the rankings by pulling tournaments and doing the best I can to travel as much as I can and prove myself at tournaments with competition against everybody. So the calling people out and all that stuff, I don't really have anything to prove with anybody. If they're the same weight as me and we meet at a tournament and they beat me, then sure, we have a super match. But right now, I'm not even concentrating on super match type pulling. I'm just working for being the best I can at tournaments and traveling to the big tournaments around the world if travel opens back up. So
fair enough.
And Dan, you said before that you've never focused on a single puller ever, right? You just train in general for whatever comes your way, right?
Yeah, I did kind of train for Chad Silvers, and then I trained for the match with Brett Coots in Australia also. But other than those two, that's really the only ones that I've concentrated on. When I pulled with Ryan, I was kind of concentrating on him, but I felt like I was ready for it without having to do any certain type of training. So ended up coming out on time.
Because we spoke about it a moment ago, the fine margin game that you've got to play to be exceptional at flashing guys, which is what you do. If you're pulling tournaments, particularly high-level tournaments like that, it's a devastating style, the most effective style. Yeah. It took really, really quick. In order to, if you start to sort of deviate away from that, it can become difficult for you stylistically. If your aspiration is in big tournaments, then you've got to make some adjustments to get into arm wrestling in long, drawn-out matches. If a guy does put the brakes on you, it means you're going to have to amend your style a little bit. So I get that. I get what you're focused on.
Yeah, but I do train for the other style of pulling. You know, I do slow pulling 90% of the time at practices. When we train on the weekends, we very seldom hit, and we work long endurance matches and all that. So I am ready for it if the match ever does stop or whatever. But right now, I'm not concentrating on super match style pulling. I just want to do the best against everybody and try to make sure that I stay at the top.
A pretty good job at that, aren't you?
Doing my best. Thank you, guys.
Hey, I got a comment. Go ahead, John.
I did just have a quick anecdote about I had a realization of a time when Dan Mosier was not the Dan Mosier of today. I was doing some research for a video, and I went to Mike Gould Classic, I think in like 2013 or 14. And Dan was there.
Yeah.
And I think you got like 16th place or something like that.
I got beat 0-2 right-handed, and I won one match left-handed. So I had 5 matches. I traveled like 6 hours to go there, and I had one win the entire day.
I remember the Dan Mosier back on ARMTV back when he was Cobra Rhodes' little understudy, and Dan was just like I don't want to say skinny, but man, you were just a little dude. You know what I mean? Just no fat on you at all. But it was that NAL event out there on the East Coast, right? Didn't you go out to that? Yep.
Yeah.
So it's a great example for all new pullers that have come in to this sport in the last couple of years. You can achieve amazing things in a relatively short period of time, because that was only 6-7 years ago, right?
Yeah, I've been pulling for a little over 8 years, and I started out training with Willie Reagan and a lot of the guys up in Ohio, and then got in with Cobra Rhodes, and he introduced me to Craig Touye, and I came down and trained with Craig, and Craig's really the one most responsible for helping me get to where I'm at. So he's made a huge improvement in my setup at the table and learning speed and all that stuff. So got to give a shout out to Craig.
How is he, mate? How's his arm coming along? Is he back to any kind of real level yet, or?
Yeah, he's doing great. He was actually at the practice we had on Saturday with Bob Brown. He's feeling really strong, and he says he's probably 90% of where he wants to be, but he's still building his strength, and he's kind of taking it easy on that arm, making sure he's 100% ready before he does any big tournaments.
Fair enough.
But he's doing great. He's feeling really strong.
Yeah, pass on my best. A good dude.
Herman, you said you had a point, buddy. What were you going to say?
Yeah, we were talking about Jordan Seal and how great he looked at 240 pounds. You know, I've been heavier in the past, and I'll tell you this: if I'm 230 and you say, well, let's do a match at 205, I can argue that at 205, I'm stronger than 230 because I'm actually in the gym and I'm going to lose a bunch of fat. When you're 240 and you're built like Jordan Seal, that is a different guy at 205. Like, that guy has to lose muscle to get down to 205. And he's huge. I'm going to argue that mentally, he's going to be fucked when he gets back down to 205. He'll never feel that way again. The way he felt at 240.
I mean, if you were Jordan and you know, Jordan still looks like a friggin' 6'2" hard on, why the hell does he need to lose? I mean, if you were him, would you lose the weight?
I don't know if I would have ever gained it. I don't know if I would have ever gained it, Neil. I mean, there's no way that guy, he could have been better at 205. He was really good at 205 or top 3 at different time periods. I don't know if he was ever the guy at 200 or 205, but like, he could have been that guy. And at this point, if he's 240, I mean, you know, whatever you're doing to get to 240, you know, there's reasons why you don't want to do that, you know, for extended periods of time. But yeah, I mean, that guy could probably legitimately compete with the super heavies.
He's got the frame.
Let's put it this way. I mean, I've beaten top 10 super heavies many times, Dan too. So Jordan at 240, yeah, I mean, he can do some stuff.
So, right, enough of this bollocks. Let's get you on the spot individually. Right, so, Dan, give me your top 5 ranking, regardless of any consideration, 205 pounds in North America, in order.
At 205?
Yeah. Forget organizations, forget any of that, anything. Who's the best? Top 5, and then we're going to go to Herman. Let's see if we've got parity.
I think Herman's in the top 5 for sure. I couldn't put him in a specific order because I would have to see the guys actually pull and to see the results. but I feel like I could make the top 5. Herman, RBJ, Paul Lynn, Craig Touye. I feel like that would be a solid top 5 right there. Not in any order.
Go for it. Try and put them in an order. Go on, put them on the block, son. In their best form that you've seen them recently, COVID aside, in the best recent form that we've seen any of these guys, where they're at now, how do you feel? Where let's try and talk your ass into a match.
I don't even know how to answer that. I don't even know what the result would be, but I know how I did against Chad, and everybody had thought that Chad was going to beat me, and I was, proud to be able to pull through and beat him, even though he got to jump on me one of the matches. I was able to pull through with strength. So I surprised a lot of people there. I don't know how I would be able to stack those top 5 like that. I would just have to see, and we would have to have a round robin or something to find out, I guess.
Herman, who you got?
Okay, so I really wish I had a list in front of me, Neil. So I just wrote on this McDonald's bag. So let's just get some names out there, just so I know what I'm working with. I guess you could argue.
You agree with the 5 that Dan put out in terms of the names?
Probably not. Mm-hmm. Who did, Dan said me, Rob, himself, Craig, and Paul.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't agree. So, but again, Dan may change, once we get some names out there. Mm-hmm. So,
I'm sure there's others.
Jordan at 205. I don't know, but so we got Jordan possibly. We got Chad. We've got Rob. We've got Dan, myself, Paul Lynn, Craig. Are we putting Todd Hutchings in there because he was 215 in
forget Todd, because made it pretty clear he's got no aspirations to go back to middleweight. So
okay.
If we out, but you can put guys like Storm in there.
Oh crap.
Yeah, there's top 5 is really tough because there's probably 15 guys that are very, very close to the top.
Who else am I missing, Neil?
Well, let's say North America. All right, so let's throw the Canucks in there as well. So you've got you can pick from the Canadians as well. If there's anybody in the Canadian crew that you rate that highly, that it's North America, not just US.
So who am I missing? Jordan, Chad, Rob, Dan, Herman, Paul, Craig, Storm, BLM.
Brent Rockers might be in there.
Crap, Rockers. Who else? That it?
He's covered most. Yeah, he got Chad.
All right. Man, this is tough. Some of these, I've never pulled Storm. I don't think Storm's ever pulled Chad. So without a doubt, we've got Rob in there. We've got Dan. We've got myself.
Best day.
What's that?
On the best day, who's the man? Give me the order.
Yeah, I'm putting Chad in there. Man, it's rough.
Mm-hmm. Every time I ask everybody this question, I get a different set of answers. And sometimes it could be based on personal bias, but sometimes people think there's sleepers out there that aren't getting mentioned. I hear that some guy will then say, oh, you need to be thinking about Dallas Langston, or you need to be thinking about Kevin Robertson, or you need to be thinking about Brandon Elsesser, and all the, but then you'll see an event and that might change your mind. It's really rough, isn't it?
Yeah, I think when you actually put the names on paper, some of those guys you mentioned, they're like top 15, top 20, and that's no knock on them. But just looking at the list, because he got some wins on Dan within the last couple of years, I'm gonna put Paul at 5, or Paul in the top 5.
Yeah.
So basically, the difference between my list and Dan's list is that Dan put Craig in and I put Chad in.
Yeah.
Well, Craig's active right at the moment. He's just building back up. But I feel like once he gets back to where he needs to be, he's going to be right up there at the top.
That's possible. I just think Chad's always been a more versatile puller, and Chad's always been, well, not always, but at times he's been a lot bigger than Craig. Yeah. So if you actually had like a 205 class, Chad's been 220.
Which is
that'd be, and again, that's all debatable. We'd have to see like what actually happens, but If I had to rank, I need to rank them, Neil?
Yeah, absolutely.
Rob 1. Dan. Dan 2. Me 3. Chad 4. Paul 5. Even though Paul's beaten Dan most recently, I think. But Dan's done a lot since then. So does that make sense? Rob 1, Dan 2, me 3, Chad 4, Paul 5. And
similar that's order. So you've got
and some of that,
like, it's not your.
Some of that matters if it's tournament or a super match, right?
Yeah, super match. I'm talking man against man.
Jesus.
No distractions, no single pin. Yeah, I've got to factor this stuff into my mind. So this is like, welcome to my world. So you're thinking about how a match is going to go down. When I was down earlier on the walk me through why you're not interested in super matches, which I respect and understand why. I think, if you've got a guy that gets a win over you in a tournament versus gets a win over you in a super match format, I see those as entirely unrelated. I just don't think they bear any semblance at all. Because if I'm there's guys that I would be really pleased to get in a tournament and not too worried, because I figured I'd smack them once or twice, because it takes you time to get the brakes on you. But I'd be more concerned pulling that arm wrestle over 5 or 6 rounds, just due to the fact that they may be a stayer, maybe a brave puller, and they may work different angles. So Travis Bajan always was good at that, getting past a guy a couple of times in a super match, not all 5, and he may get cracked after round 3. It's more difficult.
Neil, so without reworking the top 5 based on super matches, I just re-ranked the top 5 based on super matches.
There you go.
I think you could get I think the top 5 will get shaken up if I did super match ranking from scratch. But I've got Rob 1, I've got myself 2nd, I've got Chad 3rd, I've got Paul 4th, I've got Dan 5th.
Yeah. I'm glad you just said that. Changes things.
And me 2nd doesn't mean someone below me can't beat me, right? Or something like that, right? Because you got styles make matches and all that stuff.
I get it entirely. You're trying to walk through the match. You're trying to map the match out in your mind, how it goes. Maybe right, maybe wrong, but that's what you're trying to do. Map it out. How does it go?
Yeah. I think the real thing is that Chad's a beast, and we just don't see him enough.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think he would get left out of a lot of discussions.
Trust me, Chad was still Chad in Mississippi, but he just wasn't Chad against Dan. Other than that match, Chad was still Chad.
I have no doubt Chad was good. I'm just saying, So like Dan won't get as much credit, I think, for beating Chad as he would if Chad was more popular.
Dan won't get as much credit for beating Chad because it was a tournament as well. So it's that flat. You don't get the credit for beating a guy in a tournament that you do for stomping him in a super match, because the benefit for an arm wrestler's credibility in a super match is that it's hard to deny, isn't it? What are you going to do? How many excuses can you have if a guy cracks you that many times? I mean, what, you weren't every time? You pulled 6 in Arm Wars. You pulled 6 rounds, and in every one of those rounds, you weren't ready, or he cheated, or the refs missed something, or when there's cameras everywhere on every angle. Bullshit. If he cracks you 6 times that day, take your hat off. He was better than you. End of. The tournament, it's more difficult to make that because, I missed the goal that time. Or, particularly with a guy who's catching a speeding bullet like Dan, Jesus Christ. I mean, to stop the first one when you're not used to it, it takes some adjustment.
Dan, do you remember how many matches you had before you met Chad that first time in Mississippi?
Had Dallas first. Dallas, Adam. I'm not sure who the other guy was. I think I had either 2 or 3 matches before the first match with Chad, and then I had to beat him again in the finals. So
right, yep.
But basically, you beat the other favorites before you beat Chad.
Yeah, I mean, those were no easy matches. Let me tell you.
In Dan's defense, with respect to flashing a guy once being easier than beating him in a super match, I think he beat Chad twice, and Chad is experienced, so there was no really catching Chad off guard. I mean, after the first one, Chad knows what he's into, and Chad knows what he needs to do. So,
the Miracle Crow Cup thing, though, isn't it? There's hours of footage on Dan Mosier. You can go watch it on freeze frame. You'll see it. He's at all these companies. See exactly what Dan Mosier does, but go and stop the mother. Just try. It's all right seeing it on video study. It's like Mirko Crow Cup. You used to go in, he's going to kick you in the head with his left foot. Going up there, train for it. They still got kicked in the head with the left foot because it's fast and they don't know when it's coming. And it must annoy Dan when people are, how many times have we, you'll be on a show and somebody will say, well, Dan Mosier got that win over that guy, but if they were to meet again, then I think it'd be different. Well, would it? And then a couple of weeks later, Dan meets the guy at another tournament and cracks the shit out of him again.
Neil, pick up. Hold that thought for 12 seconds. There's some people in the super chats. They're really pushing the shit hard. They're helping us go over the finish line. Guys, I'm going to try to hold off those questions towards the end because they are locked in a good discussion. But thank you so much. It's amazing. Okay, continue, guys. We have less than $400 to go.
Lovely darts. No, it's just as simple as for Dan's credibility. As I said earlier, he's in between a rock and a hard place in many ways. And I think Dan gets pressure put on him to be in these matches. And I actually like that Dan is the entity that he is right now, going to tournaments, cracking dudes, because he's a little bit like Herman. They're absolutely in no way similar. But in some ways, they're really, really similar because both are that guy that's just in the shadows that might be able to crack the guy that you think's the guy in North America, And everybody's got their opinion, and it is opinion. And also, it doesn't matter if it's Tuesday or Saturday, that result can be different, as we all know at that level. But it keeps it interesting. It keeps the spice in there. It keeps people talking about it. And that's the key thing. I've got 90% of the world that think I hate Dan Mosier because he's not in World Arm Wrestling League. I have no problem with Dan. I've met Dan a couple of times in my life, and he's been nothing but an absolute gentleman. Right as rain. I've a lot of time for Dan. He came to Arm Wars. I have a lot of time for him, a lot of appreciation for him. There's a number of other extraordinarily quick, bullet fast pullers. Craig Sanders is a great example, okay? Craig Sanders didn't get in World Arm, despite being second in the World Arm Wrestling League. Came over, pulled the tournament, second place, second in the world, didn't get a shot in World Arm Wrestling League. That's because Craig Sanders, his combined match at most tournaments that he competes in, he might pull 20 matches and his entire match time is 10 seconds. Losing the title. And Dan, Mississippi State, and in fact, Dan, dude, how many tournaments have you pulled this year?
I don't even know exactly, but I know the 2 main ones where I smashed everybody was Michael Todd's tournament in Arkansas, the Invitational Pro-Am he put on, and then Mississippi State. But I think there was some others earlier in the year. I don't even remember what all I've done. I get the years mixed up. They run together.
Roughly. Give me a rough indication. Ish. 10?
What's
5? How many big shows?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe 4 or 5 tournaments.
Okay, so let's go on the top end of that. Let's say it's 5 tournaments and all those matches in there. Dan, what's your favorite song, dude? What is your favorite song?
Probably Click, Click, Boom by Saliva.
Right, so so Brad Cook, okay, called you up and he says, you know what, Dan? I have got some footage of you and I think I could make the most entertaining cinematic version to show the highlights that you've had from the year 2020. I'm going to overlay a song on there, and we're going to pick Saliva, Click, Click, Boom. Do you think that entire song would fit on your highlight reel, motherfucker, if we just showed matches?
No, they're over too quick. Every match
Not
is
the way I would do it.
Do you think it would be out
3
of the
seconds.
of the song Click Click Boom before the video had finished?
I think the song will still be playing.
There you go. It's not about Dan's lack of ability. It's about his ability. It's a blessing and a curse in some respects. He's a fast finisher, and that's it. But you're very, very good at what you do, Dan, and you've had an amazing year, mate. Hats off to you.
Yeah, appreciate it. I'm gonna have to get off here and get the hot sauce building. I got to start making hot sauce and get ready for all the people making orders. I appreciate you guys having me on here and let me be part of it.
Later, Dan.
Take it easy, brother.
All right.
Take it easy, Dan.
Happy New Year's, guys.
Gary, you're muted. See you, Dan.
All right, take care.
Nice that Herman threw that point in about the way that things change when you look at it, super match versus tournament.
Yeah.
Really makes a big difference. You know, how the hell is Gary still going?
It's amazing.
He's on that cola.
You're an animal.
Please donate some money so Gary doesn't die.
And subscribe and like and share Uncle John's arm wrestling page.
You got it, Roger. You got it. Appreciate that.
You may not care about Derek Smith, but donate the money so Gary
I gave
does not die.
$6.66 to super chat, and nobody said shit. So fuck you, Gary.
Gary, you're muted, mate.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted. Adam, say hi.
Hello, what's up? I'm Golden Tendon. I'm Gary's neighbor.
What's up, Golden Tendon?
So, guys, let me just tell you a couple minutes. When I started to get on ArmBet and I thought I was going to go out and crush bitches, this guy, Adam, he sent a message to me. It's like, hey, let's meet up. We met up in a park. And I thought, he said I'd been arm wrestling for about a year. I thought, let me just tell you, he bitch slapped me, to put it simply. And I was rudely awakened how far I've got to come back here. Adam, say hi to everyone. I'm sure you know most of these guys. Say hi. Who are
Hi,
you?
Roger. I met Roger at Devin's practice in Chicago. Hello.
Have you met
What's
Neil
up, buddy?
Pickup before? Have you met Neil Pickup?
No, I haven't. But I do watch him. I watch him now. Yeah.
Well,
Hello.
anyways.
Hey, Neil, where do you live in England?
I live about 25 minutes from Manchester.
My sister lives in Manchester.
Oh, lovely darts. Yeah, it's not far away, mate. Not far away at all.
Nice.
I mean,
nice.
Because the weather absolutely sucks. But other than that, yeah.
Nice.
Guys, we're coming down to the wire. Although I think no matter what the money's at, I'm not leaving until I hit 24 hours. If I make the cutout, I would get off at 5:01. So no one tries this again. And if they do, they got to go over 24. I told my wife, I'm going 24 hours no matter what. 24 hours.
Oh, yeah.
You're an animal.
Hey,
5 p.m.
I've got a bit of a different trajectory on a question. If you guys are willing to entertain it, especially for you, Neil, and Herman. I consider you guys both who have achieved very high levels of proficiency in arm wrestling. And coming from a person like myself who has had some success and is now in a point in my career where I'm ferociously trying to increase my ability, my power, all that stuff. But I'm not quite sure I'm doing everything I can be doing or everything I should be doing. Do you guys have just some behaviors that you did, that you picked up, that you feel took you from a middle of the road or, you know, a rising person and really pushed you guys to the next level, and things that you don't necessarily think that are just normal things that people tend to do, or things that people really miss when it comes to training and understanding how to evolve into a better arm wrestler?
Herman, you want to go first? Or
I'll let you go first, Neil. You go first.
Okay. I think the best way for me to answer this probably is if I was giving you an indication on if I had my time over, knowing what I know now in the sport. I think you spend every arm wrestler's got a certain amount of time, or most arm wrestlers outside of a few special cases like Ryan Bowen or someone of that ilk who's effectively a professional arm wrestler, has an amount of time that they can dedicate to the pursuit of excellence in the sport, okay? And you will, when you're in that stage where you're obsessed with arm wrestling, you're looking around and take in all the information from so many sources, it's difficult to decipher what route you want to go, okay? And everybody knows the things that, okay, well, this guy's a bit similar to me. He looks a little similar, or he pulls a little similar. I think you can shortcut that to some extent by taking a very good look at yourself and thinking, okay, what do I do best? What am I most proficient? What elements of my game are getting me the best degree of success when I arm wrestle? And then look at what you can do to improve those elements, to really try and get deep into those elements and to refine them, sharpen them. It's that efficiency which will allow you to take a lot of strides. But once you've got that very, very sharp, that side of your game extremely sharp, then from there start to work the other angles that build up the strength, the things that are going to supplement that, make it harder for someone to shut that move down. You know, because a lot of all arm wrestling movements, I was gutted that I had to leave earlier when you guys were talking about the King's move, because so many people would talk about the Kings and the way that the Kings is a move. The Kings isn't a move. The Kings is a style of arm wrestling, which is massively varied across arm wrestlers that are proficient at King's move. Arm wrestler A does it different to arm wrestler C, who does it different to arm wrestler F. They're just completely different things. And trust me, speaking from experience of a lot of these guys, one man's King's move is not the same as another, because the way they're designed, okay, because of the way it feels to you. And arm wrestling is a very, very specific thing. If you're going to get massive gains in that area, one of the things you can do is to look at your game, look at what you can do to sharpen your acid and work on that, then work backwards from that to supplement it, to make it so that you're building a fortress around that and allow you to access it every single time. So you become flawless at accessing that. It's almost like that muscle memory thing. So, okay, this style of arm wrestler, what have I got to do to ensure that when I pull this guy, I can still get the position that I did against this kind of arm wrestler who's slightly slower and has a slightly shorter arm? And often that will come down to your starting position, your angle that you take up on the start, the side of the pad that you're on. Small nuances can yield massive benefits, and it's experimentation with that. So I say it many times on my own channel. You got to be brave. Stop worrying about getting your ass handed to you in arm wrestling matches. Herman said it a while back. I'm not concerned about losing an arm wrestling match. I was never concerned about, I wanted to win, but I wasn't worried about losing, because I've lost a shitload of arm wrestling matches. And, you know, it's not cancer of the bell end. It's you lost an arm wrestling match. It's not that bad. So worry about things in life that are worth worrying about. And that ain't one of them. And that's the key thing. I should shut up and let Herman go.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'd say simplify and get stronger. And I always go back to this story. So Scott Mendelson, right? I met Scott Mendelson right when he started arm wrestling. This guy is a power lifter. And in particular, a lot of power lifters aren't really like bicep focused, right? So it's not like they have to be great in the hook, but big benchers typically have good side pressure and stuff like that. You know, I remember gripping up with them, and, you know, I could kind of like hand control them left or right. But when we went inside, I let him have offensive side of the table. And day one, that guy took me to the limit. You know what I mean? I blew a gasket trying to keep my arm off the tabletop. So that guy didn't know how to hook, didn't know how to arm wrestle. He was just that much stronger, generally speaking. And, you know, some of the really good guys in the sport, they come in at some base level of strength. And so if you're not those guys, go get that base level of strength. And if we simplified it to just arm wrestling exercises. We've all seen Zoloev do that internal rotation move, right? He has a cable machine. He brings his arm to his chest, basically, and sometimes he turns his body with it. If you only did that exercise, and let's say, supposedly Zoloev can do it with like 170 pounds. I don't know if I really believe it. Definitely not dynamically. But let's say you train that exercise dynamically, and you were able to do that with 200 pounds. Let's say you didn't focus on anything else. You're going to fuck everybody up, right? So I think people a lot of times get bogged down with too many details. I think they worry about technique way too much. Personally, people say, oh, well, Herman's sharp and he knows all his technique and he's technical. I don't know if that's true. You got a couple different personality types on my side of the spectrum, I guess. And you have like scientist type people. Like I consider, like Devin has a very scientist type personality. And I think he has some scientists in his family. Like Devin's all into these details and hypotheticals and blah, 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 blah. I think Mendalgas might be kind of like that too. I am not that, right? I'm more of an engineer. I'm extremely practical, Todd Hutchings style. So I really don't care about this theoretical stuff. I really don't care about figuring out new shit. I don't care about developing new moves like the King's move. This works. Let's do that and master it. And I mean, I don't even like set up tactics. I really don't focus on any of that stuff. I kind of grab people's hands and I want to see who's stronger. So I think really simplify it, get stronger. And at some point after that, you'll find out that you may have a technical limit or some sort of tactical limit that you need to address. But focusing on all that polish crap, I think that's a later on thing. You're not going to get anywhere unless you have the base strength.
So when you find a problem in your own game and then you can address it in your mind, how do you deal with it? How do you deal with addressing your weakness when you find it?
Oh, I focus on it. Like, so are we talking about like a tactical weakness or a strength weakness?
Like say when you're in a match, you're sparring with someone who's like on your level and you're you know what I mean? And you feel like yourself, if you're trying to go somewhere, like, where you're weak, right? If you pay attention to how you arm wrestle, what do you do? How do you break that down?
In that moment, or how do I correct it going forward?
What I mean, like with your workouts and stuff, like if you were to do workouts.
So for instance, right, Jonathan Brita lives about 30 minutes from me. He's probably the #1 left-hander in the United States at 242, and he's just exposing my bicep. I mean, like, it's just ridiculous, and some of that's my nerve issues or whatever.
How does he do that? Hey, how does he do that though? Just tell us
strong.
How he
he's strong.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, he can row my post like just right into him. He can just wrist curl my post down. And then when we're in a hook, I mean, all he does is cut in, and I literally can't drag because I don't have the bicep. I'm just going to open up. I haven't started to work on it yet because life's busy, but I'm a high frequency proponent. So whatever that gap is, I'm going to go train that probably 3 times a day, right? Until I damn near get sick of it, or until I start to develop overuse injuries. I don't know if that's for everybody. It's worked well for me. I think I'm pretty durable and my central nervous system's pretty robust, but that's how I would go after it. So I'd be doing bicep curls, variations, bicep holds 3 times a day, right? Or I would start working, and I haven't done in the past. I typically work like on a joint-based shoulder in hook style. I need to go work on a more open dragging hook style to have any kind of shot with him. So I basically would overload that muscle over time.
And do you abandon a lot of the other work that you're doing in order to shore that up?
No.
So it's in addition to what you're already doing.
Yes.
Hey, I gotta jump in real quick, guys. Man, I want to thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for helping me do this, guys. It's fucking amazing, because I honestly, the only reason I've been able to push through is because you guys joined me to help me make it. Dude, I honestly, if I was by myself, I wouldn't have been able to do this. So thank you guys for helping. There's so many people that are just pushing this. shout out to Eric Crescent for all he does to maintain the historical records of this awesome sport, and to Sean Crowther for matching out there. Neil, can you just say like a real quick shout out to Eric and what he's done for the sport?
Oh, Eric Brisson is one of the guys that doesn't bang his own drum at all. I mean, he keeps quiet. He keeps in the background. He's a very proficient athlete, a very, very good arm wrestler, just a humble person. But the amount of time that he's invested into the sport of arm wrestling, into speaking to people, getting different accounts of key historical facts from the sport is absolutely remarkable and absolutely fascinating. Just working with Eric, the concept for the old school that we do with Eric came from my own personal fascination with speaking to Eric. So when you go to a show, I could speak to Eric for hours and just pick his brains and talk to him about things, and we'd cross-reference stuff. He'd ask me opinions on stuff. I'd ask, and he'd give you information. He's a font of knowledge, and he's also his search for that information is in order to allow other people to then access it. What's better than that? You know, that Eric is just, you couldn't design a man more suited to the task. He's absolutely an asset to the sport of arm wrestling. He's a great asset to the sport. And what he's done with the Arm Wrestling Archive is truly remarkable. It's brilliant. If you haven't been over there, get over to the armwrestlingarchive.com, check it out. I need to schedule another show with Bob and Eric really soon. Eric, if you're watching, let's do this thing. Let's go.
That shout out was from Mark O'Reilly, $20 Canadian towards the mission. Thank you very much, Mark. Donating money to give a shout out to somebody else. That is awesome. And Steve Staw, NOK 100, he says about $11. He says, I love you, Neil. If I had daddy issues, was gay and a chubby chaser, you would have been in trouble, mother fluffer.
Hey, I'll say that. You never know. There's still time, and I might get sent to prison. Anything can happen.
After Arms,
I'll write you.
After Arms, $5. He says, I love Gary and what his vision is for the sport, past and present. He needs sleep. Thanks for the money match. HD Cloud says, what is the top 5 girl arm wrestlers in the world, pound for pound? We ended with the deep.
Are you talking about like hottest ones or best ones?
Top, best.
Yeah, Roger. Top.
All right.
Top.
Are we talking now or ever?
I mean, at this point, I'm happy for anybody talking. So whatever comes to your mind, sir.
Well, if we're talking ever, Irina Makieva is the best female arm wrestler of all time, in my opinion, pound for pound. Limited only by her injuries and willingness and interest and motivation to continue. She damaged her back badly, and that sort of forced her out of the sport, as well as a little bit of a lack of motivation at that time. But if you look at her career, victories within that career against a diverse set of arm wrestlers, she's the girl. That is the one. I mean, Irina is a girl I'd love to get on the show as well. Speaks great English, and she is just rock strong. If you ever get a chance to pull with Irina, very, very diverse arm wrestler, really tuned in. There's honorable mentions for people like Heidi Anderson, who was a great arm wrestler in her own right, ambidextrous. Also brought an enormous amount of kudos to the sport of arm wrestling. You've got to talk about Vetkute from Lithuania, who is astronomically strong. Dot Jones, Vika Gabakova. I mean, Vika Gabakova. Holy shit. Vika Gabakova. I mean, hand strength? Jesus. That's a girl, if you went on a date with Vika Gabakova, I can't even say that. I'm not even going to say that. Vicky Gabakova's hand strength made me. It would have definitely sort of.
They give Larry Wheels erectile dysfunction
with that woman. God damn, her hand was strong. I used to see her pulling with guys at tournaments, at Worlds. So you'd go to the Worlds, and I'd see guys who'd had pretty solid placings. Okay, we're not talking just novice guys. We're talking people who'd placed pretty solidly. Top 6 finishers in the 154s and 165s at Worlds would be pulling after with Vika Gabakova, and she would be in a hook with them and holding her own. The woman was astronomically strong, you know. Leanne de Vries, another girl, or de Freyne, as they call her in Canada. Eric, help me out with the pronunciation, mate, how you'd say it over there. But, I mean, Leanne was just a wonderful arm wrestler, dead wrist presser, very unusual style, remarkable puller, you know. And there's been so many. I mean, my God, there's been Victoria Ilyushina, you know. What a fabulous arm wrestler Victoria is. Ukraine's finest, just 55-kilo monster. There's so many great female arm wrestlers that have been under the radar. They don't get the same notoriety. It's back to that sort of super heavyweight thing we were talking about earlier. If you're in the supers, you're the person in the spotlight, and the further from that arc that you fall, the less that spotlight shines. And some of the ladies, it doesn't shine too bright on, but that isn't a reflection on them. There's some fabulous pullers. And the obvious set, the ones that are right now top of the tree, top of the pile, you've got Fia Asik, who's had a wonderful run in the World Arm Wrestling League. You've got Sarah Backman, who could probably succeed in whatever she chose to. Looks like she's rediscovered her form of late physically. The absolutely ridiculous Gabby. I mean, Gabby's ace. Iron Angel. Shout out, Gabby Vasconcelos. What an absolute beast. She is strong as balls as well. And my own personal favorite, it's got to be Marlon, the Little Instinct Klein-Smith, who is right on a rich vein of form right now. Yeah, I would have loved to see that match. Irina Gladkaya and Marlon Klein. Oh, I couldn't wait for that match. I'm sick that didn't come to fruition. And with a bit of luck, we can get that thing back on if we can get COVID-19 in the rearview mirror and get Gary a couple of hours sleep.
I have to let you guys know, some people mentioned that aren't we over 2K? And here's the deal. 718 for round 1 plus 166 for round 2 plus 475 for round 3 plus 710 GoFundMe is $2,069. But YouTube takes 30% of the super chats, which I've subtracted because you know, that's the way it is. That's what YouTube gives us. So I apologize that that's their cut. Tendon Clan, Golden Tendon. Adam, do you got any questions for these guys? You may never get this opportunity again. You got anything to bring to the table for conversation?
Yo, my question is, how do you break into the upper strata of being a really good arm wrestler? Because I started an arm wrestling club with a bunch of amateurs. We're all like 1 year in, 6 months in, and people are looking down on us. They call us arm bet bums. But you know what?
Wait, what? Is that true?
Fuck them.
Yeah.
You got to just train with people who are better than you, people who want to help you, man. There are a lot of people around you, like Pavlo Durbadenyev. He's awesome. He's amazing. He's super strong. Those guys will help you. And I pulled with you. I know you're strong. And if you're serious, people, you know what I mean? It's people shit on you in the beginning. Fuck those guys. If you stay in long, you'll just gain your respect, man. You're good. Just stick with it if you really love it.
Arm bet bums? I've not heard this.
You know, yeah, if that's the case, that's a little embarrassing. Yeah, what can I say? It's a little embarrassing. I mean,
where are you located?
No,
like Chicago area. I live near Gary.
Okay,
I'm
let
Gary's
me ask you this. I assume there's some long time running club in the area. Did you just start a new club in the same city?
No, I was pulling with the old club that have a bunch of veterans, and I learned from them. But I'm just asking, like, just pushing it to the next level, because it seems like 1 year into all these people pulling for 5 years, it seems like unattainable. And I guess it's just like it's just a time thing. And also, Herman, I want to ask you, what's your current back pressure standing, just like this? Because I saw your video like that. Like, it got me into arm wrestling, to be honest. So.
No clue. I mean, it could be stronger with zero training because my nerves are better.
That motherfucker's strong.
But back to my question. You're in Chicago. Club veterans there?
I can answer that question. He was commuting. He was commuting, I think, towards Wisconsin. So they had to drive a little bit, but locally by his house, they did start a little team. So there's a bunch of teams here within like an hour and 20 minutes. So there's some of that. You can go visit probably 4 or 5 teams within that range.
Gotcha. But there's no, you can't have a weekly practice with all these people, like to where people have 30 minutes.
Oh,
Charles Fish has a practice in Chicago.
No,
it's not in Chicago, it's Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's it.
They're somewhere close by there. I know it's not that far.
I went through the same thing in college. New clubs in an area where there's already existing club.
We lot
exact same club. The area's too small, and that's the only way you can learn. You need more experienced people.
Herman has gone full cyborg.
Herman, it doesn't sound good. You're gonna have to wait till you get
ran out of data.
I mean, Adam, how far is your commute to Fish's house?
It's like 1.5 hours. I go there like once a month, and it's good. But it's just I started Tendon Clan, and now it's like I practice with them like every week at least. And I'm surprised with the trajectory of the club. A lot of people are getting really good. So I feel like in a few years, Chicago is going to be a bigger hub of arm wrestling. Hopefully, that's like my goal too.
Adam, are you saying the local arm wrestlers here that some of the veterans are calling you bums?
I saw it on Facebook once when they shared your video, Gary. They're like, "Who are these guys?"
You know,
it's okay. I'm not offended, but it makes me more competitive. I kind of like it, to be honest.
Honestly, for people to underestimate you is a huge power.
Absolutely.
To look like, for a long time, I just looked like I still look soft, but I looked soft for a long time.
Yeah, a badass hat though. Subscribe to Uncle John.
Right? So, and I loved it because everyone just assumed that, well, this guy, what's he going to do? He's not very impressive looking. And then, there is something beyond that. So use it to your advantage. Everything is a gift, even the bad stuff. You just got to figure out how to use it.
Oh, okay. Part of this is my fault because while we were interviewing, he mentioned something along the lines of like, oh, I'd love to be like Devin Larratt. And I said, oh, you want to be Devin Larratt? He's like, well, kind of. And I was like, no, you got to say it. And I goaded him into saying it. And then I made it the title. The next Devin Larratt. It's like, having fun, no pressure to make you the next Devin Larratt, Adam, but and for 1 year in, dude, you're pretty beastly. You won the, hey, Uncle John, there's the guy who won the other night, right?
I know. I was going to say he's the champion of the first ever ARMTV King of the Table live show.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys got to do that at one of our practices. That would be sweet. I watched it. It was badass.
Yeah. Adam, can you give me some perspective? So we lined up 20 of you guys. We did King of the Table. Don't let anyone rest. There was a lot of back and forth. Can you give me your perspective? If that were to be in a tournament environment, what would your thoughts be?
Yeah, I like the format. I think you have to be the thing is positioning matters so much because if you have a dominant.
Hey, I'm sorry, guys. Hey, I'm sorry, I was on mute. Let me just go ahead and answer.
Who is this? Is this Herman?
National level? Yeah, I'm back. 35 years, arguably, to be national level in the United States. If you have you've got enough genetic potential, right? So you're 1 year in, you need like a legitimate coach. You
For sure.
Craig Touye, someone like that. So you need that. You need a lot of time in your hands. You got to train. You got to lift the weights, and you need 3 to 5 years. That feeling of you never getting to where that 5-year guy is, perfectly normal. I went through all that. I never thought I'd be top 10 in the country. And sure enough, 3 years later, I was top 10 in the country. So all those feelings are normal. But the thing that people miss out on, I think, is actually having that coach and going drive to that guy or find that guy. But yeah, sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sherman. We appreciate it. What were you saying about the positioning?
No, I liked it. Yeah, I guess the rounds are a little bit like the first rounds are dependent on where you line up in terms of your weight, because it is based on your weight class or how heavy you are. And I think it's good. I think the lighter guys actually got a good run and I got a good piece of it because they could rack up wins in the lighter category, as you saw earlier. Like we had like my friend Alex, he got second place in the whole thing, and he's like 180 out of like there were 10 guys heavier than him, and he pulled it out. I like the format. I want to see other people do the format, like with Rogers Club.
Would you say how your arm felt after this versus another practice? What was the wear and tear on your arm from it was about an hour? Did you feel more sore, the same?
Yeah, it was just right-handed we did. So yeah, I was blown out by the end of it, but that was because I think it's because I won. But the thing is, if you're losing, if you're the guy that's losing, you're not gonna get like a good training stimulus from that, because you pull like 4 times 4 rounds and you lose, like you like get flashed 4 times in a row. So I think for the competitive guys, it's a very good like workout, but for the lighter guys, it's not the best.
All right. Well, thank you for being here. Jamie Natfit, welcome. Jamie, we're almost there. We're almost to the end. You got any interesting topics you'd like to bring?
Topics, huh? I don't know. What have you guys been talking about? You guys have been up this whole time doing this?
Dude, you can't ask that.
What hasn't been discussed?
You can't ask that. We are beyond that, bro. We're at.
Then I probably got nothing for you. I mean, what could we possibly talk about that you haven't covered yet?
My goal is to get 25 hours exactly. I have 2 hours and 40 minutes to get there. And I don't know. I'm just delirious. We lost Neil Pickup. Herman Stevens saved the day. Hey, guys, if you're in the waiting room and you want to join the show, if you have a real name, it's going to increase your chances. Or message me and prove you're real, because I can't have a random tip. Okay, let's see. Fine.
Well, Harold Ryden told me he was going to get back on because he wanted to share like a story and then have Jake Smith on as well. Like,
ooh,
I was kind of curious to how that was going to go. So I told Harold I'm getting back on so he could tell his story.
Well, Harold, come on. I swear I'm barely hanging in here. Brad Cook.
Yes.
Give us, what's your perspective on life and arm wrestling and
Subscriber 217.
No, okay. I want to come back to Brad Cook. I have a question. Or this is for everyone in general. You guys had that question about the top 5 women. I've noticed an explosion in the fandom for male arm wrestling. Has a women interests arm wrestling compared to when I was in? Has its the trajectory gone up parallel together, like equally fan base for the ladies?
Fan base?
Yeah, like the interest has grown in arm wrestling. Is it equal to women, or is the women the same? Nobody cares about women.
You don't care. I don't think I don't think it's growing at the same trajectory, but I think it's grown.
It's growing, but not quite as much as the men.
There's more women pulling now, but it's still not the same, right? I mean, it's still, yeah, you'll never get the same. I don't want to say credibility as the men's. That's just how it is.
I mean, Jamie, here's my point. Back in the day, every tournament, no matter how large or small, the women's class always was weak. Like, why didn't the women show up? Is that problem gone away? Or is it still
Gary
similar?
Hayton.
Still a problem.
Still a problem. I mean, I'm just wondering because I see similarities, and I'm like, rising tide floats all ships. Is women coming with it?
I love the female arm wrestlers, but they can't say equal pay, blah, 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 blah anymore, because that's a dead horse, right? If you got 500 guys competing and 2 women, obviously promoters probably won't pay the same, right? So let's throw that argument out. But the women have to grow the sport too. I mean, they can't expect promoters to grow the sport for them.
Okay, interesting. Jamie, Neil Pickup in the chat says the WAF IFA split effed up the female sport a lot. I don't know what that means. Can anyone elaborate?
Probably because certain countries aren't able to face each other where the top female athletes are.
Right. You can't have Sweden versus Russia anymore because Sweden went to IFA and Russia's still in the WAF, right? So, yeah, I think that's going to hurt the female competition.
Wait. I did not, Kevin, I did not. Are you here to save the day?
Save the day. I don't know about that.
Dude, no, dude, I'm dying. Guys, I would like to introduce you to Kevin. I'm sure you've watched some of the crazy Devin Larratt videos. They're like, this guy, I got to touch on something real quick. We touched on clickbait stuff earlier, and we addressed whether I was too clickbait or not. And I would say that Kevin has saved my ass, because if there's one job, Herman, you mentioned not like editing and all that post-production. If there's one job that I absolutely cannot stand, it is I hate trying to think of creative titles. I hate the thumbnails. If I never had to make another title again or a thumbnail, I apologize. If I get clickbait, it's because I hate it job. And Kevin has helped me out. I post a video with one title, and 4 minutes later it's reworded. And I'm like, oh, why didn't I think of that? Like, you're really good at what you do, Kevin. Can you tell the community who you are and what you're doing on the ARMTV channel? Like, you have actual like skills. You've done this shit. You know how to like market and brand products.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Well, first, I know coming on the show, I mean, I think we're supposed to bring sponsors. That's what I get from Travis and Beauty and the Beast. So I brought a sponsor. I have a new protein powder. It's called way too strong protein powder from No Limits Devin Larratt. For anyone that's on the path of the giant pump.
Wait, is that real or is that pretend?
Gary, what do you think?
I don't have no idea. Dude, I'm 22 hours in, bro. If you're telling jokes, I am delirious.
It's as real as you want it to be. I've talked about it with Devin. But no, I mean, I do brand marketing stuff. I mean, I'm happy to see the new logo behind you. I'm the one that did that logo.
Wait, you did this?
You forgot?
I'm joking, but I need to reiterate. You did that?
Yeah.
Oh,
the
Kevin,
logos.
Jamie wants to jump you. He has the classic ARMTV tattoo.
I know. Oh no, I consider it. I mean, I had this whole idea of releasing the logo, doing like the glitch thing that I've been putting at the end of some of the videos and all that stuff, and then having like a transition from the old logo. And then because I considered Jamie to be like the old school, like the OG, and then Gary was like, nah, let's just do it. Let's just release it.
You lie. Wait, what?
Remember? You don't remember that? You're like, oh, how about we don't do any fanfare? And I just put it out. And then you went on Uncle John and you had the new logo up.
No. But I messaged Jamie first.
Okay.
So come on now. I messaged. You snuck it out on Instagram before I could have a chance to message Jamie.
Oh, that's true.
Okay.
I was setting up the Instagram account. Yep.
Okay. Kevin, what is your goals with ARMTV? What are you doing?
I mean, I want to make it more palatable for the wider audience. I want to blow up arm wrestling in general, and ARMTV is one way of doing it. I mean, I come from, part of my background's in poker. I was in around poker in 2000, right around the time when the whole can came out, but then it didn't blow up until around 2003, 2004. And just trying to figure out ways of like, what are the pieces that made it transition into a more understandable, widely accepted sport. I think there's a lot of parallels there as far as the personalities go, the history, you know, some of the bad conceptions of what that sport is. But then there's places where it can break through and then become something interesting to the wider audience, as long as they understand it. I mean, we've had conversations where, you know, like in Wall, when they spend 5 minutes doing the setup, everyone who has never seen arm wrestling is like, why are they taking so long to hold hands? Where like they don't understand any of the strategy or what the point is of trying to do that. And there's two ways to air that. You can air it and explain what's going on and get someone excited about some of the strategy that's going on and getting the hold, or you just cut it out and this only show the good stuff, the hits that people actually think arm wrestling is. I mean, there's two paths, and I think both are valid. With when poker started to blow up, I mean, if you think about the old like 2003 poker tournaments, they would explain the rules in the first 3 minutes of the broadcast. They would show one hand and then they would explain the rules of like, here's actually what poker is, to educate the audience and get them excited and understanding what the hell is going on. And then as the years went on, it became more sophisticated. And then eventually now they don't explain it anymore because the wider audience has a good idea of what they should be looking for and what they should be excited about. But right now, I think it's a point when someone comes into arm wrestling cold, they don't know what to be excited about yet.
So are you saying YouTube videos we should start it off with here's how arm wrestling?
No, I think it's
arm wrestle?
No, I think it's not the YouTube videos, but it's I think with like the BR live broadcast, the Wall broadcasts, I think there could be more stuff up front when someone's watching that to let them know of like, all right, what should you be looking for and what is arm wrestling? Because yeah, people get dropped in cold and then, you know, the announcers are kind of going nuts and explaining all the nuances. But it's like, if you think about the two broadcasters on ESPN, back to that, those were two guys that didn't even play poker. They were like, all right, here's what someone told us about it, and here's the things we should all be looking for, and we're all kind of learning as we go. It's a little bit easier. You need an audience surrogate bringing everyone along.
Before I forget, you on your own started, you have control. You can post videos, right?
Yeah.
And you've been taking Devin Larratt reviews and posting them to random non-arm wrestling related material. What is your goals with that? Tell me your thought process. How did you come up with this? And what is the feedback now that you've put out like 6 or 7 of these?
Yeah. Well, the goal for those is just to be funny. I was watching Devin do a couple real reviews, and then it just reminded me at the time, I was like, oh, this would be funny if he was reviewing something completely random. So yeah, I just edited the videos together, basically mashing up his review with random content and hoping that it was going to be funny. But the goal is, it's for those to kind of hit and potentially go to a wider audience and sort of bring them in. The way I came into arm wrestling was through fitness channels, and eventually it caught, and I was like, oh, I didn't even know that this was still a thing. And then that was one path, because I was like, oh, I'm just looking to get stronger, and this is one way I can get stronger. But are there other paths, entertainment wise, that can bring someone in to arm wrestling that lets them know that it's not necessarily what they think it is. It's not just over the top from 1987. It's not just something that happens in the back of a bar room. It's like a legitimate strength sport, a legitimate combat sport.
So what is your background? Like you went to school for this. This is like what you do, taking something to the next level like this.
I mean, that's my background since, school. I mean, my background's real weird. School, I was a double major in econometrics and neuropsychology. That eventually lent itself to some stuff, but really my background in college was probably originally maybe, I don't know, partying and being funny. So as those two things combined, it's trying to find out, how I can go to a company, do something cool, and then blow it up.
Are you being paid to do this?
No.
Why are you doing this?
Because it's fun. I mean, I have a full-time job that's in sort of brand, product, and marketing stuff, but it's limiting because it's not always something I'm passionate about. I mean, I actually am recently working in a couple of gigs that I'm passionate about, like the health and wellness space. But yeah, I like to be able to exercise all my muscles, and I have a background in comedy and entertainment, and it's like, well, how can I merge all those things into a place where I can be a lot freer and, you know, create some content that's a lot more fun.
How much time are you working on ARMTV for free?
I mean, quite a bit, but it's all like, it's fun. It's like, are you, you know, it's sort of like a fun hobby. Like it's educational. I mean, it's helped me in my other jobs and in gigs, like polishing up on my editing skills and music and stuff like that. So
I'm going to ask you a tough question, and you have to be fucking honest.
I love being honest.
No, I'm curious. I'm serious. You have to be 100% honest. When I told you I was upset and I caused all that drama, we don't need to name names, but you know the
yep.
channel and the promoter, I caused a bunch of drama. I was legitimately upset. Can you agree on that?
Yes. You were super bummed.
When I chose the path I chose and create drama, what were you thinking about me as a person that you were trying to like work for free? How upset were you? Like, I know I didn't do what you recommended. I know I went the opposite. I know you said, here's how you should handle it. I know I didn't listen to you. I know that if you're coming to me and you're thinking you can help make ARMTV better, and I do the exact opposite of what you said, what were you going through, thoughts and feelings? Like, why would you give time to me when I completely fucked it all up and did the opposite of everything you said?
It's a good question. Well, I mean, I think really at the core though, is that when you get to know Gary, and for people who know you, you're a passionate, I don't mean this in the negative sense, but you're like an emotional, you're a real feeling guy. So, and you're super sincere. So it's hard not to want to get on your side. So even when you did the opposite and you were like, you know, talking to trolls and then blowing up your situation and doing all that stuff, I know who you are. I mean, if we've talked to you enough and I have a good sense of you, then I'm like, well, he's hurt. Like Gary's feelings were hurt. The whole situation was hurting you. So it wasn't like you were doing anything malicious. You were actually just speaking from the heart. So I was like, oh, why wouldn't I keep working with this guy?
Did you at all think maybe I picked the wrong dude to back and I'm going to quit?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I've talked with other, I mean, there's a lot of flexibility in what I'm doing and what we're doing. So like I get to talk to a few people. So yeah, I was never worried about that. It's more, can I channel Gary's energy in the right direction? And then, you know, like I said, coming from a poker background, I don't worry about the decisions that are already made. I try to make decisions from what's in front of me going forward. And it's like, what's the best decision now that Gary blew everything up?
And when I told you I was going to do something cool on New Year's, you responded somewhat positively. You were like, oh, maybe that can fix some of the damage. What did you say, or what were your thoughts?
Oh, no. I mean, I was thinking, actually, I didn't say it was going to fix some of the damage. I think it was more like it's helping people get to know who you really are, as we've talked. And it's just like, this is the Gary that wants to raise money for someone that he likes. That's the Gary that I've talked to. It's not the Gary that's you're trying to create any drama. Like this is really at the core
the
who you
motherfucker
are.
took his shirt off.
Oh, show us them guns, bro.
And also, somebody give some money to fucking Derek Smith, because that motherfucker's tall and bad as fuck.
That's a good point.
Stop. This is for gold intended to go to Gary's house
bro,
to get your $10. This guy. Hey, who joined us?
Somebody got a hickey on their titty, dog.
Billy Bird.
Billy Bird.
Hey, golden titty.
Okay, before we get into Billy Berg, I just want one more thing.
Hey, man, I'm just gonna let you know, this is why people fucking call you that arm bat shit, because you're on this motherfucker with no goddamn shirt on. And I'm just being real. Like,
I got a donation.
They're gonna be like, they're gonna laugh at you. Do whatever the fuck you want to do, but don't get mad when they're fucking calling you the arm bat jokes when you got your fucking shirt off and a suction cup on your tits.
Yo, man, I'm gonna come to every tournament like this. I'm gonna beat all you clowns.
It don't matter, motherfucker, for real.
Give me 2 months. Give me 2 months, Roger. I'm gonna beat you.
Merry Christmas.
OMG. Okay, just a couple more quick questions, then I'll let you ask questions, Kevin. You've been doing this for X amount of months. When did you come on board?
Maybe August or September.
And are you having the results you would have liked? Are you pleased? Are you not pleased? What's the like overall feeling of what you've accomplished?
I'd like to have some more subscribers for everybody. But I've met a lot of good people. I mean, I've talked with Travis. I've talked with Devin a bit about some stuff. I've talked with Uncle John, Aussie arm wrestler, and trying to see ways to make, like I said, make the sport, finding the right personalities and making the sport bigger. What's the best way to do that? And how do we kind of get everyone together to make this more accessible?
And do you really think you can pull it off? Can you help make ARMTV bigger?
I mean, I wouldn't say single-handedly, but I mean, I think, a lot of the pieces are in place. The reason why I reached out to you is just like, oh, you have all this old school content. You're already known inside the community, basically YouTube bubble that's happening. And then it's just like, all right, well, what's the transition point? How do we go from there to the next step? Yeah.
Okay, you're in charge of the podcast. You said I perhaps could ask questions. You go. I'm muting. I'm taking a small break. Enjoy.
So I have a question. I mean, I know we've talked about, Gary's talked about his tournament format, and I know Neil has his opinions about the, super match versus tournaments and what is basically televisable. Does anyone think that they've cracked the nut of like how to actually televise arm wrestling in a way that's understandable for someone who's not already 100% invested? So like, it feels right now that arm wrestling speaks to the 10%. Like if I think about it from like products, you have, your early adopters and innovators or whatever, of like someone that's just going to be in, they see it and like, oh, I'm super into it. As far as like,
you got to have like, you got to have commentary like they had at that tournament with Daniel Worley and Justin Bishop. That was fucking sweet. And if you were to televise it, I think that would be like, it would keep everybody entertained for the entire time, even between matches. It was just awesome.
But is there like a sport right now that's comparable? I mean, I think people say like UFC or something like that, but I always think poker. But it's like, is there another kind of sport that's either on the precipice or was that finally broke through? And then what were the humps that it took to help people understand that, oh, this is also a sport that I'm interested in?
I don't know, because I think that the part of what makes this sport cool is like the camaraderie and how it's like, so it's like a niche community and like everybody's so close, and like I can fucking hate somebody's guts and then go like, and not really, but go like, you know what I mean? Like a rival or whatever. And then you go train with them and your buddies, and then you know what I mean? You're all friends. And it's just, I don't know any other thing like it besides, other little small communities like it. Like when I used to ride BMX bikes, and it was kind of similar, but you weren't like competing like this, but the hangout was the same, So I think it's just being a small community that makes it so cool.
I mean, one of the things, I hate to beat the dead horse of talking about poker, but I'm gonna. One of the things when I think about poker is that, a lot of times people spend a huge amount of time talking about just a single hand, like for an hour in the community, like that close net of like after something's happened. And it feels the same for me with arm wrestling, where it's just like, oh, you're talking about like, oh, I didn't transition to a top roll or this happened. And it's like, you start analyzing and picking it apart, and there's a huge amount of camaraderie, even with the people that you're competing against. So again, from the people who are already in, once they're attracted to arm wrestling, that makes a ton of sense. But it's like, how do you get that type of engagement and excitement beyond the people that just already want to arm wrestle? Like, how do you make it a spectator sport? There's plenty of people who watch poker or UFC that have never been in the octagon and never been at a poker table, but they still find it super interesting, and they sort of get the mechanics of it and what's going on. Like when I got turned on to UFC, I was like, oh, there's a lot more than two dudes just beating the shit out of each other. There's like, I started just getting into like, oh, the different types of martial arts that were into it, the different types of situations. Like there was a huge leap in UFC that people had to understand that, oh, the guy on his back isn't necessarily losing right now. Like right. That's a huge hump visually. It's the same thing with arm wrestling, where it's like, oh, there's a guy, like when someone's in a hook, but he feels like he's kind of like given a little bit, but he's actually got complete hand control. It's just like, oh, from a view perspective, it looks like he's about to lose, but it's like, oh no, that guy has all the control, and now here's what's happening. I think there's a huge amount of education that needs to happen to get someone to understand the actual mechanics and be interested in the mechanics of an arm wrestle.
So I think Game of Arms nailed it. I think because that's what really got me into it. I knew about it like years before, but as far as like it being like something that I really, really, really had to do, Game of Arms for me was when I started, and it just I seen it. I was fucking obsessed, and I was like, gotta do it, keep doing it, and like for only one season to ever air that is a goddamn shame. Because if that second season had ever aired, I think we'd be a lot further along, and there'd be a lot more people interested in the sport. I think it was, a lot of it's if you get a backstory of people, and like maybe it's drama, right? And then that's what people like to see. They like to feel like they're connected to the puller somehow, or like, oh, I identify with him somehow. And when they show that like backstory in the editing and stuff, it's awesome. So you get, you know what I mean? It really draws people in. So I think that's the formula, and it's a shame that it's not there. You know what I mean?
Hey,
on that level.
I would like to ask Herman Stevens. Herman, I come into the sport. I say you're in charge. I give you not an unlimited budget, but a reasonable budget for television. What would you do to bring the sport to the next level if you were in charge? I don't want to compare to any other leagues. I just want to know the Herman Stevens plan. What would you do? Oh, you're muted. Okay, now
I don't know. Yeah, I really don't spend any time thinking about this.
No?
Nope, I'm not a promoter. And personally, I enjoy the fact that there's almost no money in arm wrestling, right? I work for money. I do work on the side for money. Like there's something about it where it's like, you know what? I just do this because I enjoy it. So I'm not going to sabotage arm wrestling, but I'm not really someone that sits there and fantasizes about arm wrestling in the Olympics or arm wrestling as a professional sport or anything along those lines. But let's say I did come into a bunch of money. I mean, I'd probably hire Neil Pickup day one. I'm not saying we would do exactly what WAL's doing, but there's no way I'm making a bunch of decisions on this stuff, without some sort of consultation, considering people like Neil have spent, their whole lives trying to figure this out.
When you were watching Game of Arms, were you loving that format? Like Roger was talking about?
I think the cool thing about Game of Arms and the real ticket was that they featured the puller, the backstory. They humanized people. If you just watch WAL, you may just go, oh, this is just some gym douchebag steroid monster, right?
WAL used to do that though. At the very beginning, because I remember seeing videos of like Quinlan and his family and like other shit. And
yeah, but not to the extent that Game of Arms did it. I think.
Yeah,
right? Game of Arms I think had a lot more backstory, and I think that was the secret. Even though a lot of it was kind of, maybe. Yeah,
I think it's more if you're already like an advanced puller or you're really invested in the sport. I think you'd be interested in it, but I don't think it's like it's your favorite thing, right? But if you catch it and you have like a moderate interest into the sport and you catch that show, then you're like, boom. You know what I mean? You're like, fuck, I gotta watch this motherfucker. I'm gonna get a 6-pack of fucking beer. I'm gonna cook a steak. I'm gonna watch this motherfucker. I'm gonna pull on this rubber fucking band, and boom, boom, boom. One day I might be able to arm wrestle these guys, and then 6 years later, maybe you fucking are.
I can't believe
what Game of Arms did is they made arm wrestling attractive.
Yeah,
they made it look good, right? Every show was filmed well. It was edited well. It made it palatable for the common human being. Like WAL does everything well, but even when they did their backstories, it was very documentarian, right? It was pretty sterile. All it was basic information, and then they went right into it. Game of Arms went in a completely different direction, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think some of it was that like reality TV, Jerry Springer stuff. Like some of that stuff was just stretched and milked and kind of fake, right? But that's probably what we need.
Hey, I remember like when I was like a super early, super like just geek fan. I remember watching that like the final match with like Dave Chafee and Travis Bagent, and like messaging Dave Chafee on Facebook and being like, dude, that was so epic. I was so stoked, man. It was like the greatest thing I had ever seen. And like, you know what I mean? It is a new person when you're like, you need something to get that enthusiastic about. Or you might lose interest sooner. You know what I mean? When something like that is around, it's easier to grab it and just be like, just once you get a taste of it, you don't want to lose it, you know?
Yeah. So actually, I mean, like a large part of the problem with like the elite matches, and again, I'm going to say that WAL is not utilizing the absolute elites in the world, and Neil will tell you the same. They want better matches. The problem with the elite guys is that the matches aren't always the best matches. They're flash pins or they're quick. I think you could actually have the elites if you had all the backstory and the drama of a reality TV show wrapped around the competition.
Yeah, if everybody knew as much as you knew, or I knew, or everybody else who paid attention to the sport.
No, I think you'd get the casual people. They'd be okay with, I mean, when Travis pulled Dave, I mean, that was an elite matchup. And those were all like flash pins. They like flashed each other, I think, a bunch of times. I don't think those were like the best matches ever or like great wars.
Wait. Hold on, guys. Neil Pickup says, I never got to do Arm Wars how I actually wanted to do it, which I was gutted, to be honest. Does anyone else know this? I never knew that his Arm Wars vision that he had wasn't the ultimate vision. What did Neil sacrifice or change? Or
what he just said is, I wanted to do Arm Wars like Guy Ritchie film where the action snapped in and out of the match with the characters, which is exactly what Herman just said. You mix in the actual footage with the stuff that looks kind of cinematic and it delves into their lives a little bit more.
And Neil wasn't able to do that. I'm a little foggy. It's been a long time since I watched the Arm Wars show.
No.
That's just budget, right? Like more interviews. Hard to do.
It's hard to do.
Brad, if we put you in charge, the reason I brought this up because Kevin's bringing up television. You're like the most cinematic artist here. Is arm wrestling not doing something that they could be doing? Like,
I think there's an open door for it, right? Which is why I walked in that door. I wanted to just do things a different way. I'm not saying that my way is the better way. There is a time and a place for quick cell phone videos. There's a time and a place for live stream, but that's just not my thing. Like, I have more of a vision of kind of what Neil's talking about and what Herman's talking about. I want to make the sport and the athletes look amazing, and I will sacrifice anything to get that.
Oh, they do look. You make them look so. I'm jealous of your shots. How do you get great stills and video? What are you doing?
Well, the secret
badass
is just
equipment, badass.
I mean, the harsh reality is that right there, and then just knowing settings and stuff. And I literally pull the pictures from my video content.
It looks so clear. I cannot get that. It's fucking amazing.
I mean, I don't
got
just
really great angles, and everything looks awesome, man.
Well,
it's been my favorite since I've ever seen it. It's awesome.
Thank you. Well, that's been my thing is I go into a tournament or a venue, and if I haven't met that ref before, I sit down and I have a discussion with them, and I'm like, look, dude, I get in here as tight as possible, but I will never be in your way. Like, if I feel like you're moving and the match is moving, I move with you guys fluid, and then I get out of the way. But it allows me to get so close that I can get those kind of shots that I want.
Hey, can I give a real quick story? So Keith Michelle, he has a setup where he steps back and I don't know if he still does it, but he steps a foot way back. And I tripped over him many times, and man, he hated me. He hated me for tripping over his leg. Oh my God. I mean, it was very awkward trying to film around Keith Michelle because I try not to hit the refs, but sometimes you've never hit the ref. You never interfered in a match.
I've never hit the ref, but like I've had my camera blasted before when a ref calls winner and they just come up and absolutely clock my camera. I think I busted a microphone one time, but that's my fault. I'm not mad at them for it. I'm in their way. but then they feel bad about it. I'm like, dude, don't worry about it. I shouldn't have been there.
Billy Berg, who are you? What are you doing here? Give us contribute. Who are you?
Okay, Billy Berg, Manitoba, Canada. I am kind of newerish to the sport, 2 years, in a couple of days. I started in, went through all the pain that everyone else did, you know, but I had a little bit of experience before. I had Harley Merchant. She lives in Alberta right now. Years back, she asked me to come to tournaments, you know, but it wasn't clicking. I was into arm wrestling, but for some reason I thought, oh, there's none of that stuff out here, you know, you never heard of that stuff. So I was like, it was probably, you know, I was thinking just her and her friends. And then later I found out Winnipeg had its own club. So I was like, that's crazy. So now I got sucked into arm wrestling and ended up going to Winnipeg practices. So I got a year in, and then last year, end of February, I worked for a local transport company, and I got some stuff unloaded off the semi. Back bumper is like 1.5 feet off the ground, and there was sheer ice out here. It was a little bit warmer. It was melting. I did not see it. I hopped off of there. Both legs slipped away from under me. I ended up fracturing my lower back. So my blood pressure went up. Health problems just exploded 1 year in. And so I could barely walk. I'd walk 100 feet and I had to sit down, rest, blood pressure spiking, getting dizzy, all that good stuff. So anyway, so I started getting more and more into arm wrestling. I started getting more hungry. So I would sit there, I would start, because my lower back was fractured. So I'd sit there, I'd start doing arm workouts and stuff. I have it on my YouTube channel. I'm slowly adding more stuff onto it. But anyway, so what happened, I actually ended up pulling through it. And I started getting on my feet again. So, and my weight ended up going up to like 326 pounds. I was roughly always sitting around 285, and I just ballooned up because of all the pain and everything. So then what happened several months down the road, me and Jamie Sheldon had a conversation, and I was like, hey man, I want on board. So he got me on board. So I got
You're
Winnipeg.
not fit.
I'm not fit. I'm another not fit guy.
Not fit. Take it.
Not fit. You know, yeah. So anyway, going forward, my son, he was 5 years old at the time. He goes to me, Daddy, you're starting to get a bit too fat. And I was like, okay. You know, I kind of giggled inside because I knew, right? I knew. And so I go to him, you want Daddy to lose weight? And he's like, yeah, that would be nice, he goes to me. So July 28th, I started my weight loss journey. And thank goodness I had Jamie Sheldon's NatFit products. I have it in stock, you know, I have my own supply and stuff like that. So I was like, I'm going to use this. So I went for walks almost every single day. I got a little bit farther every time. When I started, I could barely, like I said, I could barely walk 100 feet.
And this was like mid-COVID during the summer.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and how much have you lost?
I have lost, as of today, from 326 pounds, I am down to 238 pounds in 5.5 months.
Booyah! Billy Berg, congratulations. Why did you come on this stream? What have you watched? Have you paid attention to this? Are you
I watched. Oh man, Gary, I've been watching off and on from the beginning. The spiel yesterday with the Bournes, you know, and all that funny stuff.
276 pack. What's up?
It was hilarious, you know. But Gary, you're a survivor, man. And do you know? I was like, I want to get my story out there. You know, NatFit, Jamie Sheldon saved my life. You know, his products helped me push to the edge. And the reason why I say that, I started taking the BCAAs. And first thing I noticed, because I had trouble with stomach ulcers for years, since I was 15 years old, all the way until 37 years old, you know, and So 22 years of taking prescription drugs for ulcers. So I start taking the BCAAs, and the first thing I know is 4 days later, I go to the wife, hey, you know, I haven't taken any of my ulcer medications. And time kept progressing, and I'm like, what is going on here? And all of a sudden it clicked, the BCAAs. So I did some research individually on the products that Jamie had added in there, and it helps with your gut flora, bring in proper acids, all that kind of stuff. And
All
not
right,
only
hey
that,
Billy, I love the story, and but we've been talking about we can only keep the product placements at a certain point. I
Sounds
need you
good.
to bring a topic that we can talk about. Do you have any questions that we could bring to the show?
Hey Gary, I'm gonna head out. So
Hey, well,
thanks
we
for having
appreciate
me.
you, Adam. Thank you.
Yo, if I ever see you guys ever, it's on site, $100 super match. You're all going down. See you.
Billy,
Yeah.
do you have any questions from that you want to know? You got
yes.
What?
I am at the stage where my brachialis is giving me a whole lot of trouble. What would be the best route that you guys would suggest, you know, to take care of that? You know, went through all the other tendon stuff, but now 2
Get
years
stronger.
in, that just stronger.
Yeah, man, get stronger. Like grab something and just turn that bitch around like a bunch of times.
Oh man, do you know I work out like 7 days a week, several hours a day,
Are
right?
you Barry born?
Nope, I am just your regular Canadian boy that wants to help out people.
It is fucking sleeting out here right now. It is awful.
Hey, Herman, I saw a video where you called me a chihuahua, but more importantly, you said you're going to start focusing on your channel more and doing content. What are your plans?
Oh shit, my
Nothing special. I mean, it'll probably be mostly opinion-based stuff. Be commentating on things going on in arm wrestling. Similar stuff to probably what we were doing on Arm Hub, the Into Hook podcast. It just won't be probably long format. I'll try to do just maybe short stuff every other day, more frequently. I'm just really busy. I'm really busy, Gary, and like because of the hurricane situation, like I don't have a desk. You know, I can't even set up computers. Yeah. You know, someone said, well, we want you to review matches. You know, that would require me sitting at a desk, having a laptop or a desktop to watch video, overlay video on top of it. So I'm probably going to do everything from my phone and, you know, just keep it simple.
Paulin sucks.
I mean, are we close to you getting part of your house back? What's going on with that?
No, a bunch of trees fell on the house. And so I thought it was going to be a roof structure rebuild. We opened the walls up. Some studs are cracked. So the walls that you didn't open up, it's possible that the studs are cracked there. You pull the carpet up, the slab is cracked. So I'm pretty sure it's a total loss. We've been living in an RV trailer for the past 4 months. And I have 2 other buildings that are damaged in the hurricane. So I couldn't even live in those. So yeah. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks, hopefully insurance is simple. They say, here's a check. And then I start demoing this house and maybe I go buy a house or rent an apartment.
Thank you very much for filling this in.
Herman, real quick, forgive me. What's your occupation? What do you do?
I'm a mechanical engineer.
What?
Okay.
Mechanical engineer.
That's
what industry?
What?
What industry?
Mechanical.
Oh, chemicals.
Like meth?
Hey, I interviewed with a company that made methylamine. And I don't know if you guys watch Breaking Bad, but methylamine was the big, like, secret chemical in his meth recipe. Unfortunately, that I didn't get the job, but that would have been pretty tempting.
Who's got the higher IQ, you or Barry Bourne? Because his is 150. Have you ever had yours, you know?
Yeah, and I did not test as high as 150, although I am gifted. So
yeah. So Barry Bourne's way better than you.
Yeah, and so if I don't reply to your messages tomorrow, I've probably killed myself.
When you don't reply to my messages, I almost kill myself, dude.
I bet. I'm waiting on that fish.
I got it.
Kevin, I'm 22 hours in. I need more than marketing ARMTV. I love it. I thank you everything you do, but I knew. What do you got? Like, is there any top? How much of this show have you watched? 22 hours.
Too much. I was out at New Year's ignoring people watching. I was up till 6 last night, and then I caught some
watch?
sleep. Oh yeah, of course.
You didn't reply to my text.
I was with other people. I couldn't just chime in and be like, hey guys, sorry, I gotta have this conversation with Gary and a couple guys on the internet.
Yeah.
Hey Gary, let me ask you this, Gary. What have you been sustaining on?
Dude,
potatoes.
I'm not
beef
lying.
jerky. Beef jerky.
I brought
Western Survivor and Uncle John.
Western Survivor,
Subscribe.
not fit.
I brought my Nespresso machine next to me. I drank this gallon of water.
Wow.
Gone. I drank a half gallon of this water, and then I've emptied. I have Western Survivor leftovers that's all I got. I've peed. I've eaten Western Survivor, coffee.
You're blurry as fuck, Gary.
There you go.
You're good now.
Hey Gary, I wasn't really interested. I was just curious if I could call a product placement up like you guys do.
Hell yeah.
That was his opportunity.
Yeah.
You know what? I got to be honest. I tried the Primal, and it wasn't as good as this one held its flavor longer and did like the dehydration. You could tell. So I'm not just trying to be
when he talks about his jerky, it just makes me want to put it in my mouth.
And it doubles in size.
I'm so glad.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You fuck around with that shit.
Is there anything I have 2 hours. I'm trying to make it 24 hours. What,
Gary?
Wait, Gary, so where are we at on money? Where are we at on money?
Do it, Gary.
How close are we?
Oh, let me add it up.
I was listening to you in the bathtub earlier, man. It was awesome. Here we are now.
Let me add it up. Kevin, say something.
I was gonna say, I mean, speaking of, I was talking earlier about breakthrough moments. Someone in the chat mentioned like one of the big breakthrough moments for poker was Chris Moneymaker, and one of the things that helped Chris Moneymaker boom was the idea that, oh, I know how to play poker. I can just go and win, and other sports don't have that. The barrier of entry is so low versus if I look at boxing or fighting or different sports, it's like I have to put in 20 years of effort before I can even potentially step into, being a professional, where there's sort of that, or a perception that in arm wrestling, it's like, oh, all I have to do is put my elbow down and I can start competing. And it's like, some of that's good, some of that's bad. But if there really is a low barrier of entry, is there a tournament style that would work that's like a big, similar to the Moneymaker, of like big buy-in, someone comes in, puts down, a $5,000, $10,000 entry fee, whatever it is, and it'll be mostly pros and tons of them will be sponsored, but also some amateurs can just come in and see, hey, I work out, let's see how far I can make it. And you have a payout structure that pays, depending on how many people, it pays like the top 27 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Is there something there?
I think there's something there, but it has nothing to do with arm wrestling or the tournament format. It's money, right? We can talk about poker's low barrier to entry and Chris Moneymaker and all that stuff. I think the real ticket was that they won $1 million.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think if you had just put those tournaments on TV and there was a couple $1,000s, we wouldn't have watched it. Right. It was really like someone's going to win $1 million, and it's kind of a crapshoot because it's poker. What I mean?
Yeah. And tournaments in general, it's like like luck for a tournament. Luck is like a huge factor. It's like how does someone going to navigate that? And then when a complete amateur wins, and his buy-in was he like super satellited in, so his original buy-in, his whole story was like he paid like $60. He turned $60 into $1 million. So yeah, that's a great story. Is there a way to do that where it's like, oh, I do some satellite arm wrestling tournament that's $60, and that gets me into the $1,000 tournament, and that $1,000 tournament, if I get top 10 in that one, it gets me into the $10,000 tournament where I can win $1 million.
Well, look at it like this: the tournaments we go to now, even the ones with the highest payouts, the entry fee is never over $100.
Right.
they're all low buy-in. They're all low barrier of entry. So you don't have to do a satellite thing. An amateur, all you have to do is host a tournament, which WAL hasn't really done in years at this point. So you could host a big tournament. You could have a low barrier of entry. You could have a Joe Blow show up, but you have to put the $1 million prize up, right?
Yes.
Or the $500,000.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
I mean, that's what that money's missing. That's about it. I think there's a couple ways to skin the cat, and I think the real challenge is how do you make it interesting without the money, because that's really where we are, you know.
Yep.
But again, if you had $1 million prize or $500,000 and $400,000 and $300,000 and you paid down, you would get good television.
Well, it's
You
like
would see
Neil,
some wi-
it's
you would
like
see some
Neil just
wild
said
shit.
it in the chat. The golden goose there is betting. Allow big betting to start happening.
And it's not even just betting. I mean, if there's that much, look at the shit Michael Todd does for a couple $1,000s. Can you imagine how ugly these matches would get if you could change your whole life?
Right.
So yeah, but I mean, again, that's simple. It's just throwing money at it. The real challenge is how do you make it interesting and get people to compete and get people to care when there's really not that much money involved.
Well, again, I think that's the tricky part, is that like with the World Series of Poker, like the main event anyway, like it's the $1 million comes from the $10,000 buy-in, and it's, there's the small fee per person.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah. So like the main prize pool, and that's why the prize pool now is like 10 million or whatever. It's that like there's enough people who have either satellited in or have sponsorships that pay it right out. Like Phil Hellmuth, if you guys know who he is, he's never paid for a tournament in the last 30 years. He just has some sponsor, like, hey, Nike and whoever and Ray-Bans, they give him money. He does the entry fee and he gets a free roll. So there's like the insert, there's free roll inserts, but there's also just people who are willing to either satellite in. There's all these previous tournaments where like they collect the money, or people just go like, the hell with that. I'll just pay $10,000 to try to win $1 million or 10 million now.
Okay. So other leagues and organizations have done qualifiers where you could, collect all these entry fees to pool it into a larger event. And at least 2 or 3 of these organizations have collected all these funds over multiple events over the course of a year or even 2 years, and then completely dropped the event at the end.
Fuck.
Yeah. So the community's probably a little burnt on that business model, but we're arm wrestlers, so most of us are kind of stupid. So you could probably do it again. The challenge, and so one of them in particular said $50,000 at the finals, and just pulled the rug. I mean, I think the guy just kept the money, to be honest with you. Or he promised the 50 and couldn't raise the 50, and then he pulled the plug.
Yeah.
So and WAL even canceled their final 1 year.
Yeah.
And this was like as people were flying into Vegas and after people had taken vacation days and all that stuff. So I think you could do it. The real challenge there is that the barrier to winning is much higher than poker.
Yeah.
So trust me, like, you went through your story, but I mean, I don't know you as an arm wrestler, but you're not going to win that tournament.
Oh, fuck no. Yeah.
Right. That's the thing. Poker, I mean, I think everyone thinks those cards, it's a skill, but sometimes it's, man, can I get the right cards? There's no card 99% of people can draw.
Right.
That would get them to win one of these arm wrestling tournaments.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was thinking of, like, how to get the influx of money rather than just relying on a sponsor or someone to put up the money that's going to have the big win. Is there a way to get the satellites, to get the people who are like, oh, I can maybe beat these guys in my local club or this local town, and all I have to do is put up $30, but then the winner takes that 30 and then he's legitimate, and then he may or may not be able to compete in the next one, but he's got the $600 for the next tournament. And then that one loops up, and then it's how it's not a pyramid scheme, but it's like that. I mean, satellite tournaments for poker and that are like that, where it's like the guy who might not have the entry fee, like the $600 or the $5,000 entry fee, finds a way to get that money.
Yeah,
and then
I don't
enter.
Know. It sounds like an organizational nightmare. Like you have to have a ton of events. So then who's the promoter that has that kind of endurance to do like 100 of these small events to get to a big one? So you could do higher buy-in, right? By the known pool. We don't necessarily need a lot of the Joe Blows, but just the known elite guys. And Quebec did it. They did it in, I think, Quebec. And it sounds like what Gary's trying to do, but basically a single class tournament.
seeded by weight class, and they did quintuple elimination, 5 losses. So, you know, people right now will pay 30, 50, maybe $100 for a double elimination tournament. So if you guarantee them at least 5 matches instead of 2 matches, and you guarantee that they're part of something that is like absolutely sick and may never be done again, it's only been done once, that you might be able to get a higher entry fee. And so I was thinking, okay, I don't know Quebec if they had 50 people, but let's say you could, if you really hype it up, social media, all that stuff, 100 people. Could you get 100 people to contribute $1,000 to this event?
Right.
When you have 100 people and they're seated by weight, and you got Michael at the top and Devin and Dave Chafee, and these guys get tired, then the little guy thinks he has a shot.
Right.
So that might be the way to do it. And in this scenario, you probably can't get the $1,000 entry. You might be able to get, you know, a couple $100 entry, but you might get 300 entries. Right. And in that part, you would have to really spend a lot of time educating the arm wrestlers on how they have a chance. Right.
You'd have to have different brackets with different tiers.
No, so here's how it works out. Everyone is in the same bracket. Like you list them 1 to 100 or 1 to 500, however many people you have. If you lose in the first round, yeah, it could be because you're the second best guy there and you drew the first guy there and you guys were close in weight, but it could be because you're an amateur. So then you go to, like, let's say the B bracket, right? And let's say that's too tough for you. You lose again. You get into the C bracket. You lose again because it's too tough for you. You go to the D bracket, and then you start climbing through the D bracket because all the amateurs have shaken out to that bracket.
Gotcha. So it just basically pans out to how it naturally should be because you have so many chances for elimination.
Kind of, but you have the situation where someone comes through the D bracket, and I've never like put the brackets on paper, but I don't know if you would jump up to C, jump up to B, and then jump up to A. But there's a scenario where you get some really, really interesting matches, right? And if you're a content creator, you know, you get to say, well, man, we've got Herman Stevens versus Dave Chafee in round 19. You know what I mean? And it's a war.
Bust his ass. Bust his ass.
Dave Chafee is dog tired. And trust me, that's some interesting stuff.
Yeah. And you're mad. You're ready to fuck him up. I can feel it.
And I mean, and this is like probably an all day through the night, like this type of marathon type event. I mean, it would be crazy. And again, Eric Rusin and Chris Gabi, I think, did the other one. But I've been pushing. I've been like any promoter, like, please do this, please do this, please do this. I think it'd be the coolest thing.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, that's analogous. I mean, so like from a poker tournament standpoint, like, I mean, obviously there's cash games, which is like the guys who are the best always shake out. Luck is minimized in the basic cash games for the most part. Yeah. But in tournaments, chance, because it's like once you're out, you're out. But there's these marathon sessions. You know, the main event is, I think now it's over, like, except this year, but it's over several days. But they'll play 14 hours a day. So sometimes it is just the fatigue that helps people win or lose, and it's a lot of that. It's just it's a different style of poker. It's a marathon, and this would be a different style of arm wrestling because it'd be a marathon of like how long are we going to go, and how tired and fatigued are we going to get.
And I think people would go just to watch it, like certain arm wrestlers that maybe aren't the best or aren't competitive, but you actually need them to sign up because they would be competitive in that C and D bracket, and you need to boost the prize pool.
Yeah.
You know, so you really would have to educate them and convince them that, hey, this is worth your money. They would actually spend money to go watch, but you actually need them to actually sign up.
Right.
So you can get the entry fee.
Yeah. Give them the idea of like there's a way to win.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool. I think you get a ton of content. I think you get a lot of stories. You'd get the story of the Joe Blow coming through the D bracket. You know, even if he gets killed at the top of the D bracket, you know, he had like a 5-match win streak and he's a nobody.
Don't call me Joe Blow, motherfucker.
Yeah. And it's good stuff. And definitely if you got to the final and it was a 150-pound guy versus a 300-pound guy and it was a war, like it's just David and Goliath. I mean, that's the stuff that sells, you know?
Yeah, that's ideal.
Yep.
Yeah, that was, I mean, the year of Moneymaker, it was Moneymaker versus like a 30-year veteran. And it was just like, all right, what is going to happen? This guy's an amateur. He's been playing for a year, and this other guy's been playing for his life.
Yeah, and
that's
so
a good story.
You know, I don't know. Let's say you thought you could get, you know, 300 people at $100 a pop. What's that? 30 grand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so let's say you thought you can get 500 people at $200 a pop. That's 100,000.
Right.
right? So you got that on the banner. Let's say you get some Europeans, and then like, you know, the best guy in the world is probably, let's say he's from Russia or Ukraine or Georgia. He comes and he loses in the 10th bracket. Then he's in the losers bracket, right? And he gets wrecked like 5 times that day and he doesn't win. Like there's so many stories
right.
that would actually carry out to the rest of the world, the non-English speaking world. And match content is kind of king because it gets more views. And you guys know better because you're probably going through the analytics. Matches get views because there's no language barrier.
Yep.
It's just a fight, right? Gary can talk all day, but I mean, most of the arm wrestling world can't understand what he's saying.
Hey, can I jump in and talk about the Quebec Enduro?
Yeah.
So that event that you're talking about, the one I ran with Chris Gobby in 2010.
Oh, I didn't even know you were here, Eric.
I just got in, sorry.
Oh, okay.
And so I ran that in 2010 with Gobby, and then I did a similar one in Toronto in 2012. And quadruple elimination. The first one was quintuple, exactly as you've described, Herman, seated by weight in the opening round. And every subsequent round, you're paired up with the guy closest in weight with the same number of losses. And it was great. And that was exactly as you described. The more competitive lighter guys had a chance to get pretty far into the tournament because the bigger guys would knock each other out. And then you would get to see those fun matches, the 150-pound guy against the 225-pounder, and you would get wars. So both events were decent, about 50 entries, 50 entries, but you would still think that you should be able to attract 75 or 100 guys. I mean, the Toronto one I ran,
Donnie.
The Toronto one I ran had money to the top 25, and I only got 33 entries. So it's tough, even though your quintuple elimination and your seating by weight class, it's still hard, still a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, you really got to educate people that they have a chance. And I mean, again, how much were the entry fees?
$40 or $50. It wasn't much.
Yeah, people pay $40 or $50 now for 2 matches. You guaranteed 5 matches.
Right. No, it was a lot of fun. It was hard. We were running 3 tables in a continuous class, so there were a lot of pauses to sort things out to make sure everything was working correctly.
Yeah.
But those who did take part, I think, enjoyed it a lot.
I was going to say, what was the feedback that you got from that, Eric?
It was very good feedback. I was running all the brackets as well, so it was a very tough day for me because none of this was fully automated. It was either done on paper. The second time I was using Excel, but it still wasn't perfect. People liked it. It is a long day, and I didn't after the second one with paying down to the top 25 and only getting 33 entries. I sort of lost interest in doing another one. But it is something we want to try again at some point.
I was going to say, so looking back on it now, what would the improvements be that you would go after now to try to make it better?
I think these were run in 2010, 2012, and there's a lot more arm wrestlers these days. At least, you guys have talked about Game of Arms and the WAL and all of that, but there's a lot more local, newer guys. I just think that there's more demand for tournaments. Obviously, right now it's not possible, but I don't think I'd change very much. I'd try to find a way to automate it a bit more, but I think it'd work.
How many tables? Like you said, you'd had 3 tables. Is there like a scale thing of like, say you have enough people? I mean, do you want to walk in? I keep on saying poker. Do you want to walk in like you walk in the World Series of Poker and have like 10 tables, 20 tables, and people just cranking through?
Yeah, you're limited. It is a single class, right? So you're limited in terms of how fast you can actually run this because you got to figure out how many people, where people are at and do the weight thing. So that's one of the limitations. And then, 10 tables, yes, you could probably go a little faster, but then you need 20 refs. And so there's a lot of other challenges. 3 was sort of our limit in terms of the balance, in terms of keeping the flow going and, and moving fast enough. The Quebec one. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think if you were going to do this, and this is like a $50,000 event, go pay a programmer to put it in Excel or some sort of Corey Miller's program.
Right.
It doesn't make sense for someone to be sifting through papers and reviewing weight charts, trying to line everybody up.
Yeah.
Oh, that would change the macros.
Yeah, that would be the big change that I would want to do. Yeah, obviously that would make sense.
Hey, Eric, I have my biggest question of the last 6 hours is what took you so long to join our show here?
Subscribe to Uncle John.
Yeah, do that. I don't know. I'm just enjoying watching the chat. I don't think I'll be on very long, but I have a lot of kids running around, but I had a few moments right now, so.
Well, we appreciate you've dropped some support for Derek Smith. When you found out what we were going to do, honest opinion, what'd you think of me picking Derek? I was afraid people would be like, well, that's unfair. Why not Joe or Bob or Teresa? Or, it's like, you can only do one cool thing, sometimes.
Yeah, I have no problem with it. To be honest, most of my motivation for donating is you going the full 24 hours. That's what's really motivating me.
Oh yeah.
Had you only done this, I thought you were only doing it last night from like 6 to midnight or 6 to 1 a.m. I didn't realize you were doing 24 hours.
I wasn't going to, it was a surprise.
Okay, well, that to me, that's the main reason I donated. It's not to help Derek, which I hope he makes it. I hope he can go, but
yeah,
it's really
fuck Chris Gobby.
No, don't say that. Me and Chris Gobby made up. I have an hour and a half to go and $220 to go.
Oh, you'll get there.
Yeah, I'm not, even if I make the $200, I'm going to wait till 2 hours and 1 minute. It feels weird to do like 22.5. It's like, we're going to make the full circle. Eric, I had a question for you.
Shoot.
Oh, first of all, Eric, I want to thank you because as I'm going through all these old footage, I have used like AAA Nationals is a perfect example. I looked up, no, not AAA Nationals, but some Unified Nationals, I looked up your website and I got the names that I couldn't figure out. And it was like, boom, you have it all. You're the reward for what you've done is not nearly great enough. What you've done for people like me who need to like research is astronomically appreciative of what you've done here. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Do you have any questions for any of these guys?
I didn't have any specific questions. You guys have talked about a lot. I haven't watched the whole thing, but you guys have covered a lot.
I got one more topic. So shifting gears from poker to UFC or MMA in general, one of the breakthrough moments for the UFC was The Ultimate Fighter, as far as, and we've talked about giving people backstories and having this whole thing. And then it kind of, Ultimate Fighter in some way felt like something that Game of Arms was doing, but Game of Arms was definitely the documentary style of the production company. I think it was the Deadliest Catch guys that did Game of Arms, where I felt like if someone more from the ESPN side or someone from the, like more like the Ultimate Fighter, it could have had a very similar feel, but like much more of a sports related trajectory rather than they just did a more, Game of Arms felt just a little bit more cinematic storytelling. And then the matches were also cinematic and storytelling. There wasn't a shift of like, all right, here's all this backstage, here's what we're training, workouts, any of the drama that happens there. And then here's the actual event. It sort of fused the two. Is there a place for an Ultimate Fighter type of format that fits in with arm wrestling, that gives people a taste of what it takes to train, and then also what it takes and what the actual trajectory is to, say, a WAL or something like that, like knowing what the end goal is?
Was that to anyone in particular?
Yeah, so like
I think it was to Herman.
Yeah, those are tough, right? Because I mean, now you got to like kind of get everyone in a house together and extended periods of time. I mean, I don't know if you could just spend money and have someone follow me around, let's say for a couple months, right? Because you'd have to have someone in Lake Charles and a film crew here and a film crew in Arkansas for Michael Todd. It's like very expensive, I think, individually. But if you did put everyone in a house, then the problem is can I leave work for 2 months or 1 month or whatever the hell it is? I don't know how long those shows take, but a lot of us are
working class people. We got families and all that stuff. Could you do a show where Devin trains a bunch of young people? You know, the college age people that have time to just, you know, give up. Yeah, but I don't know if that would be as interesting, right? So you put Devin and a bunch of like new guys, they're kind of going to defer to Devin.
So the big difference between Game of Arms and like Ultimate Fighter, I mean, the clear divide there is reality TV, right? Yeah. Everything that was on Ultimate Fighter was just the cameras being there, capturing everything that happened in real time, right? Where Game of Arms, everything was shot beforehand and afterhand, cinematically. I think if there was a reality TV type of arm wrestling show or program, something, I think it would appeal to a lot of people.
Yeah. And I mean, maybe the real ticket is you just follow Devin around. You know, Devin kind of is arm wrestling, you know, for the most part. So that's probably the easiest thing to do. A film crew around Devin, and Devin travels the world and arm wrestles people.
Well, he's already kind of doing it, so he might as well continue, eh?
Yeah. But I mean,
Well, I mean,
you could definitely do it bigger.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
I agree.
If you look at Larry Wheels and some of these other guys, they have a dedicated filmer and they're filming those guys all the time. And that's the content. You're basically living a reality TV life on YouTube for some of these guys. And if Devin had that, it might be even bigger.
Yeah.
I agree. I know right now I'm training a 15-year-old and he's absolutely loving it. I actually used to be a Sunday school teacher and that's how I knew him. And then he found out I was doing it and he's like, hey, Mr. Berg, would you be able to teach me? And I'm like, absolutely. And it's so enjoyable, right? Because I'm still really new to the sport. So I can show him all the little ins and outs from the little the starting, right? So that has helped him quite a bit because I can understand him because I was just there and it works so nice. And do you know what? People, they see the positive attitudes, you know, and they just get locked into it. My wife, she was like, no, you just do your thing. You just do your thing. And she saw me and the guys training and how we all came together as a community. And she just fell in love with it, the community of it, you know, and that is what is reaching out right now. And I would encourage guys to keep doing that. You know, I think that's very important for the sport and show them, hey, do you know what? There's a lot of good people and that want to help. So I don't know. That's just kind of my point on it, but I don't know where you guys see it.
Can I just introduce Dan the Man, Aftermath Arms? Welcome to the chat. Do you got anything you want to say about this conversation?
Yeah, it took me a while to figure out how to get into the chat, but I've listened on and off since you started yesterday, Gary. I'm not a trooper like you, but couldn't put in that much time. But anyway, I think we're at a turning point in our sport where we have the old school guys. You know, I'm pushing 50. I'm 4 years from 50. So we're old school. But what we've been doing in the past is not bringing enough attention to the sport. But the problem is we got people like Barry who are going at it like a professional wrestler. You know what I mean? Bringing attention. And a lot of us old school guys think it's disrespectful. But it may be the way that we have to do to appeal to the younger audience to get the people that are non-pullers to stay engaged and try to learn the setup and all this stuff. What y'all's opinion?
Hey, you got a six pack. What's your height, weight, and six pack status?
What's up?
What's up?
And I want to promote the sport too, but I want to go about it in a good way. Like Herman was saying earlier, and when Neil said that he was the weirdo. We want to keep it respectful. You don't call people out and blast them out and expect to get respect back from people like Herman who have been doing this for so many years. You know, you got to have a respect to how you're going to approach it. So how do we balance this between old school and new school guys to keep a happy balance between? What do we do?
I think it just will happen. I think the guys that are the new school guys that are relevant, or I think it'll just kind of it's a smooth blend, and it just happens. And then there's little obstructions like Barry Bourne who are just kind of fucking just interesting and cool to listen to when you're in your bathtub, just for a couple days. But any longer than that, then you kind of just want to just kill yourself. You know what I mean? You can't.
But every time
how many world champions you got? Is it 8? Is it 10? Is it 11? Is it 12? I mean, good fucking Lord.
Okay, I have something to say because I obviously chose to talk to Barry Bourne. I don't think me exposing the joke that is Barry Bone, the six language speaking royal blood world champion.
4 bloodlines, Gary.
4
4
bloodlines.
of them.
By shining the light on the world champion that I will be able to beat for fun, it's not going to lower wall ratings. It's not going to impact Devin's channel.
Gary, who's your coach?
It's not going to impact anybody. So I think it's funny. He's a joke, and he'll be like last week's news in 2 weeks. My coach for arm wrestling. I just go arm wrestle for fun. I watch some videos. I have a band tied up to my bedpost. I'm pulling on it. I'm doing some pull-ups. I went to the gym. I'm doing some.
So when you face Barry Bourne, you're not going to start to get serious.
I will bitch slap that punk ass little bitch motherfucker.
I know, but you got. Hey, listen, but you got to get real fucking serious. You got to because if you go or you go Gary and you,
I will
Gary
not lose
Barry,
to him. I will not lose to him.
Hey, listen, if it's fucking Gary versus Barry and you let us down, man, I'm gonna fucking cry.
Dude, I've watched how he grips the guy.
You gotta fuck him up. You gotta kill that motherfucker.
He's so susceptible to a top roll, dude.
You think though, but he is 6 foot 270 with a six pack, bro.
I will bust that shit open. I will bust that shit open.
You better, dude. You better fucking get on her.
Hey, man, you guys, dude, we're almost there. We are less than an hour and a half, 200 and something bucks away.
I got to get off here as soon as I got a lady coming over. I'm gonna make sweet, passionate love to her. So as soon as she gets here, I got to get off this thing. You know?
Dude, I appreciate it. How long have you hung out with us?
I don't know, a couple hours now. I was on here when Dan Mosier was talking about squeezing them peppers with his hands. That motherfucker sent me hey, listen, that guy sent me a friend's request yesterday on Facebook. So that's how I know I can tell Herman that I'm a real person.
Yeah. Herman Stevens. The topic of the day is you came on the show. Why did you do it, man?
Hey, the only reason I'm on here and I downloaded Zoom is because I think I love Herman Stevens.
I can't believe Herman is still here.
He's a gangster.
I cannot believe it.
Honestly, Gary, I did not want to come on, but I felt so bad. You guys were like crashing and burning.
Dude, trying to maintain a conversation about arm wrestling for 24 hours is difficult, man. I mean, this is...
Well, especially if you don't want to completely make fun of everybody. I mean, there's a very negative way we could take this that would probably give us another 24 hours of content. You know, I wonder what Gabi's doing. Can we get Gabi on?
Dude, I messaged him earlier. He was willing to come on. He was with his family. He apologized. He was going to come on last night, but I forgot to message him. And I said, hey, come on. I want to hug everyone in the world. I'm so happy right now.
Dude, get Gabi on. We're going to sprint into the ending of this show.
I want to hug everyone. I want hugs all around. Oh my gosh.
Gary sounds drunk.
Yeah, dude.
He's wasted.
A lot of respect, Gary. A lot of respect, man. You're doing good. And the wife can't believe it. You're still going. We watched last night, and she was blown away, Gary.
Listen, I was so worried the first couple hours my wife was in the chat. That was bad news. I was like, baby, you can't be in an arm wrestling chat. This is no good. I wish I could do, if I had money coming out of my pockets, I would find out who besides me spent the most time on the stream, and then I would do something cool for them. I'm curious. I don't know how to track it, but if there was a way for me to figure out who watched the most or was in, I would be curious. That would be crazy because you guys who have supported this, PEI, $100. Is that US?
Oh, that's Canadian.
Oh, Canadian. That cuts.
It's Canadian. It don't count.
I got to do some math. Do some math.
$35 off. $35 off for sure.
Hey, that gets us in the sub 200 category. That's close.
Nice.
That's close. Okay.
Hey, Gary, make up to your wife.
What?
You're gonna have to make up to your wife, man. You spent New Year's with our family and not with your wife.
What are you gonna buy her when you get the check from all these views, man?
I haven't looked at the views, so I actually have no idea where we're at, but I bought some equipment. I don't know, man. I bought these little things for $5 from $5 per letter from like a craft store. I thought that the shiny thing was kind of cool. I have no idea, man. I don't know. I just want to go to bed. I want to hit 24 hours and get the fuck out. That's all.
You're the man. You're the man, man.
Okay. What haven't we talked about?
I don't know. I messaged Gabi, but I haven't gotten a response yet. If he came on the show, I think he would roast Derek Smith so bad that someone would donate the $200 to make it stop.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Wait, Sean Crowder just put in 139. What is that? Oh my God, we might be close.
Another 20 from Mark.
We might be close.
Yeah, this is the biggest super chat in arm wrestling history.
Hey, I want to let you guys know that I forgot to read off the names on the GoFundMe. We have Ronald Walker at $20. We have Daniel Mosier at $50. We have Mark R. O'Reilly at $75. Eric Rusen at $50. Eric Rusen did a super chat and the GoFundMe. That's crazy shit, man. Oh my God. I can't. I'm going to go to bed so hard.
You're earning it by staying up, Gary. It's coming in because you're staying up. People are respecting that shit.
Okay, I got to run some math. You guys chat for a second. I'm going to unmute myself.
Got to take a break for a second.
Somebody got to say something. We can't have dead air.
Say something, Herman. Say something right goddamn now.
I'm talking to Gabi. He said he's on the way to family. He said he might be able to get on in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
for a little while.
Tell Gabi we just need a couple minutes. No. This is a positive show, man. This is a positive show.
Well, yeah, a lot of our
he's little and shit. Strong little guy.
Go negative pretty quick.
No. I'm gonna get on Gabi's, dude. I'm on Gabi's side. We are making friends. Herman Stevens, I will love you forever. I promise. Never gonna say your word. You are in the museum of like saviors, and I believe in you. I believe in you, man. So, okay, let me do some math.
Yeah, a lot of respect to you, Herman. A lot of respect to you, man.
I've got a question, Roger. You've had quite a few beers at this point.
Hey, listen.
Quite a few cigarettes.
Yeah, what's up?
And a blunt. Will you have anything left?
Hey, listen, it was a joint. A couple bowls. What's up?
Yeah, I don't even know the fucking difference. Will you have anything left for your female friend that is coming over?
You have zero idea how much of a fucking sexual powerhouse deviant that I am. You want me to fucking just? You want me to just do it here? Like you have no idea.
Hey, don't get me
listen, I'm not even on like testosterone, but if I were, I would fuck a hole through the wall like the motherfucking Kool-Aid man.
Don't get me demonetized.
Wait. I'm telling you right now, keep your old ladies safe. Lock them up.
I just checked the metrics. We haven't been demonetized, but we are under review. So let's go.
I mean, do you like how bad do you want to party, man?
No, I'm just kidding. I just don't want to get like kicked off YouTube. I don't know really what you gotta do.
Yeah, you should have been kicked off last night with Evan.
I wonder what would be under review. I mean, this is a pretty like PG kind of show.
I was doing drugs.
I don't know.
YouTube's weird about like it's just called ad suitability. It's just like, oh yeah, if there's anything on it that's questionable, or it's promoting something like promoting drug use rather than educational, that kind of thing.
It's because Herman's black. That's what it is. He'll post about it on Facebook later.
Guys, guess what the numbers are?
What?
Good.
1922.
Damn.
Nice.
Like, subscribe, share, Uncle fucking John. Derek Smith, he's the man. If you don't give him money, you can fucking shit on your hand.
$78.
No, we need more than 78. We need like 120 because of the fees.
No, I've already subtracted the fees.
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
additional
for the additional account for the fees.
Oh, right. But I've subtracted all the fees from all the numbers.
Yep.
78. Yeah, so yeah, it's fine. I mean, we just someone donates 78. It's
Also,
truly
Herman, fuck you, man. I've drank 2 water bottles in a row now. I'm pacing myself. I know what's coming. I have to perform. Listen, I get a little. I get a little loose because I was a little nervous. I got a little bit when we were first on this podcast. I was like, but now I got my waters. I got my bush lights and all that shit. So I'm straight. So thank you very much.
Hey, just don't call me later if you have performance issues.
I haven't had performance issues since like 6 months. Hey, listen, because when I got out of my last relationship, I was trying to fuck around with all these strippers and shit, and they would say all this weird shit, and one of them stole from me. So you know what, man? Like, I don't want to hear all this weird shit about you wanting to fuck Donald Trump up and down a wall right before I take you into my bedroom. And fuck you, you know what I mean? Like, it's weird shit going on, Herman, and I don't know if it's even real.
Yeah. I'm sure we've got to be demonetized at this point.
Just let me shout out PEI Derek, the Canadian $100. Thank you so much, dude. I can't even believe it. Eric.
Wait, that's a new $100, Garrett? Gary?
No, that was the last one. I didn't shout their names though. Eric Rusen for $13.99. You are awesome. The Shane Crowder, Canadian $139. I can't believe you guys. Mark, another $20. You guys, I have helped us push the edge. You really got into the zone to help make.
I'm getting a fucking beer.
I mean, we are $78 away. All the calculations are up to date. If you want us to hit the exact 78, you got to go to the GoFundMe, because the GoFundMe, I think it's just like credit card fees. It's not as nearly.
I'm gonna go get my Joel Hewitt.
Oh my gosh! But I have an hour and 12 minutes. Even if I hit 2,000, I'm gonna stop asking you to contribute. But I'm gonna stay on for another. I'm gonna stay on till 5:01 when I interviewed Neil Pickup last evening, so I can say I did a cool 24 hours. Because I don't want anyone else to try this record again. I don't want to have to do it again to beat somebody. So I feel like 24 hours will intimidate people to give it a go, because it's really tough. I'm shaking my knees like to keep my body moving, and it's
Is there a world record for this? I
looked it up. There's a group where hundreds of people did it over the course of 10 days, and it was like just for products. Like a big $1 billion company did it. So to me, it doesn't count if you have your entire Ronan
individually. Yeah, because you did it all individually. You've been here the whole time, beside washroom breaks, but
yeah,
that's incredibly impressive.
I've peed. That's it. Is there anyone, while we get this last bit, is there anyone else who wants to join the chat? Guys, come on in. Join the show with us. Herman, honestly, you've stayed on the line, dude. You went above and beyond. Everyone else is helped out, but Herman, you didn't have to do this, but you did. It's amazing. Yeah. No.
Yeah. Hey, Gary, I've been holding on to this question. Is your site still running? The old site?
It's still up. There's flaws. If you log in, some of the pages don't load.
But can you still watch videos?
You can still watch videos, but it's some of the metrics don't work. The
wins and losses and all that.
Yeah, like some of the data stuff doesn't work. And I've tried to use Fiverr on the cheap to like get people to go in and fix shit, and some of them made it worse. And it was like, oh man, trying to find a programmer from like India or Pakistan to go in. It's been difficult, but Neil, Gary, hats off to you, mate. You are a weirdo camera guy with the stamina of a god. You crushed it, lad. Well done. Neil Pickup, thank you very much. PEI Derek, man, another $20 Canadian. You guys, I can't believe it. I can't believe you
Canadians
helped
coming
me
through,
do it.
man.
Yeah,
Yep.
big time Canada.
$20 Canadian. Is that what, like $2 American?
I have no
It's like
idea.
14.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
We need a subject. Brad Cook, talk to us about something.
I don't know.
How many tournaments do you try to go to a year in a normal non-COVID situation?
I don't have a number. It's just whoever contacts me and wants me to work. But I've already got 3 right off the bat. As soon as, like, next week, I go.
What's the furthest you've ever traveled for arm wrestling?
So far, Kansas City. So it's 6 hours away.
No big trips like California. I mean, dude, you're
Nope.
the man. Hey guys, Brad Cook, go sign up to his channel and pay this guy to come film your shit. He's
The way I kind of run things is I don't really chase after stuff. If people want me and people want to use me for whatever, then they know where to find me. Simple.
Yeah, well, you are good.
I'm hoping that everything clears up and Neil sticks to his word, which I know he will. And I want to get over to the UK, man. I want to go over there for Arnold Classic and film Arm Wars and go do some big stuff over there.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Gary.
Yes, sir.
So I'm aware of this like a weirdo camera guy event coming up.
Yeah.
And I've been kept in the.
Joseph Drelak was trying to include you.
Yeah, and I was told you didn't want me in it. I mean, I've been part of the media. I've had a podcast show, and I'm like, come on. When Neil Pickup said I was a weirdo today,
Okay, here was my thought, and no one seems to buy into it.
I must not be a weirdo enough. I didn't even get invited.
No, we invited you at the last minute. Travis just forgot about you.
I'm used to it.
Okay, I'll ask Brad. Give me an honest answer. No one's going to give me an honest answer. It's bullshit because I know the truth. I know the truth. Brad Cook. I know the fucking truth, so don't lie. Just tell me the truth. If, the higher power came down and put you in some weird, sick and twisted something where they had to take something away. You have 2 loves and you can only keep one.
Good Lord.
And they told you, Brad Cook, I'm going to take away your ability to arm wrestle. You can never arm wrestle again, or you can never film again. Which would you give up? Which passion would you give up? And if you, like Ryan Bowen said, he'd give up his channel in the heartbeat, which I'm not entirely believing because he wants to be a better arm wrestler. I don't know about that. You, sir, I know you would give up your arm wrestling to maintain your artistry with your cinematography. I know it.
100%.
Tell me the truth.
100%.
Okay, so that makes you a weirdo camera guy. Herman has gone on record saying he hates editing. He hates the process. If I said to Herman, you don't have to deal with the channel and you keep your arm wrestling, you're going to keep arm wrestling. That's what makes you not a weirdo
No,
camera guy.
Gary, no, I'm totally a weirdo camera guy now. Like, ask anybody. I don't pull often. I'm constantly injured. You don't have to love editing, love making content, Gary. I love making content.
Oh,
yeah?
Scared.
You love making the content.
Oh,
Herman films and he's got a lot of excuses like the rest of us. Of course he's a weirdo camera guy now.
And Gary, what you don't know is for years, I was just filming like my amateur students, like people that didn't give a damn about arm wrestling and wasted my time. I was filming all those matches. And I would bet that definitely for a few years, I was the only actual elite arm wrestler in the United States that was filming his weak teammates' matches, and not competing. Like, I would go to a tournament, film their matches, and not compete, Gary. Did you know that?
I did not see. I will go on record and say I am not 100% knowledgeable on your background beyond arm wrestling. I know that you're an awesome arm wrestler, so I was skeptical on the weirdo camera guy. But
so
here's
are
the
you?
thing.
Is it the me? Is it you questioning my weirdo camera guyness, or you just worried about me putting you in a hook?
No. Listen. I recognize that I'm last. I gripped up with Joseph Drellick. I couldn't even move him, and I weigh 100 and something pounds more than him. And anyways, I've got a long way to go before I'm even like Albert Ding, I'm not gonna talk shit about Albert Ding. Dude will probably own me arm wrestling. Uncle John, he will own me arm wrestling. So it really doesn't matter to me if Herman Stevens is there, because when we grip up, I'll just say I should be able to use two hands. I mean that's kind of like what the rule should be.
I want to unify my Mississippi right and left super heavyweight titles with the weirdo camera guy arm wrestling title.
If you really want it because of what you done tonight, I'll go all in. I'm a fan.
Hey, let's see that rocking chair, Herman. What kind of rocking chair you got? Dang.
Good stuff, huh?
All right, you got shocks.
He's got
I got shocks on it.
He got that high tech stuff.
Motherfucker got air shocks, pneumatics.
I can just, you just leave it outside. The hurricane blows it to the other side of the yard. You just pick it up, let it dry.
You got to put a rope on it.
A rope? Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah, there's a lot of shit out here that probably needs a rope on it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Herman, how's your little boy doing?
Pretty good. He'll be 2 years old in a couple of weeks. And
how to start.
Yeah, he's moving all over the place. So we got to get out of this RV trailer because he has no room to do anything. It's kind of sad. But yeah, his favorite toys are a 22-ounce carpenter's hammer and a flat crowbar.
Awesome, man.
Sounds normal.
Yep. He carries them everywhere.
Yep.
That's your kid. That's your kid.
Yep.
Yep. And he had a problem biting kids when he was 1 or 1.5. So they put him in the 2 and 3 year old daycare class. He stopped biting. And I guess he got bored again. And so he started pushing on all the 3-year-olds when he's not 2 years old. And he's also like very small. So yeah, I'm gonna have my hands full with him.
We have 1 hour and $64 to go. 1 hour and $64.
Hey, Gary.
Yeah.
As far as weight loss goes, I heard Billy talking about it earlier. I actually tomorrow marks 2 years journey that I've been losing weight. I went from 400 pounds to 248 pounds.
Nice.
Congratulations, man. That's awesome.
I've lost on the way, but my goal for this year is to now refine, build strength back, everything that I lost, and I gained mobility. But Billy, how much you were newbie, so you were getting newbie gains. But Gary, how much strength did you lose when you dropped weight at your heaviest down to your lightest when you said you were in your prime?
Oh, if you YouTube a video called Gary Roberts' Last Days as Novice, that was peak 198. I'd lost 60 pounds, and I had not ever felt stronger. And I went in and I was having the most amazing matches. My nutrition was on point, and I felt great. So I don't know anything about. I was stronger than I was as a fat guy, but I was doing constantly a very functional movement, performed at a high intensity, a lot of deadlifts, a lot of squats, a lot of burpees. I went to an arm wrestling tournament in Nevada, and somebody found out I was doing CrossFit, and this kid was talking shit. He was the son of somebody, who was competing. And I said, all right, I'll challenge you to 100 burpees for time right now. And he goes, oh, I'd kill you. He was like 17. I said, let's go. I set up my camera. He quit at 24 burpees, and I finished the 100 burpees in front of him and just sucked his soul out. The moral of the story is don't challenge me to things, because that's when I go into another level. So don't, any of you guys out there watching, don't try to do this. The 24-hour podcast, that's my shit. Don't try to do this. Maybe we'll do this next year. Every year we'll pick some crazy cool thing to do for somebody deserving. Who knows? But I'm $64 and 1 hour away. Oh,
had another $4.99.
49. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, this is going towards Derek's Dubai Fund. Yes, sir. Condoterio.
Yeah, no.
Chris Gabi, Come on, Chris Bobby. 5 minutes before I go. 5 minutes. I just want to hear your sweet, sweet voice, Chris Gabby.
Hey, Gary, I'm working on it right now.
Yeah, man. I need him. I need him to get me to that final hour. That final hour, it could be a special guest. I have a question. Hey, Illinois States, when is that?
January 30th.
January 30th. And you don't care if I showed up there and started filming?
So that's been the topic of some controversy. Is a lot of people got the I don't know, the miscommunication or the misunderstanding that like somehow I'm controlling how things are going. Last 2 years, they've had tape around they're not stages, they're like platforms that the tables sit on. And that was dictated by Bill Onifrey, Pat Barry, the referees. And they're only allowing the pullers, the referees, and one filmer in those areas. So, but now all of a sudden it's like I'm kind of being like some kind of evil dictator and it's my idea, and that's not what's happening. But you could come there and totally film if you want to from the other side.
Blaine Middleton used to be the promoter. What happened to Blaine?
Blaine stepped out 2 years ago. He's done with it. He doesn't do it anymore.
Okay. Because I've covered Illinois State's years of some great tournaments down there.
It's not in Nashville anymore like it used to be.
Not amazing lighting situation in the bar that we were at.
Yeah, it's way better now. It's in a banquet hall.
Yeah. I just feel Preacher Arm Wrestling $75.
Whoa.
What? That might get us there.
That's it.
What? But they might take 30%. Let me see. So I feel like one, I'm already got some of the Travis, TAL, and Texas. I still haven't finished all of that stuff because I started these podcasts. It's put me behind, and I kind of feel like that's your gig, and I don't know if I want to, show up and film your gig. I don't know. That's kind of like how I feel.
Dude, the way I've always looked at it. I mean, I've shared the stage with people 2 or 3 times this year with 2 and 3 other filmers. We're all getting the same content. I'm not that hard going of a guy, right? I mean, like even back when it was Strongest Badge, you were talking about coming down. I said, dude, you totally can. I said, there's not a whole lot of stage, but you can come down. And man, there was 2 other filmers on stage with me for that thing. So if you want to come down, Gary. I'm sure everybody would love to see you.
Yeah, and I said that's what you said last time. January 30th.
Do you think there's a way you guys could do like 2 different kinds of content and still be like, you know what I mean? Like it's new for someone else when they watch it. Like, you know what I mean?
So like
what I'm kind of doing. It
was just like a slight, like moderate live stream. And then like your 217 films is just like is just like artistic. And you know what I mean, in depth. Do you think that, I mean, there could be like such a difference, like even if you've seen one, that you would still want to see the other?
So the way that I'm kind of looking at things is there's a difference between me just showing up to a tournament and just wanting to film what I want to film. And then there's a difference between me getting paid to cover the event, right? If I'm getting paid to cover the event, then I want to get every match possible. If it's just an event that I'm just showing up to and maybe there might be 1 or 2 other filmers, I'll let them get every amateur match, every pro match, masters, whatever. And then maybe I can just shoot things the way that I want to shoot it. And now you're talking a different angle and a different look for some things.
Right on.
Man, I get overwhelmed because I tend to just film too much. The more I film, the more I interview, the longer it takes to cut.
Yeah.
And,
okay, I got a question for you, Gary, because some of my buddies have asked me, they're like, hey, have you thought about adding more interviews to the kind of videos that you do, Brad? And I'm like, yeah, I do. But then I also know that if I'm interviewing somebody after a match, then I'm missing matches that are happening right after that. How many matches do you think you've lost over the years by following the previous match off the stage to interview them?
I mean, I don't like it when that happens.
Right.
Sometimes I've caught myself fucking running. What I like to happen is I I know I got to interview Joe. He just walked off the stage. I start this match and then they go into the strap. They slip and I go, fuck yeah, I got 45 seconds. I run over, I get a little soundbite from Joe, and then I come back.
And see, those 45 seconds is where I get all my artistic shots that everybody asks me about. The straps being applied, the close-up of the faces, the sweat running down. That's when I get all those shots.
Yes, there's an opportunity cost for sure.
So, I mean, ideally, what I would love to have
but
is
wait, Brad,
for me to have a... Go ahead.
Are you telling me you get all those artistic shots for every match you're filming?
It just depends. It just depends. But yeah, dude, there's so much of that stuff that I throw away.
Yeah, because if I go in tight on someone's straps, I know I've got this strap, I got a close up, try to get some face shots, some crowds. Then I might wait on I might change it up for a match or two because I know I just went in. Again, every second you film is more shit you got to cut.
Right.
So
yeah, but I always overshoot, so I always have content to fall back on. I'd rather have way too much than way too little.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, so I still haven't released the Devin Larrick coming to Chicago. I still haven't released that. Joseph released all of his. I wanted to cut a little mini movie, and of course that takes time. And I'm still working on it. And it's like, I moved on to other shit because I wanted it to be good. And now it's like, oh, it's not relevant anymore because you didn't finish it. So it's like, even if you finish a little mini movie with Devin Larrick, will people still watch it? I don't know. I have no idea. So it's like, it's waiting half done. And it's like,
Well, that's kind of how I felt with Mississippi State, man. I loved sharing the stage with Artem and Dimitri and stuff like that. But I was always concerned about those guys putting footage out before me, you know what I mean? Not in a hateful way, but like, you know, sometimes they just get stuff out before I do. I feel like the way that I shoot things though, I hope that people will always want to see my version of what happened. Right. And that's all I can hope for.
So where do you guys see yourselves in the future? Like with all this stuff, like 5 years from now, Gary, where do you see yourself? Brad, where do you see yourself?
I mean, did you guys see what I did on Wednesday night? If you want to go check out what I did on Wednesday night, I did a live broadcast. I paid out $250 for the arm bet guys who was here. That you guys called them bums, or they said somebody called them bums. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I just start throwing money at little mini matches, and if it's live, I don't have to cut it. And I don't know. I'm not 100%.
Hey, Gary, real quick. My iPad's about to die. I'm going to try to sign back on with you guys with my phone. I'm going to duck out.
Hey,
I'm going to try to come back.
Brad, okay, come on back. I got something huge to say.
Yeah, dude.
Got something huge to say. Wes Bjornsson, the grip. We were $8 down, and Wes Bjornsson just added $15, which minus the 30%. I think it makes us $2,000.
Woo! Nice.
Well done.
You're right, Gary.
You all right there, man?
What happened? I missed it.
I think you tipped it a little too quick.
I just sprayed a champagne all over my equipment.
And you got it in your eyes too, didn't you?
Yeah. Hold on, I gotta save. That wasn't good. Okay, don't chug champagne. $2,000, guys. We made it. Wes Bjornsson's guy. He said I was, I don't know. He said not nice words about me, so he helped put us over the top. That's ironic. Thank you very much, Wes Bjornsson. I guess I got to put you on my nice list too. Guys, so I've got 50 minutes. I'm not logging off until I hit 24 hours. Raised $2,000 for a cool cause. Sending Derek to Dubai. I'm thinking $2,000 covers food, hotel, airfare, and passport. I'm guessing. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's pretty close. And the entire arm wrestling community You know, it's some one of the kind of almost weirdest things for me was to have Neil Pickup in the chat for so long. It's like I'm not used to watching Neil, and he's here like watching all you guys, and it's like, oh shit, he's still there. Neil Pickup is still in the mother fluffing chat.
Love
Neil, man,
very respectable. That man.
It couldn't have been done without all of you guys. To do something cool, I was scared that people. This is why I came on, because I was like, okay, I can't do something cool and have it be like for me or ARMTV. I'm good. Life is good. The most amazing thing in my life at the moment is my 10-month-old son. He is a joy. He hardly cries. He's so happy. He's so cute. And I was scared of babies for a long time. And life is so awesome. And I want to do something cool because I don't need something cool to happen to me. ARMTV, if it happens, if it's cool, it's just bonus. It's just bonus, ARMTV. So I was like, if I'm going to do something cool, I want it to be for somebody else. And that's how this whole project got born. And all of you guys out there who helped make it happen, it was, I could not have done, hey, little kiddo, I could not have done it without, all of you. Herman, did you get Gabi?
I've been trying. I think he might just be gone now. I think he tried to click. I tried to give them the link in a couple different ways. Oh, hold on. Am I on mute? Hello?
No, you're good.
Gabi on? I sent him the link. Okay.
Yeah,
Hold on. Let me check. Herman,
Gabi's-
we don't have audio for you.
No, I think we do. Do you? Are you?
I
hello?
hear you. I hear you.
Phone.
Gary, can you hear us? I feel like Gary lost audio.
Yeah, I think it was the
I don't
champagne.
hear any of you guys.
Yeah, check your.
It's you, Gary.
Oh, is it the champagne messing with shit?
Gary, check if your headphones are plugged in for starters. How about now? Can you hear us, Gary?
I don't hear anybody. What happened?
We hear you.
Devin Larrett.
Gary lost audio.
Devin Larrett. Devin Larrett's entering the chat.
Gary, can you hear me?
I don't think Gary can hear anybody right now, but we
No,
can.
you can hear
we
me?
can hear you.
Taking my headphones off. Devin.
Dude, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I heard you've been on the air for almost 24 hours straight.
24 hours. We're sending Derek to Dubai, bitches.
What? Are you kidding me?
No.
23 hours.
$2,000 we raised.
You're sending Derek to Dubai?
Yes, sir.
Oh my God. For how long is he going? When is he going?
It's up to him. I just raised $200. I figured that's what it would cost. And we succeeded. We raised it in 24 hours.
Look at you. Look at you. What a good guy you are still. All this fame, it still hasn't corrupted you.
Dude, not only that, Herman Stevens helped me do it. Herman's in the chat. Dude,
Unbelievable.
all these guys. Derek, I don't hear you. Derek.
Okay. Can you hear me? Feel especially good because Derek Smith has saved my life.
Yes, I have.
So that makes me especially happy that good things are happening to Derek.
Hey everybody, this is my daughter. I've got some messages saying you guys finished your mission there, Gary.
Yeah.
And she wanted to say something.
Thank you so much for sending my daddy to Dubai.
There you go.
Derek, you're a good man, and I'm sure you're a really good dad.
Thank you so much, Billy, man. I appreciate
It's
the
awesome,
kind
man.
words.
Do you know what? It's special, man. Enjoy it.
Yeah, I will. I will.
When are you gonna go, Derek?
I gotta plan it. You going with me or what?
Well, I'm kind of grounded for a bit. I'm fucking weak sack of crap.
Well, I gotta talk to my work and get time off work, vacation or whatever, and then then I'm going. I mean, I have vacation time, so just gotta pick it.
2,000 bones, man.
Dude, that's crazy, Gary. That's so. I can't believe you were on here for 24 hours, man. You're an animal. I don't.
Dude, go over there and fucking change your life, bro.
I'm gonna do my best. I'll film the whole thing and my entire experience, and shake some hands and pin some people, and we'll see what Khaled's all about, Devin.
You'll crush Khaled. You'll crush Khaled. Khaled's got a lot of potential, but that's the thing. It's funny. People get really excited and think he's already going to beat Levon. He's not going to beat Levon today.
Not today. But I'm really excited to work with them though, and try to help out and see what they're all about over there. And I don't know. It's gonna be an awesome experience. I don't know. So.
You should try and. Are you gonna do you have a? I mean, this is all coming together really quick. Do you have a plan? Like, what's the plan?
I'm gonna put it together. I just want to make sure I can get the most out of it, And I mean, people are doing this to help me out, and also people want to see footage of it and stuff and see what they helped me get there for and get a bang for their buck. So I want to make sure it's all filmed and I can give the best. That's all I can do is it's for. Entertain them and appreciate what they did for me. So I'm going to try to make sure that happens,
Hey, can I say something real quick? YouTube cuts us off at 8 hours. You guys are fine, but I have to, anyone out there on the YouTube stream, I have to turn it off and turn it on again. If you want to come back on, I'm not going to quit. I have 45 more minutes. I'm not leaving until I hit the 24-hour mark. Even though we got our money, we need to hit 24 hours to make it like really good. So I'm going to just find the link again. This was part 3. Look for part 4 and see you back here in 2 minutes.